a bash. See, DK Shivakumar may be feeling insecure. So today he has announced, let all the Vakaliga community rally behind me. I am the CM. I have aspirations to become the chief minister. The caste factor coming to the fore. A party which always claimed they are on a secular party, now here they are playing caste politics. They are totally confused. First of all, they don't come to power. Oh, that's a part. The rivalry between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar is very evident. Congress party should accept it.
Congress party should accept it. Mr. Nasir Hussain, will you accept this? I will reiterate my question to you. Are you sure this will not go out of hand and once again become an all-out factional war for the Congress party, which inevitably leads to the profit of, say, a party like BJP, which is your principal opponent?
No, I know. If there are if there is factionalism, if there is groupism, BJP is all out to gain and also exploit the situation. Not only trying to get into factionalism within the party, it also does with lots of other things by use of money, power, and also use of central agencies. So let us not get into that. But what is more important here is that we have leadership in Congress party. There are many faces who can be the chief ministerial candidate, but at the same time we have a very settled procedure and style of functioning where we say only after the election we consult the MLAs and then decide who the chief minister is. And here I think it is DK Shivakumar has he has attended some program function where they have asked him whether somebody from the Vakaliga community will be there or not. So he said that if you, obviously people while campaigning he has said that if you really want a Vakaliga community to, someone from Vakaliga community to become the chief minister, then you will all have to rally behind our party, vote to the party, only then we can claim something for our community. So I think there's nothing wrong in it because pressure groups, interest groups, lobbies are part of politics. Not only in India, across the world, even in the most vibrant democracies. India is also a very vibrant democracy.
Well, Mr. Hussain, all of us have read those political theories. But the political reality of the matter is that if the factionalism goes out of hand, it can work for the benefit of your principal opponents in the state and even in national politics, which has been the case for the Congress party. Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS is also joining us on the broadcast. Tanveer ji, बहुत shukriya हमसे बात करने के लिए. I'd like to know your reaction to the story, this factional war within the Congress party, or even if one were to take it just as an ambition of DK Shivakumar, do you see this going worse?
See, we all know that Congress really doesn't need JDS or BJP to finish. Siddaramaiah and Mr. DK Shivakumar are good enough to finish Congress. And their internal fighting is absolutely no stranger to everybody living in Karnataka. DK Shivakumar is dreaming that he wants to become the chief minister. Siddaramaiah is really throwing a lavish 75th birthday party. This is the bigger fight. I think CNN, every channel definitely need to wait when they are going to distribute tickets. Because Siddaramaiah has already promised all 224 that he is going to get them tickets, and DK Shivakumar has promised. So I'm sure DK Shivakumar, as you rightly said, that he is not a sadhu. We knew that he is definitely not a sadhu. Yeah. Because he cannot be. For a person to be a sadhu, you need to have a different stature altogether. So, but DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah infighting is nothing new to political parties and Karnataka. This would continue for a longer time, ma'am.
All right, as you tell us all of that, Nasir Hussain of the Congress party continues to be with us on the show. Nasir ji, I'm coming back to you. Both of your principal opponent parties say that this is trouble brewing in for the Congress party. And one of the allegations which is also being put is that you often say that Congress is known for its secular brand of politics. But here is an appeal to a particular caste group.
Congress is a secular and is one of the most secular parties in our country, which has never compromised with communalism or casteism in our country. We don't buy caste and community, but at the same time, there are interest groups, pressure groups, there are lobbies in the in politics itself. Forget about Congress party. In all political parties, these lobbies are there. He was attending some program which was predominantly a Vakaliga kind of a program, where someone asked him while some other speaker was speaking, he asked him whether there will be a chief minister from Vakaliga community. He said that If you really want the chief minister, you all should rally behind Congress.
I hope it was said
and
in,
that was his way.
I really hope it was said as casually as you're making it out to be, because the political ambitions or what DK Shivakumar wants to be in his political career is not a secret in political chatter and then in the political narrative. He has hinted out earlier as well. But Mr. Nasir Hussain, Mr. S. Prakash and Tanveer Ahmed, thank you gentlemen for joining us on the broadcast. We'll continue tracking the story and all the hustle bustle from the political quarters in the state of Karnataka, slipping into a very short break.
Hopefuls. In round 3, the voting for which happens on the 18th of July, Rishi Sunak is among the top 5 candidates in the fray, and we will know later tonight where he stands. There are still more rounds to go. On the 19th of July, which is tomorrow, there will be round 4, and on the 20th, there will be round 5. And finally, the final round that happens later this week on the 21st of July, it will whittle down the field to just the final 2 contenders. And the final decision will be revealed on the 5th of September. Russian forces struck Pokrovsk, a city in Ukraine's Donetsk region. The city was hit twice with Iskander-M ballistic missiles, leaving at least 1 person dead and 14 injured. According to officials on ground, 30 buildings in the city were damaged as a result of the strike. The United States has decided not to impose any sanctions against India for purchasing the S-400 missile systems, the defense systems from Russia. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a legislative amendment which waives off any punitive sanctions on India under CAATSA. The U.S. is supporting India amid China's growing belligerence. India has also signed a $5 billion deal with Russia for 5 units of the S-400 air defense systems. Then, President of the United States, Donald Trump, had warned of sanctions in retaliation to this purchase. Sri Lanka's acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency as citizens struggle to get their hands on basic necessities.
I'm in Colombo at one of the few gas stations that's actually pumping petrol right now. We had to drive around past at least 2 or 3 before we found this one, and we could spot the fact that it was open because the line was stretching not even around the block, but like several blocks down.
In Sri Lanka these days, they say petrol is more precious than gold, which explains the heavily armed guards.
I've never seen anything quite like this. We've been talking to people waiting in these lines, some of them waiting as long as 6 days.
Long queues at fuel stations in Sri Lanka is the new normal.
How long have you been waiting here?
Since Monday, like 6 days.
6 days?
Yeah.
The situation is so dire that many people are ditching their cars and motorcycles for bicycles for their daily commute.
Star England all-rounder and 2019 World Cup final hero Ben Stokes made a surprise announcement that he's retiring from one-day cricket. The 31-year-old said that playing all 3 formats has become unsustainable for him. He will play his last one-dayer against South Africa at his home ground in Durham tomorrow. 20 years after they first began dating, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married this weekend in Las Vegas. Lopez took to a website to confirm the news and also shared pictures from the intimate ceremony. The pair called off their first engagement in January of 2004 and then went on to marry and have children with other people. They rekindled their romance last year. Meanwhile, this seaside wedding in Hawaii was interrupted by a series of giant waves crashing into the ceremony. The now viral video shows the guests running in the opposite direction while a big wall-like wave crashes through the wedding reception. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. At least 13 people were killed after a bus plunged into the Narmada River in Dhar district in Madhya Pradesh.
The bus was heading towards
Welcome back, and let's go to some latest news which is coming in from the state of Kerala. Now, after the disturbing story of female students being told to remove their brassiere before entering the NEET examination hall, that emerged in Kerala, and RSP MP N.K. Premachandran is likely to raise the issue during Parliament's monsoon session. Remember, information also came out about how after the exam, their innerwears were found in a pile. The incident took place at Mathorma Institute of Information Technology, but college authorities had claimed that security was being handled by a third party. My colleague Neetu with some voices and reactions.
So how many cases has been registered so far and how many girls have come forward?
Initially we had received 1 complaint and we have registered a case, and 4 more complaints have been received. So we are taking their statements, and today we will register 4 new cases. The general content of the complaint is that they were forced to remove the innerwear, and rather they have even been told that whether you will choose your future or innerwear. That is what has been said in the complaint. So now once we investigate and take statements of other people as well, we will be able to know what exactly has happened.
An action has been finally taken over the harassment of NEET aspirants in Kollam, Kerala. 5 people are being questioned, of which 3 are from agency and 2 are from college. The 2 from the college are sweepers, and their presence was identified by the students when they were being humiliated. That's the news really coming in. That action has been taken. There are about 5 people who have been identified and are presently being questioned. 3 are from the external agency, which was responsible for security. 2 is internal staff. Neetu Regukumar getting us all the details on the broadcast. Neetu, over to you. Take us through the details.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Neetu, we're talking about the story where, female girl students had to face harassment in Kollam. There was much uproar, and there was an investigation also that was ordered. Tell us about the preliminary investigation details which are emerging.
See, as of now, what we know is that the police have taken into custody 5 people. I mean, they are in custody for questioning, and all these are female staff. And this includes 3 from the agency and 2 from the college. And the 2 from the college are basically sweepers. They are being questioned at the moment, and once their details are ascertained and what is the exact role that they played, then the police will move on to the next procedure, that is taking them, recording their arrest. But that will take some time, and only after that we'll know how many of them from this will be accused in this case. But right now, 5 of them are being questioned, 3 from the agency and 2 from the college.
All right, so that's the information really coming in. My colleague Neetu Regukumar is getting us all the details on this very important story. Neetu, as you get us all those details, and you're telling us that 5 people have been quizzed. They are into custody right now. They are being questioned right now. How many complainants have really come forward? We'll try and connect with my colleague Neetu and get more details on that story. But that's the word really coming in, that the police authorities have taken action on the complaint that was received from the girl students. That report and much more on our website, news18.com. With that, it's a wrap. Thank you for watching.
Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
Been reported in Kerala. The patient is a 31-year-old who returned recently from Dubai. He tested positive in Kannur. The centre has directed ports and airports to ensure strict health screening of all international passengers to contain the spread of monkeypox in India. Heavy rains have left Maharashtra reeling from deadly floods.
Yavatmal is one of the worst affected districts. An orange alert has been issued as the rains continue to lash Yavatmal. More than 900 people have been evacuated from flooded houses in Maharashtra's Chandrapur district. With monsoon at its peak, water level in dams in Amravati have reached a danger mark. More than 100 people have died due to rains and floods in Maharashtra so far this month.
After 70 years, India is set to be the home of cheetahs. African cheetahs will find a new home in the Madhya Pradesh National Park. In fact, it's being brought under the Intercontinental Translocation Project. An MOU will be signed with South Africa. For the program, preparations have been on for housing 12 to 15 cheetahs. From August, the fastest animal on earth was declared extinct in India in 1952. A Delhi court upheld the conviction of Sushil and Gopal Ansal for tampering with evidence in the connection with the 1997 Uphaar cinema fire, which claimed 59 lives. The court will hear fresh arguments for the quantum of sentence tomorrow. One co-accused in the case, Anup Singh, has been acquitted. The CBI has registered a case against former IOA President Narendra Batra in an alleged corruption case. The agency also conducted searches at his premises in 5 locations in Delhi and Jammu. Earlier this year, the CBI received a complaint alleging that 35 lakhs of Hockey India money was used for Batra's personal benefits. A damning report and new footage indicates police inaction during the mass shooting that took place at a school in Texas in Uvalde back in May.
An overall lackadaisical approach with egregiously poor decision-making. That's how a new investigation report describes the law enforcement response in the Uvalde school shooting. The report repeatedly notes a lack of clear command during the shooting. It lists 376 members of law enforcement on the scene, including many from federal agencies.
There is multiple opportunities, depending on the relative training and experience of law enforcement officers, to at least ask more questions.
But investigators didn't find any responders acted maliciously. In fact, these officers helped children and teachers escape.
I got another kid.
What are we doing here? The report gives families more answers, but little comfort.
Meanwhile, in New York, there were long queues of people waiting to get the monkeypox vaccine. With nearly 500 cases, the city has become the epicenter of the outbreak of the disease in the U.S., but only 9,200 slots became available on a dedicated website this weekend. Within 7 minutes, all slots were full. The race for the next UK PM is heating up. The Conservative Party leadership contest is now headed to its final stage, and former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak looks certain to be one of the top 2 candidates to replace Boris Johnson. UK's former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch is the wild card in this tightly contested race. So where do things stand right now for Rishi Sunak? Round 1 of voting, it happened on the 13th of July. He secured 88 votes, which was the highest of all the candidates. He was ranked number 1. Round 2 happened on the 14th of July. He secured 101 votes in that as well. Again, he led the pack of Conservative hopefuls. In round 3, the voting for which happens on the 18th of July, Rishi Sunak is among the top 5 candidates in the fray, and we will know later tonight where he stands. There are still more.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan coming to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18. Plenty to share with you this Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. But the biggest aspect, and this is the big CNN News 18 exclusive, that this is a nation that has now lost all narratives. And the only narrative that it realizes that is going to keep it afloat and keep its population keep its people absolutely perhaps in the throes of Maya or illusion, is this narrative around Kashmir. And CNN News 18 is now blowing the lid of Pakistan's renewed push towards Kashmir. They are making a clear push, and this is a CNN News 18 exclusive, and they are trying to reignite Mission Kashmir. The Kashmir blueprint for Pakistan, driven by the ISI, is going to be the story that is top focus here at 5 p.m. on The Nation at 5. On CNN News 18. Now, we get you the inside details of the ISI's new Kashmir blueprint. Amid the economic turmoil in the country, the terror outfit is actually changing its tactics. It's namely creating a coalition of terror outfits. So rather than having multiple wings and arms of this entire terror hydra, which they tried to unite under the United Jihad Council, they are now putting all of them together into one group. And this one group is being called the ISHP, and that's where the entire crux is. They are bunching all the terror hydra, all the arms of the terror hydra into one big coalition, and they are creating this entire unit with clear directions and, of course, support from the Chinese regime. These are revelations of a former ISI operative to CNN News 18's investigations editor Manoj Gupta. This is a top ISI source who's revealing this, and let's listen and let's take a look at some of the details that we have been able to access. The ISI is activating Mission Kashmir yet again. The ISI has been losing control in Jammu and Kashmir since 2008, and they've been trying and embed themselves seriously and strongly since then. Before 2008, the ISI operated over 80 missions in Kashmir itself. The Pakistan military and establishment currently is low on funds due to A, poor economic conditions, and of course B, the grip of the FATF blacklist or the threat of the FATF blacklisting. The other aspect is that it's also losing grip on Balochistan and Afghanistan, which they claimed as a victory, but now they are realizing that it's a very, very hard pill to swallow, and it's literally choking Pakistan, Afghanistan issue. They are now trying to create a new terror nexus via the Islamic State Wilaya Hind, beg your pardon, Islamic State Wilaya Hind, or ISHP. The Islamic State Wilaya Hind has been given a list of targets in Jammu and Kashmir. Properties of Jammu and Kashmir terrorists are currently being liquidated to raise funds locally itself. The ISI is maintaining focus on Jammu and Kashmir youth for terror recruitment. They also have tacit support from the PLA and the CCP, because the Chinese establishment, Chinese authorities are keen that there is a war on two fronts that India has to battle. So they keep the LAC hot. On the other hand, you have the Afghanistan Kashmir issue keeping India on the edge. The ISI are unable to secure an alliance with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan so far, because the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan are not keen to enter into Kashmir. They are actually using some of those who are aligned within the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan towards the ISI establishment to try and get them to join in, and they are refusing to do so far. They actually want Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan operations in Kashmir, but the outfit so far is unwilling. Now, these are details that we have accessed. What stands out is that rather than trying to create multiple units, they are trying to create a coalition and trying to get all of them, bunch them up together. Now, this ties in the information that's been shared by a former ISI operative with our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, ties in with the NIA charge sheet that CNN News 18 had accessed. We had brought you excerpts even before the charge sheet was out, and we have got you the excerpts and the whole charge sheet too. Between Manoj Gupta and Arunima, we were able to access this charge sheet of the terror print in Jammu and Kashmir and the modus operandi, and all of them point towards a combination or coalition of resources. That's what we are given to understand is happening. SP Vaid, former DGP Jammu and Kashmir, is with us, and Lieutenant General KJ Singh, former GOC in Chief Western Command, with us. Namaste, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much for your time. Mr. Vaid, let me start with you. So they are pulling in resources and they're saying this is the only narrative that is going to work for us. So they want to reactivate Mission Kashmir.
Yes, it is quite revealing, but I would add here that two things stand very clearly. One is the Chinese-Pakistan nexus, and we have been saying this for quite many years now. Initially, they tried their tactics in Northeast, but in Kashmir, for last many years, we have been seeing the footprints of the Chinese weapons coming. They were being used by these terrorists in Kashmir Valley, and now the revelation by ISI operative is very, very clear. It establishes how China wants to continue pricking India through Pakistan and open two fronts, and that indicates PLA and a Chinese mindset and intention, which makes it very clearly. Number two, the deep state actually has lost its game in Kashmir, and it is an effort, last-ditch effort to club all these organizations, LET, JASH, who are already operating, and now they want to get in the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Islami
Taliban, Taliban Pakistan, TTP.
Tariq-e-Taliban, TTP from Pakistan, which was actually operating against Pakistan Army in Pakistan. So they want to now bring that also here, which though is reluctant as per this report. And that also indicates how much cash crunch Pakistan is facing. Their condition of their economy, it's almost going the way Sri Lanka is going. The Pakistan army has now divisions amongst itself. It is losing its grip in Pakistan. It needs to rake up once again Kashmir, which it actually has lost the game plan. And it is almost a pariah state all over the world, accepting all-weather friend like China, which actually wants to use Pakistan against India. And this is, I would say, again an effort by both these rogue nations to block India's march towards becoming a global power, which neither China nor Pakistan wants it. And yeah.
Ji. No, but I'm just reading out some more inputs that he has revealed, and I'm just trying to understand, piece this together. This is over a last 12 to 15 year period, 14 to 15 year period from 2008 onwards. They're saying that post 2611 Mumbai, 2008, at that time there were 80 missions in Kashmir that were operational across Kashmir and India. But then the ISI chief of that time, Lieutenant General Ahmad Shuja Pasha, cut down the missions to huge numbers and funds after 2611 Mumbai. That's what this ISI officer has told CNN News 18's investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Then he's also then said that the ISI is currently making a new rogue nexus of the Lashkar, Jaish, and a few pro-Pakistan fighters of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. And they are all joining hands as part as this Islamic State Wilaya Hind. But then he also goes on to say that the TTP is not willing to buy this entire narrative of what the ISI is pushing as Jihad-e-Azim as far as waging war on Kashmir is concerned. And that's perhaps one of the reasons this entire Pakistan TTP peace deal is not materializing or not settling. The other aspect is terrorists who have properties in smaller hinterland Jammu and Kashmir. So areas like Sopore, Kupwara, other small villages, they are actually being told to sell these lands because now the rule change has come into effect. There is investment coming in. People are buying and selling land, and there are people from rest of India coming into Jammu and Kashmir also saying, sell off whatever you can. Use that money, liquidate those hard assets or fixed assets, and then use that towards terror funding. So these are 3-4 aspects that stand out. What's up? And then I'll bring in General Singh.
Mr. Narasimhan, very clear. I can feel it on the ground. Earlier, Pakistan deep state was running. I didn't know the exact number now. The exact number of 80 comes, but we knew that multiple modules were working in Kashmir. And now, last few years, all these are joining these groups. We had reports about Lashkar and Jaish joining hands and HM joining hands together. I have been watching it for the last 4 or 5 years, and that is evident on the ground. Number two, that you see how Pakistan was over the years because of financial crunch, trying to use drugs, narco-terrorism as means to finance jihad in Kashmir. In fact, now with Taliban coming in Afghanistan, it actually availability of drugs is much easier, and it's going in the international market through this route. Actually gets financed. It used initially the trans-border trade also, which we got stopped. It is using Hawala money. It has been crunched. Now, obviously, with the raids of NI and the CBI, the Hawala transactions have come down. So, obviously, it was looking for narco-terrorism. Now, the condition has come that people, some of its operatives are being asked to sell their property in Sopur, Kupwara, Handwada, these places, because they want to raise money. They are really facing crunch of money. Earlier, millions of dollars were being used for this jihad in Kashmir. Today, America is no more giving them money. So all this is actually creating problems for the deep state, and it feels it is now losing its game both internationally and here. Internationally, whole world has come to know Pakistan's game plan, and that's why even its hardcore friend like America and Saudi Arabia have given up. They know the lies of deep state of Pakistan.
Right. True, and General Singh, every time they, intelligence officials and even be it military or otherwise, they would say that जब तक अमेरिका से पैसा आ रहा है, till the time America continues to pump in money into Afghanistan, Pakistan will always be flush because Pakistan played that card, and that's how it propped itself up. America propped up Pakistan vis-a-vis India because of the erstwhile alignments that we had. And that's where its success story came, and that's how it was able to fund all these activities. Now those funds have dried up, and the Chinese have a different modus operandi. They don't dole out the money. They exact more than a pound of flesh, and they say that you generate your own funds. We will back you, but you have to figure out your own revenue.
Anand, firstly, thank you for having me on your show. I look at this in this way that ISI does successive waves of reinventing their diabolic plots. See, we had conventional tanzeems, Hizbul, LET, JEM, and then FATF and other pressure came. So they repackaged the whole thing and made it into TRF and PAF, which is, giving it a thing of resistance front, anti-fascist front, and now that is also not worked. Elections are looming, delimitation has happened, economy is bouncing back. So what do you next? What do you do next? So you come out with something like this. Now IS, Vilay in Pakistan, resonates to a certain extent in Islamic nations. It does, because there is this mythological belief of caliphates that you can have a Khorasan province. So technically, Hindustan is not part of that. It was only Turkmenistan, Afghanistan and those areas. But you have invented Greater Khorasan and you have said Vilaya in Pakistan. So you have done this against the strange thing, and you are trying to now get in TTP, which is a little difficult. I hope TTP doesn't join this stupid mission. And also, Anand, I also want to say, is self-financing that we are talking about, selling properties, many of these, DGP Vaid will be able to testify, are grabbed properties. They are not legitimately owned properties. You have grabbed them under coercion, and now you are trying to make whatever money you can make out of it. So it is a very diabolic kind of plot which is developing, and I would appeal to all our intelligence agencies in states. It's sad that in Patna this plot was brewing and state intelligence was not able to catch it. Everybody has to keep their antennas up.
Right. No, absolutely. We will take this story forward later tonight on the right stand. It becomes our top story focus also, along with what we have unearthed in connection with the Bihar PFI module and those PFI files. There are more aspects coming to the fore. General Singh, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you with us here at CNN News 18. I'm going to request SP Vaid to stay on with us as far as the investigations into the Bihar PFI files is concerned. And that's where we now shift focus to here on the Nation at 5, where more revelations are emerging amid the crackdown on the Bihar terror module and the nexus and the involvement of the Popular Front of India's members and its members. Now, according to sources, Nupur Sharma's residential address has been and her phone number has been found on the phone of one of the three who've been arrested. That is Mohammad Atar Parvez, who's the old Simi hand, who's an active member of the PFI and the SDPI. When confronted by the cops, Atar Parvez said someone had forwarded it to him. That's what he has said. The police is now testing the phones forensically and trying to see who's the one who circulated Nupur Sharma's address and number, and how is it and what did Atar Parvez want to do with that. We've got Arunima on the phone line with us, and also Saurabh Rathore joining us live from Patna. We'll try and go across to Saurabh. Saurabh Rathore joining us with more. Yes, Saurabh, what have the cops been able to glean, and what has Atar Parvez revealed so far in the interrogation?
Yes, Anand, yesterday at 5 p.m. the remand of Atar Parvez and Arman Malik got over by the police, and then we got the official official statement from the police. They said that they had found Nupur Sharma's phone number and address in the mobile of Athar Parvez, and also many more revelations came out. They said that the police said that they were planning to attack at Nupur Sharma's residence also. So this was a quite chilling revelation. Also, Athar Parvez and Arman Malik, who were members of PFI, the police also said that they had connection with Kerala, because from Kerala most of the members from PFI used to come to Bihar, train people, radicalize them, and also send back to their homes to train more and more people. So also we got the information regarding the training camps. There are more than 15,000 youth, that those who have been radicalized already in Bihar, and also there are more than 15 camps in the state where the PFI has set their camps. Also, the police said that they were conducting searches at various locations in Bihar, namely Simanchal areas where the Muslim population is dense, namely the districts of Katihar, Araria, Kishanganj, Darbhanga, Bhagalpur. These were the districts in which the police are conducting raids, because most of the persons named in the FIR, in which 26 persons have been named, most of the persons are from the Simanchal area where the Muslim population is dense. So the police have given very crucial information, and also they are saying that they are investigating in the case. They are taking out, in fact they have also found a diary from Athar Parvez residence, in which phone numbers of various PFI leaders and those who used to come, address of those people are there mentioned in the diary. So the police, they are investigating more and more into this, and they are trying to contact and trace people who used to come to Bihar and train youth. Anand.
Well, so clearly more details coming to the fore, but Arunima, the important aspect is who has been circulating these numbers. If Athar Parvez is to be believed and he says somebody forwarded it to him, then who forwarded it? Because at that time around there were many people who started announcing bounty also.
See, if you scout social media, just open sources, you will figure that not only is Nupur Sharma's phone number made available online, a residential address, who all are part of a family, all of that has been made available on Twitter, on Facebook, on various other platforms. And that's exactly the plea with which she went to the Supreme Court. That, she has been attacked, she's been targeted, there have been rape threats made against her, and there is a threat to her life, and therefore she needs the Supreme Court's protection. So when Athar says that somebody forwarded it to him, since he's part of the PFI network, allegedly, since he is hobnobbing with people who are being labeled radicals by police, it is quite possible that from the same group which was making her number and her address public, somebody sent it to him. The question that Athar is being asked by the police is, why did he save that number? And why that question is important, why did he save her address, is because of this threat to Nupur Sharma, this threat which is being assessed as a real threat of somebody trying to bring bodily harm to her. Saving her residential address on his phone makes police suspicious if he was part of that grand conspiracy in any way.
Right. SP Vaidji is also with us. Mr. Vaid, this is quite startling, the way they all seem to be individual outfits and individual groups spread across the country, but somewhere all connected. And they all seem to have a Pakistan connection.
Mr. Narasimhan, listening to the statement of the interrogation report of Bihar police, one of your correspondents was reading that, it reminds me of what was happening in Kashmir. What ISI was trying to achieve in Jammu and Kashmir, it seems that PFI is trying to achieve same thing. It doesn't look that it is Bihar. It looks like it is Jammu and Kashmir. I think the aims of ISI and PFI seems to be same, to kill by hook or by crook Nupur Sharma and create communal rights in the country. They know it. The deep state in Pakistan knows it, and I'm sure the PFI is in touch with the deep state of Pakistan. Both want to achieve the same thing, and I think it is high time radical Islamist organization like PFI should be banned. It is, I think, a lot of water has flown now. I've been hearing for last 5 years. if the policymakers in Delhi needs to really save this country, they must go after this and whole hog. They must go against this organization. And I have no doubt about their intention of killing Nupur Sharma. In fact, few minutes back, BSF has handed over in Rajasthan. They had apprehended somebody, an ISI operative, who has been handed over by BSF to Rajasthan police, who has revealed that he has been targeted to kill Nupur Sharma, and he has crossed over on the instructions of the ISI. Look at what ISI wants to achieve from Pakistan. Your PFI here wants to achieve within the country. Look at their common
it is fueling
motive and goal.
radicalism and use any hook or anything as a peg to try and fuel this and to try and then go ahead and claim to the world that this is justified. Now, certain utterances by in the wisdom of certain people have also perhaps emboldened these outfits, thinking that they will be able to find a way to try and justify these acts of brutality. But let's come back to this story right now. And here we have more information coming in on this entire Bihar PFI files and the terror module. More breaking news coming in from top enforcement directorate sources, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Nation at 5, where the ED has now formally taken over the investigation of the Fulwari Sharif PFI terror module in Bihar. The ED has added that the current FIR made by the Bihar police will be a part of its investigation against the Popular Front. ED has written to the Bihar police to share all details related to findings during the investigation. The ED is trying to find out if the Kerala module of the PFI was funding the Bihar module as well. The ED will also investigate whether money of illegal mining in Jharkhand is being used by the PFI. Till now, the SIT of Bihar Police has arrested 4 people linked to the PFI, including a retired police official. We'll try and go across to Ashish Merishi for more details. Ashish, there is also perhaps collection in the name of charity or zakat, which there is an alleged misuse of the same. And also where this money was coming in from, because during interrogation, these people seem to have said that a lot of money came from Pakistan, Turkey, and also from Bangladesh.
So if you remember, Anand, if you remember when we broke the story about how the PFI funding was happening, and we were in possession of the charge sheet as well, the details of the charge sheet that was filed against the PFI, and it very clearly also mentioned, if you remember, the money that was coming from various countries. If you remember, 120 crore rupees money came over a period of time into the accounts of PFI, and this money was not coming only from India, it was coming from various countries. Now, it is not only that these various countries were transferring this money directly into the account of PFI, it was coming into certain people who were stationed in India. It was given in form of cash, and then further it was again submitted into the account of PFI as donations. Now, this is something really alarming for the state, reason being that the money trail very clearly indicates that yes, there is foreign design which is basically trying to create some sort of ruckus in India, and that is why the Enforcement Directorate has come into picture formally. They've already written about the terror module in Bihar, and they have already requested all documents. So we can expect the Enforcement Directorate to speed up investigation. They're not registering a new FIR because they already have an ECIR registered, and this current the current FIR that has been registered by Bihar Police will become a part of the investigation of the PFI in the Enforcement Directorate now.
Right. Ashish Merishi, SP Ved, Arunima and Saurabh, thank you very much for your inputs. Have to shift focus from Bihar to Haryana. We've just got information that the murderer of DK Singh, DSP SK Singh, beg your pardon, DSP SK Singh has been nabbed in an encounter. The dipper truck that was used to mow him down, DSP SK Singh, down in the Mewat region of Haryana near Nuh in the Panchgaon area in the hills as he was trying to crack down on illegal mining mafia. That dumper or that dumper truck has also been now recovered. We are given to understand that the case should be closed very soon. It could be cracked down very soon. There is a person by the name of Ikar has been shot. He got injured and now has been taken into custody. The encounter happened in that same area of Tauru, and DSP SK Singh was the DSP of the Tauru region. He is said to be the one of the accused and is said to be involved in the case of the overrunning of the DSP. Anshul now joins us live. Anshul, who's this person, Iker? Because we are given to understand there were two people in that dumper truck. And when DSP Singh, along with his gunman, tried to stop him or accost him, they ran him over and then they tried to make their way, get away. Who's this person, Iker?
So that's right. This is the first arrest in this case that has happened, Anand. And what we are picking up from the sources in the police is that they are telling us that Iker, he was trying to escape from this from the location with at least 3 to 4 of his accomplices. Now it is not very clear that if Iker was actually inside the dumper, but it is being said that he's actually involved with the mafia gang that operates over here. And it is still not very clear that if he was inside the truck and he was the person who ran over that truck over DSP Surinder Singh. Currently, Anand, I am standing at the very spot where the incident happened. I'll just try and show you in the visuals. If you could just see the kind of area that this is, and the DSP got a tip off over here that a truck would be present over here. A few trucks would be leaving from here, and on that information, the DSP just arrived over here just for a random checking, is what we are being told. And as soon as the DSP arrived here, he saw the truck hovering over here very recklessly, and when the DSP tried to stop that truck, the truck stopped over here. And what we are being told is that when the DSP asked for the papers and the registration papers and the license of the driver actually panicked and hence ran over him trying to escape from here. The truck came down from that side. I'll just try and show you. It is very, very clear over here that illegal mining has been happening over here from years and years, Anand, because you see the condition of these hills over here. It is very, very clear that illegal mining have been happening over here from years and years and years, and the government has not been able to put a hold on it. Although the government has come ahead and said that they had made various teams to control illegal land mining over here, but that definitely seems to fail. Now, keeping in mind the strictness that the government had put out, the DCP had himself come over here just to nab a few of the culprits red-handed. And as soon as they saw the DCP, they ran the truck over him, and from here they ran straight away. The dumper ran straight away. Now what the police is also telling us that yes, the police has the exact number of the truck, but it is still not very clear if that number was real or that number was fake. In the next few minutes, we are going to hear from Haryana Police and SP of Taru just to where he would talk to the media and give us more clarity about the whole sequence of events that transpired over here, and also about Iker, who has been
you're saying,
apprehended by
Anshul, that
the
we are
police.
expecting a press conference of the Haryana Police. The Taru SP, is he going to address a press conference now with more details? Has that dumper truck also been identified? And you say that there was an encounter. Does this mean that this person, Iker, and his accomplices were armed? Did the cops have to fire at them? What happened there? We are given to understand the person who's been nabbed is injured by the accused. He's one of the accused. What about the others?
So yes, when I spoke to the SP over here off record, he told me that yes, this person has been nabbed. He was with at least four of his accomplices. When the SP tried to stop their car, they in fact did not stop the car and tried to fled away from the spot as well. And Iker, who was inside the car, he was shot by the police in an attempt to stop that car. However, the other people who were inside the car, they managed to escape from the location. But yes, Iker was apprehended by the police, and the police has taken them into the custody. And it remains to be seen what comes out from the investigation that the Haryana police is going to do. Also, the
we'll stand by. We will stand by for that briefing. Anshul, we'll stand by for the briefing of the Haryana police and go to it whenever it happens here on the Nation at 5. We're tracking it here in our newsroom. But right now, shifting focus from Haryana back to Bihar, where in Sitamarhi there was a knifing incident, and there is a link to Nupur Sharma, because the allegation made by the family is that the person who's been knifed was actually watching a video of Nupur Sharma that led to an altercation, and then that person got knifed. The cops have a different story. They say it was an altercation that went bad, and both sides were trying to have a go at each other. But CNN News 18 has the visuals of this entire incident that took place outside a pawn shop and also a vehicle repair shop. You can see them in the visuals here, and you can see Ankit Jha is the person who's been admitted to hospital in a private hospital in Darbhanga, and you can see him walking around with the knife injury on his left hand side. You could see his shirt stained. The visuals are a little disturbing, so we've tried and make sure that they aren't as gory as they actually look at. We've tried to dress it up a little. But more importantly, that's Ankit Jha. He's got the injury there towards his right-hand side. It's on his right. It's on his right-hand side. Beg your pardon. It's on his right-hand side. You can see him. He's been attacked. There is a huge group of people standing there, and there is altercation. Now we are trying to see whether the accused has been nabbed, but clearly this video shows this is soon after the incident where he's taking off his shirt, and there he's walking around in his vest with the injury. But he has been knifed, that is for sure. There is altercation. There are people around the place. Let's try and get more details. Saurabh is joining us again. Saurabh, who knifed Ankit Jha? What was this altercation all about? The cops believe this was a private an argument turned bad. But have they been able to nab the accused, the person who knifed Ankit Jha?
Anand, this is the incident which took place on 16th of July, and 4 persons have been named in the FIR, although the FIR doesn't mention the name of Nupur Sharma because the family alleges that the name was forcefully removed by the police officers, telling them that they'll register the FIR only when the name of Nupur Sharma and a sarpanch would be removed, then only the FIR would be lodged. So anyhow, the police filed an FIR in which they named 4 persons who attacked Ankit Jha on that day, and among those 4, only 2 have been arrested, 2 are still absconding, and they are the police. They are saying that it was not the case of Nupur Sharma; it was just an altercation, and the incident happened between the friends and not because of the Nupur Sharma's statement. But if we hear the bite of the victim, he clearly says that it was him who posted stories on Facebook regarding Nupur Sharma's statement, and because of that, these boys came and first they asked about that was the video posted by Ankit Jha. When he said yes, then they started attacking Ankit, and also they tried to stab Ankit with knife, and in fact they stabbed him for 6 times in his stomach. So Ankit Jha's condition is so far he was critically injured, but now he is recovering in Darbhanga private hospital. But the police, they are adamant. They are saying that the role of Nupur Sharma is not in the picture, and it was just an altercation fight, and which clearly shows that the police is washing their hands off, and they are trying
but the point is that how is it that in broad daylight people are taking out, drawing out knives and deciding to knife somebody? That's another cause for concern in terms of what's happening on ground in Sitamarhi. Thank you for your input, Saurabh. We're going to take a very, very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us. When we come back, it's the split in the Shiv Sena with Eknath Shinde further consolidating his position. It's all about the symbol now. Is it within his reach? We tell you when we come back.
An overall lackadaisical approach with egregiously poor decision-making. That's how a new investigation report describes the law enforcement response in the Uvalde school shooting. The report repeatedly notes a lack of clear command during the shooting. It lists 376 members of law enforcement on the scene, including many from federal agencies.
There is multiple opportunities, depending on the relative training and experience of law enforcement officers, to at least ask more questions.
But investigators didn't find any responders acted maliciously. In fact, these officers helped children and teachers escape.
I got another kid.
What are we doing here? The report gives families more answers, but little comfort.
Meanwhile, in New York, there were long queues of people waiting to get the monkeypox vaccine. With nearly 500 cases, the city has become the epicenter of the outbreak of the disease in the U.S., but only 9,200 slots became available on a dedicated website this weekend. Within 7 minutes, all slots were full. The race for the next UK PM is heating up. The Conservative Party leadership contest is now headed to its final stage, and former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak looks certain to be one of the top 2 candidates to replace Boris Johnson. UK's former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch is the wild card in this tightly contested race. So where do things stand right now for Rishi Sunak? Round 1 of voting, it happened on the 13th of July. He secured 88 votes, which was the highest of all the candidates. He was ranked number 1. Round 2 happened on the 14th of July. He secured 101 votes in that as well. Again, he led the pack of conservative hopefuls. In round 3, the voting for which happens on the 18th of July, Rishi Sunak is among the top 5 candidates in the fray, and we will know later tonight where he stands. There are still more rounds to go. On the 19th of July, which is tomorrow, there will be round 4, and on the 20th, there will be round 5. And finally, the final round that happens later this week on the 21st of July, it will whittle down the field to just the final 2 contenders. And the final decision will be revealed on the 5th of September. Russian forces struck Pokrovsk, a city in Ukraine's Donetsk region. The city was hit twice with Iskander-M ballistic missiles, leaving at least 1 person dead and 14 injured. According to officials on ground, 30 buildings in the city were damaged as a result of the strike. The United States has decided not to impose any sanctions against India for purchasing the S-400 missile systems, the defense systems from Russia. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a legislative amendment which waives off any punitive sanctions on India under CAATSA. The U.S. is supporting India amid China's growing belligerence. India has also signed a $5 billion deal with Russia for 5 units of the S-400 air defense systems. Then, President of the United States, Donald Trump, had warned of sanctions in retaliation to this purchase. Sri Lanka's acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe has declared a state of emergency as citizens struggle to get their hands on basic necessities.
I'm in Colombo at one of the few gas stations that's actually pumping petrol right now. We had to drive around past at least 2 or 3 before we found this one, and we could spot the fact that it was open because the line was stretching not even around the block, but like several blocks down.
In Sri Lanka these days, they say petrol is more precious than gold, which explains the heavily armed guards.
I've never seen anything quite like this. We've been talking to people waiting in these lines, some of them waiting as long as 6 days.
Long queues at fuel stations in Sri Lanka is the new normal.
How long have you been waiting here?
Since Monday, like 6 days.
6 days?
Yeah.
The situation is so dire that many people are ditching their cars and motorcycles for bicycles for their daily commute.
Star England all-rounder and 2019 World Cup final hero Ben Stokes made a surprise announcement that he's retiring from one-day cricket. The 31-year-old said that playing all 3 formats has become unsustainable for him. He will play his last one-dayer against South Africa at his home ground in Durham tomorrow. 20 years after they first began dating, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married this weekend in Las Vegas. Lopez took to a website to confirm the news and also shared pictures from the intimate ceremony. The pair called off their first engagement in January of 2004 and then went on to marry and have children with other people. They rekindled their romance last year. Meanwhile, this seaside wedding in Hawaii was interrupted by a series of giant waves crashing into the ceremony. The now viral video shows the guests running in the opposite direction while a big wall-like wave crashes through the wedding reception. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. At least 13 people were killed after a bus plunged into the Narmada River in Dhar district in Madhya Pradesh.
The bus was heading towards Pune from Indore when it lost control. It fell off the Kalghat Sanjay Setu after crashing into a railing of the bridge in Dhar. The bus fell more than 100 feet into the river, sinking to the bottom of Narmada. Locals and officials struggled to rescue the people on board.
तमाम प्रशासनिक अधिकारी जो है मौके पर हैं, साथ ही रेस्क्यू टीम एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी यहाँ पे मौके पर है और गोताखोर की टीम भी है और जो है अभी प्रारंभिक तौर पर जो है कुल 13 लोगों के शव जो है वो बाहर निकालने की बात कही जा रही है, हालांकि अभी इसकी किसी ने पुष्टि नहीं की है.
At least 40 people were on board the ill-fated bus. A crane was used to pull it out of the fierce waters.
In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, 12 party MPs are now reportedly in touch with Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and they are likely.
Back on the Nation at 5 with news just coming in on the Upar cinema tragedy where there is relief for the Ansal brothers. The court, while quashing their appeal against evidence tampering judgment, has come out and said that you have served enough time in jail, so we are not going to give you any more jail time, and also on health grounds. So that's what they have said, that the period undergone in the case is the sentence for you. Ananya now joins me with more details. The convicts had challenged the conviction and sentence of 7 years on this. This is one of the cases. This has been going on till about what, more than 2 decades now?
Yes, this case has been going on for more than 2 decades. However, last year, the Patiala House Court had in fact given out a 7-year jail term to the Ansel brothers and 2 more convicts into this whole particular case, following which they'd approached the High Court and the Patiala House Court in an appeal, clearly stating that they need a remorse and they are having remorse for their activities, and hence they want the jail term to be reduced. But then the court has definitely dismissed the appeal, but then the quantum of sentence has now been completely waived off. The court has noted that the Ansel brothers are too much in age, and hence on health grounds this has been given. In fact, the court has also said that morally I definitely agree with the arguments that have been given out by the complainant, and a lot of lives were lost into the Upar fire tragedy case, but then I have to see it legally, and hence penal policy is no case for retribution, and hence he has given out a waiver to this whole sentencing. But what is very, very crucial to note is that the 2.25 crore compensation that the Ansel brothers will still have to pay, the court has not given out any relief into that aspect.
Right. So there is reduction in the sentence on age and health grounds, but there is no acquitting them of any of the guilt nor of the penalty or fine that they have to pay. Thank you for that update, Ananya. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving on, shifting focus to what's happening with Maharashtra and the Shiv Sena, particularly Kiski Sena. Whose Shiv Sena is it? It will be decided with the person who retains the symbol between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray. And clearly Eknath Shinde is getting stronger and stronger with not just councillors and ward electees, but more and MLAs, but now even MPs of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are making a shift towards the Shinde camp. Clearly, Eknath Shinde in the national capital with trying to stake claim with the election commission also that he's the one who's controlling Balasaheb Shiv Sena, and he should be the one who should be allowed to use the iconic bow and arrow symbol of the Shiv Sena. Now, the MPs, Shiv Sena MPs who have actually pledged support to Eknath Shinde have also met Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla in Parliament. This is after they've also met with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is scheduled to address a press conference before he heads back to Mumbai. I've got Varun Singh, political analyst, and Mr. Rajagopalan, senior journalist with us. Now it's not just a fight for legacy. For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence, because without the symbol, with Sarkar gai, abhi party and symbol bhi chala jayega, Mr. Rajagopalan. What does the rule book say here?
Anand, the point is very legal. If you speak about the legality, Eknath Shinde stands to have a good chance. He is building up a case. He got a lot of MLAs. Now he has produced his MPs very well. My understanding is tomorrow the Supreme Court is taking it up. And very important thing, all the 12 MPs who met Mr. Om Birla today, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, they are worried about 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And if they lost, the symbol, and Modi poster is not there with them in the rural area of Maharashtra. Incidentally, I am in Mumbai. It's very raining. The point is, in Mumbai, the bus is that Eknath Shinde will get the bow and arrow. And second thing, the Mumbai municipal election, which is very worrisome for the Shinde group. Before that, they want to get that bow and arrow symbol. And it's a defeat for Uddhav Thackeray, a great win for Eknath Shinde. Today, as you said, he is going to address a press conference very soon. Let us see what is going to happen.
Now, does the decision, Varun Singh, rest with the Election Commission or with the Supreme Court? Because in this case, the person who has not just the numbers for defection, he's not defecting. He's actually saying, I control the party. So the party belongs to me, not to Uddhav Thackeray. Because he says the MLAs, councillors, MPs, they're all with me. I have the numbers. So do the numbers matter? Or does the fact that whose lineage matters? Who's the party president currently? And will it all depend upon the constitution, what the constitution of the Shiv Sena itself says?
See, to be honest, now the Election Commission will decide, because Eknath Shinde is going to present his case to the Election Commission, and it will be the Election Commission that will be deciding, the way it decided in the case of LJP also earlier. But, you know, whatever I hear from Shinde camp, they are not just planning to take the MLAs and MPs and ward officers or councillors, but they are also now planning to oust Aditya Thackeray from Yuva Sena. which was formed in 2010. They yesterday held a meeting where they are removing all those people who were close to Aditya Thackeray, including his maternal cousin, Varun Sardesai, who was sacked last evening as the secretary of Yuva Sena, which is directly, of which president is Aditya Thackeray. And even at ground level, his son, Shrikant Shinde, and another MLA, Pratap Sarnaik's son, Purvesh Sarnaik, who himself is a corporator, now they have decided to tour Maharashtra, rural area of Maharashtra, and gain more support. And in the coming days, you will see clearly that Eknath Shinde will not only have the MLA MPs, but even the Shakha Pramukhs, Vibhag Pramukhs, those officers in the Shiv Sena party and leaders and deputy leaders supporting him. So it is clear that he will have the bow and arrow symbol, because as per the Election Commission and the rules and regulations, the person who holds the party, who leads the party, has the power to hold the election symbol also.
But as per the party's constitution, he has not established himself as party president. Mr. Rajgopalan, you say you're in Mumbai and the buzz is that Eknath Shinde will prevail. The BMC elections are important for the Shiv Sena because for nearly 3 decades they've held sway. For the Shiv Sena, their existence is the BMC. That's where the party's image, revenue, etc., everything comes from, and from there they expanded their foothold across the rest of Maharashtra. What are experts saying? Will the ECI, and also in your understanding, will the ECI actually decide in favor of Eknath Shinde? Do you think the indication that the rebel MPs are still, there are more deep camping from Uddhav faction towards the Shinde faction shows, or is an indication of which way the wind is blowing?
The wind is blowing in Eknath Shinde's side very clearly, Anand. My understanding is the Election Commission will at least give 3 or 4 hearings to both the sides and finally decide in favor of Eknath Shinde. The reason being, Eknath Shinde has got MLAs, MPs, and also cadre. By the time Election Commission gives the argument both sides, they will have the cadre also with them. And second thing, the highest policy making body of Shiv Sena, as Varun Singh has established, the Sangh Pramukhs are going to have an important role. That is the reason why Mr. Eknath Shinde is camping in Delhi and worried about the Uddhav Thackeray faction, because in Shiv Sena it is going to be only Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. The remaining force, sab log idhar aa jayega Eknath Shinde. That is the buzz I am hearing from Mumbai circles. And second thing, Anand, you are from Mumbai. I am now in Delhi to Mumbai. I am only on a short stay. But the buzz in Mumbai is very, very strong that Eknath Shinde is going to have the major chunk of Shiv Sena, and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will be, without any cadre.
Right. Right. Varun Singh and Mr. Rajgopalan, always a pleasure speaking with you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll keep close tabs on what's happening. Kiski Shiv Sena. It's swinging. Right now, it seems to be heavily loaded in favor of Eknath Shinde. More trouble for Uddhav Thackeray. Stay with us. We're going to take a very, very short break here on The Nation at 5.
Any punitive sanctions on India under CAATSA. The US is supporting India amid China's growing belligerence. India has also signed a $5 billion deal with Russia for 5 units of the S-400 air defense systems. Then, President of the United States, Donald Trump, had warned of sanctions in retaliation to this purchase. Sri Lanka's acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency as citizens struggle to get their hands on basic necessities.
I'm in Colombo at one of the few gas stations that's actually pumping petrol right now. We had to drive around past at least 2 or 3 before we found this one, and we could spot the fact that it was open because the line was stretching not even around the block, but like several blocks down.
In Sri Lanka these days, they say petrol is more precious than gold, which explains the heavily armed guards.
I've never seen anything quite like this. We've been talking to people waiting in these lines, some of them waiting as long as 6 days.
Long queues at fuel stations in Sri Lanka is the new normal.
How long have you been waiting here?
Since Monday, like 6 days.
6 days?
Yeah.
The situation is so dire that many people are ditching their cars and motorcycles for bicycles for their daily commute.
Star England all-rounder and 2019 World Cup final hero Ben Stokes made a surprise announcement that he's retiring from one-day cricket. The 31-year-old said that playing all three formats has become unsustainable for him. He will play his last one-dayer against South Africa at his home ground in Durham tomorrow. 20 years after they first began dating, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married this weekend in Las Vegas. Lopez took to a website to confirm the news and also shared pictures from the intimate ceremony. The pair called off their first engagement in January of 2004 and then went on to marry and have children with other people. They rekindled their romance last year. Meanwhile, this seaside wedding in Hawaii was interrupted by a series of giant waves crashing into the ceremony. The now viral video shows the guests running in the opposite direction while a big wall-like wave crashes through the wedding reception. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. At least 13 people were killed after a bus plunged into the Narmada River in Dhar district in Madhya Pradesh.
The bus was heading towards Pune from Indore when it lost control. It fell off the Kalghat Sanjay Setu after crashing into a railing of the bridge in Dhar. The bus fell more than 100 feet into the river, sinking to the bottom of Narmada. Locals and officials struggled to rescue the people on board.
तमाम प्रशासनिक अधिकारी जो है मौके पर हैं, साथ ही रेस्क्यू टीम एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी यहाँ पे मौके पर है और गोताखोर की टीम भी है और जो है अभी प्रारंभिक तौर पर जो है कुल 13 लोगों के शव जो है वो बाहर निकालने की बात कही जा रही है, हालांकि अभी इसकी किसी ने पुष्टि नहीं की है.
At least 40 people were on board the ill-fated bus. A crane was used to pull it out of the fierce waters.
In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, 12 party MPs are now reportedly in touch with Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and they are likely to switch sides to his camp. These 12 MPs are expected to fly to Delhi. Shinde himself will be in the capital later tonight. Meanwhile, the Uddhav camp MPs Sanjay Raut, Priyanka Chaturvedi and Vinayak Raut met with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla before a possible division in the party. After Karnataka, the hijab storm has reached Maharashtra. Some Muslim girls in Washim claim that they were asked to remove their hijab at the examination center for the NEET. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has cited the Supreme Court's order and said that the uniform rule should be strictly followed. The Supreme Court has directed the Uttar Pradesh police to not file or take any precipitative action against Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair in connection with the 5 FIRs that have been registered against him in UP. He's already got bail from the Supreme Court in a 6th case, but is under arrest in a case registered in Hathras. The court observed that it seems to be a vicious cycle where the moment Zubair gets bail in one case, another FIR is registered against him. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will hear pleas challenging the new recruitment scheme of the armed forces, the Agnipath. The central government has also filed a caveat in the top court, urging it to hear the government in the petitions filed before it. The scheme allows youths to serve in the armed forces for 4 years. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia chaired a one-on-one meeting with heads of airline companies to review flight safety measures. Meanwhile, aviation regulator DGCA has cited incorrect diagnosis of defects and lack of manpower to certify aircraft as the fit for reasons behind the snags. This comes amid a series of incidents of technical malfunction involving SpiceJet Airlines. An India-bound Russian cargo sent by train using the ambitious international North-South transport corridor for the first time has reached Iran. Now, what's the importance of the North-South corridor? It's a 7,200-kilometer long multi-mode transport project. The project primarily is used for moving freight. It has the backing of India and Russia. It reduces the transit time between India and Russia, as well as lowers the carriage cost between India and Russia by about 30%. There were massive protests at a private school in Kallakurchi over the weekend after a Class 12 student committed suicide.
Buses vandalized, stones pelted, clashes between police and protesters. Tamil Nadu is tense after a Class 12 student was found dead in a hostel in the Kallakurchi.
Back on the nation at 5 with a spotlight trained towards the United Kingdom where Rishi Sunak has his nose ahead. Now, another round of voting happened last evening. One more candidate off the fray. It's down to 4 people and Rishi Sunak is steadily, increasingly consolidating. But I have to also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that there are others too. Liz Truss is also increasing. She's just behind him. Last evening, Rishi Sunak polled 115 votes in the third round that happened last evening. Penny Mordaunt had 82, and he had Liz Truss at third with 71 votes. Kemi Badenoch with 58 is number 4, and you had Tom Tugendhat, who has now opted out of the race when he had just 31 votes. Sanjay Suri with us. Sanjay Suri, this is landmark. This is like a never before in British Parliament and also British politics. Will there be enough support for Rishi Sunak to write history as far as British Parliament is concerned? And more importantly, the Indian origins now are being talked up. That's why it's also bringing up huge amount of his India connection, directly, indirectly, is become a subject matter of interest. How is he doing, and is he getting popular by the day?
His popularity is snowballing, and it is snowballing where it matters. We've had 3 rounds of voting so far. The 4th is underway as we speak, and in less than 2 hours we'll have the result for that. But that result doesn't put Rishi Sunak's position as leader in this race into question. This 4th round and the 5th round to follow tomorrow will seek to determine who will stand against him. Rishi Sunak's position in this as the front runner by far is very clear. The question now is what happens when the voting moves into the next round, and the next round following tomorrow, when we have a final shortlist of 2, will be determined by about 160,000 Conservative Party members. And there are signs already that there is a good deal of ground level support for Rishi Sunak among Conservative Party members. There's a real chance now. We are very close to making history that no one could have foreseen. Certainly, Winston Churchill could not have foreseen when you have someone of Indian origin as the Prime Minister of Britain. We are not there, but we are well on our way.
Well, Britain has come a long way from Churchill, that's for sure. And I don't want to say beyond that right now, Sanjay Suri, but you get the drift. But let me ask you this voting process. Is there a transfer of votes which happen, or with each round does the vote happen independently? So I just want to understand, now that Tom has bowed out, so he got 31 votes. So does he transfer, does he have the right, or can he ask those who voted for him to transfer their vote? Or is it an individual canvassing which happens? Because we are seeing that steadily, you had Penny's vote come down by 1, but Liz Truss, between the second and the third round, has gone up. She has gone up by about 8, beg your pardon, 7. Rishi Sunak, on the other hand, has gone up by 14. So clearly, with each candidate dropping out, or each of the challengers dropping out, more votes are transferring for Rishi, comparatively.
Yes, and it is not the case that if a candidate drops out, then the hitherto supporters of that candidate will all vote the way that candidate asks them to. Their vote and their support for that candidate was lasting to the extent that they were voting for that particular candidate. But if that person is knocked out, they will take their independent positions. We saw that Suella Braverman went out first. She was a very strong supporter for Liz Truss. A lot of her votes clearly did not go the Liz Truss way. Who has much to worry about? It is the accepted wisdom for today's round that with Rishi Sunak, of course, in the lead, it's between Penny Mordaunt and Liz Truss. But a lot of people do think that Kemi Badenoch may still surprise someone.
Right. We'll see how it turns out and how it pans out. 4th round of voting later tonight. We'll keep close tabs. Sanjay Suri, thank you very much. Out of time here on The Nation at 5. We've got to say goodbye, but Zaka's ready with Viewpoint. Stay with us.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. There was big relief today for expelled BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. The Supreme Court today ruled that no coercive action can be taken against her till the 10th of August. The court also accepted her counsel's argument that she was facing ever more increasing rape and death threats post the last hearing when the court gave her a tongue lashing. The question now is, with the court acknowledging the threats posed by the likes of a Salman Chishti, is it time for the court to also uphold its own long-held principle that for the same offence, only one FIR needs to be filed, which is the basic premise on which Nupur Sharma has knocked on the doors of the Supreme Court yet again.
Nearly a month after her controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad sparked a firestorm within and outside the country. Former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma was granted relief by the Supreme Court. She cannot be arrested in the multiple cases filed against her in different states. The court has asked various states to respond to her request to club multiple FIRs against her. It will now take up Nupur Sharma's request to club all 9 FIRs against her on the 10th of August. The respite comes after Nupur Sharma's lawyer told the Supreme Court that she was facing increasing threats to her life and had been unable to seek any other legal recourse. In fact, she claims that the threats had increased after the top court's scathing observations against her earlier this month. The very same bench had said Nupur Sharma's comments were responsible for the murder of Kanhaiya Lal, a tailor in Udaipur, who had put up social media posts in support of her. The judges had also accused Nupur Sharma of being single-handedly responsible for the unrest in India and demanded that she apologize to the nation. Those observations hold little meaning now, with the court granting Nupur Sharma interim relief. So were the threats to Nupur Sharma from the likes of Ajmer Dargah Khadim Gohar Chishti a turning point in the case?
All right, so has the court acknowledged the subsequent threats after the last hearing, and which is why the court now seems to be open to the idea of clubbing all the FIRs, which is why notices have been issued to at least half a dozen state governments. Let me go across to our guests who are joining us. Tushar Gupta, senior editor for Rajya Magazine. Ashpreet Kadyal, advocate and spokesperson of the Congress, will be joining us. Ashwini Dubey, advocate of the Supreme Court, and Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kasmi, Muslim scholar, joining us. Tushar, I'll start with you first. This is what the Supreme Court said, that in light of subsequent events, as in from events that have happened post-July 1, the previous hearing, the concern of this court is how to ensure that the petitioner is able to seek alternate remedy, and in order to explore such a modality, we are issuing notices. So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Good evening, Zaka. Absolutely, yes. I think it's an indirect admission from the Apex Court that perhaps they erred when it came to the statements that they made in the previous hearing. Again, the Apex Court had all the right to lambast Nupur Sharma for her remarks. No one is taking that right away from them. But at the same time, they should have acknowledged the threat that was prevailing around her and her family, and the incidents that happened around Udaipur and Amravati, that should have been factored in. Now we had another incident this morning in Bihar. There are rumors if it was linked to Nupur Sharma or not. But nevertheless, it's an indirect admission from the court that the remarks they made perhaps did not go down well with the public. They need to factor in the threats she's been getting from different states, how different state governments might want to harass her in order to score some political brownie points. So yes, I see it as an indirect admission from the Apex Court.
Ashwini Dubey, the Supreme Court also noted today in its hearing that after its order on July 1, various incidents, including one, and I quote, Salman Chishti claiming to be the Khadim of the Ajmer Dargah, has circulated a video calling for the killing of the petitioner. So clearly, the court is concerned about some of these loose talks that we have seen, the open rape and death threats. Today, we have a situation where somebody who was arrested in Bihar, part of an ISIS gang, had Nupur Sharma's residential address on his phone. That is as clear as daylight as a threat that she can get.
Yes, and thank you, Jakat. See, the Supreme Court is custodian of the Constitution, and the life and liberty of each individual is important for the Supreme Court. See, this is one. Second point is legally even, not only on the ground of the threat which has been extended, legally also the Nupur's case should have been stayed on the earlier occasion, though the Supreme Court has stayed it keeping in with the recent threats, and the court have observed in the order, have said that there was a death threat to the Nupur Sharma. Somebody tried to cross the border from the Pakistan. See, the second FIR, the second law is the second FIR for the same offence is not permissible, as it would be violative of Article 22, Article 21, Section 300 of CRPC. And the second thing is that the legal system is meant to provide justice to every individual and not to harass them. And when the states start patronizing the offenses, when the states, the the FIRs are being registered on the basis of political vendetta, on the similar cause of action, multiple FIRs. What happened against the Amish Devgan? What happened against the Arnav Goswami, Rohit Ranjan, even Narayan Rane? Say 10 FIRs for one condemnation in the same state. The Mahavikas Aghadi government registered. So it is not here the first case. And time and again, Supreme Court being the custodian of the Constitution have come forward and have stayed those offences, which are registered on the basis.
So the court has issued notices to state governments including Delhi, Maharashtra, Telangana, West Bengal, Karnataka and Uttar Pradesh asking for responses before the 10th of August. And the court clearly saying, Ashpreet Kadyal, that the topmost concern is the subsequent threats that she has now had to face after the comments that the bench made on the 1st of July. So clearly the court also seems to be inclined to upholding a judicial principle which it first upheld in the TT Anthony case, that is, for the same offence, you cannot have multiple FIRs. Ashpreet.
See, number one, whether multiple FIRs can be there or not is something that the court would decide upon. As of now, it's just the status report that's been demanded by the Supreme Court, that the states should clarify if they are comfortable and convenient, if they deem it convenient, that all the FIRs would be combined. See, number two is that threat to Nupur Sharma, threat to anyone, the state should make sure that the threat is done away with and the person is secured and is given security. There is no doubt about that. But nevertheless, the first thing that is to be taken into consideration is that Nupur Sharma had given a statement which attracted FIRs because it was an offence, Section 295A, Section 504 IPC, and it is all in all likelihood, there could be an addition of sections also that could be done. Number three, the Honorable, Supreme Court has demanded this. It does not mean that all the states would say that, yes, they are comfortable with it. Some states might keep it with themselves. Some states might say
one second. I have a problem with the phrase whether states are comfortable. I don't think it's a question of comfort or not. It's a question of a principle of law. Now, you outlined 3 sections that have been filed against her. All 3 sections are similar in all the FIRs. So it's a principle of law whether, look, the offence was one. There were not multiple offences. There was one offence that she committed, speaking in a particular television channel in a TV debate. For that one offence, on the same charges, you can't have cases filed from Delhi to Karnataka.
Wrong. This is where you are wrong, Zaka. Law is all about interpretation. Just because 295A has been invoked in a particular FIR does not mean there cannot be any other section. Section 504 of the IPC is about provoking the peace in a state. Breaching that peace. And there can be more sections as well. According to the interpretation, police stations do it. An FIR is done by an SHO, not by you or me.
Which is exactly what, Ashpreet, the court is saying, that for the same offence, you cannot have multiple, because if you're going to do that, then, SHOs all over the country are going to file cases for everything that happens outside their jurisdiction. But be that as it may, let me go to Maulana Masood Al-Hasan Qasmi. Maulana Masood Al-Hasan Qasmi, the question that's also being asked is, Nupur Sharma, given the kind of threats that she's facing, and today the court has explicitly named one Salman Chishti, this video which came out a few weeks ago, who explicitly called for physically hurting her for, for her beheading, for the comments that she made. Today the court has acknowledged that these comments are a reason for why it has taken a diametrically opposite position today as opposed to what we heard from the court on the 1st of July. So can we at least acknowledge that people like Salman Chishti are actually fishing in troubled waters and making this even worse than what it already was?
Zaka, let me clarify it first that the people like Salman Chishti and another Chishti from Dargah, Ajmer Dargah, they are also further vitiating the communal atmosphere in our country. But the people, today Honorable Supreme Court has given some relief to Nupur Sharma and has stopped her from getting arrested. So this is the court's matter. SC is expected to hear the both side before coming to any conclusion, before coming to any judgment. So this is normal processing of the court. We should not celebrate this. We should not divide the country over this issue, that this is the victory for that.
No, nobody is saying it's a victory. Again, Kazmi Saab, it's a principle of law. Once again, it's a principle. No, once again, Kazmi Saab, hear me out. Hear me out. Please hear me out. It's a principle of law. Number one, that for the same offence, you can't have multiple FIRs from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Number two, that unless you hear one side or the and the other, you cannot take coercive action, because then that becomes the power of arrest or the fear of arrest becomes an instrument in the hands of the state. Now, you can very well argue it's being selectively applied. Maybe it's being applied in Nupur's case today, but it's not being applied in other cases. That's a fair argument. But on principle, you cannot say that fear of arrest has to be there and fear of arrest can be used by the state just to harass people.
No, the comments which made by Nupur Sharma are highly condemnable.
Yes.
And the nation also awaits her arrestment, because in the similar cases, and similar blasphemous cases, many people have been arrested. They have faced the law, they have gone jail, then they got bail. So, nation also is awaiting that this lady also should face the law, and it should also be a deterrent for other people.
Arrest cannot be a matter of routine, Kazmi Saab. That is the point. Anyway, Tushar, I want to ask, what he's not spelling out explicitly is, how come the court gave, interim relief to Nupur Sharma, no coercive action till the 10th of August, but the same court has not extended that similar interim relief to, let's say, for example, a Mohammed Zubair, who's facing multiple cases for the same offence in multiple jurisdictions?
No, see, the offences for which Zubair is under arrest and under investigation also have FCRA regulations as a question, also have the donations that his organization took from abroad when they were not authorized to as a question. There is also the question of destroying evidence when he refused to hand over the electronic gadgets to the Delhi police. So there are a lot of difference here between the offences committed by Nupur Sharma and the offences committed by Mohammed Zubair. Now, coming to one question.
No, but the original offence, again, I can't come back to the principle, the original offence for which he was arrested and brought to Delhi was allegedly over a tweet that he put out in 2018. That was the original offence. The subsequent cases have all been filed subsequently.
But a lot of relief has been granted. In some cases, he has already been granted relief. But right now, the question is coming up that if Nupur can be given interim relief, why do you have Zubair under investigation? So just to clear that out, he's under investigation for destruction of evidence for the gadgets that he was supposed to hand over to the police. He's under investigation for the FCRA regulations, which his organization allegedly violated. So this needs to be clear before we draw a comparison between the two.
Okay, I want to go back to Ashwini Dubey. Again, I come back to the question of the court has also said that Nupur Sharma, it is not its intention for Nupur Sharma to visit every court for relief. Can we then interpret that the court will extend the same to others? I'm not taking any names here, to others also who may be facing similar multiple FIRs for the same offence.
Thank you, Jaka. Please permit me to speak for 50 seconds. There are two, the cardinal principle which you discussed, the TT Antony case, that's the basic law which is looked into when the FIR is registered on the similar cause of action at different places. But the courts have to see the facts, whether the case fulfill the criteria of test of sameness, because there are two tests which is to be passed in the criminal jurisprudence. First test is the test of sameness. Test of sameness is when the FIR relates to the same incident in respect of the same occurrence, or in regard to the incidents having two or more parts of the same cause of action, which is the case here. Now, the another test is test of consequence. When different offences are committed in the course of the same transaction by the same person, or offences arising as a consequence of a prior offence. Why here? So you are discussing about Zubair's case. Maybe, but there are foreign funding which is being looked into. Had it been the case that he has made certain tweets, allegedly made certain tweets which have hurted the religious feelings, only 153 to 95, then it would have passed the test of sameness. But when the questions comes of test of consequence, that has to be decided by the court of law. So it is, if it is if it is the violation of the law, then of course courts come to the plane. Why I am saying, if you remember in TT case, what Supreme Court says, that the second FIR for the same offence is not permissible, as it would jeopardize the life and liberty of the individual. But in Lalu Yadav's case, you see what Supreme Court said, since the Chara Ghotala happened in different parts of the state, though the person was same, Ghotala was same, but transaction was different. And that test is also one of the test of consequence was not passed. So that has to be looked into by the court of law. But ultimately, you and everyone would agree that whether this trend of harassment by making the person run from one state to another and from one court to another
and more
is
importantly,
to be
the subsequent threats that she's facing. So Harshpreet, I'll give you the final word. The court has also explicitly acknowledged, it named one Salman Chishti for issuing a death threat to her. There have been others as well. It has explicitly acknowledged that that perhaps is one of the singular factors for why the court today issued notices to respective state governments, was inclined to clubbing the FIRs, and more importantly gave Nupur Sharma interim relief till the, from coercive action till the 10th of August.
Number one, there is no law at all whatsoever that says that the FIR, there cannot be multiple FIRs. Let me make it crystal clear once and for all. Number two, an offense that is violating religious sentiments for you, Jacob, could be an offense that is violating my peace, my state's peace. There could be, dangas that could happen because of that, and so much more. So offense can be different in different FIRs. There is no doubt about that. I can tell you as a Supreme Court lawyer. Number two, lookout notices, summons, everything was, issued. Despite that, nothing was answered by Nupur Sharma. Did she even once surrender? Did she even once answer the Supreme Court's notice, High Court's notice, police station's notices? Nothing at all was done. And let's not forget that back in the day, they had withdrawn this very petition. They had withdrawn because there was a critical remark made by that bench. And after that, just a few days ago, they refiled it so that they could revive that very petition. Then why did you withdraw it in the first place? This is something that the BJP needs to answer. Number two. This is number two. Mr. Justice Surya Kant was on this bench as well, was on the previous bench as well. And therefore, his remarks, if you are taking into consideration his remarks of this time, let's not take out the remarks that was given by Mr. Kant the last time as well. Which
no,
was
so one of the reliefs that she asked for in her petition today was to expunge some of the comments that the court made last time. That has not been looked into, at least not today. Maybe it will in the next hearing. For the moment, though, we'll leave it at that. I want to thank all our guests. I want to move across to another big story that is coming in. This is a hardcore political story. This is coming in from Karnataka. A big twist now in the war within the Congress party to be the next chief minister of the state of Karnataka. It is DK Shivakumar versus Siddaramaiah. And now DK Shivakumar has made an open pitch to be the chief ministerial face. And it's the first time that he's ever done so. Speaking at a public event, he said, and I quote, "I'm not a sannyasi, and I'm not wearing a saffron robe." He also went on to ask his community, the Vokkaligas, to rally behind him if they want someone from their community to become the chief minister of the state. Now, this comes after former Karnataka chief minister and arch rival Siddaramaiah reached out to Dalits and minorities, even going to the extent of saying that this is going to be his last assembly election, so wanting to play on the sympathy card. Elections in Karnataka are slated for 2023.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ತಲುಪಿದ್ದೀನಿ. CM ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಹಿಂದೆ ರ್ಯಾಲಿ ಆಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಆಗೋದು ಬಿಡೋದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ನನ್ನ ಕೈಯನ್ನು ಬಲಪಡಿಸಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ.
All right, I want to go across to Harish Upadhyay, who's joining us on this story. The fact that both of these leaders, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, met with Rahul Gandhi a few weeks ago, and supposedly there was a brokered peace, and now both of them are coming out and making comments suggesting that they want to be projected as the chief ministerial face, whether it was Siddaramaiah saying yesterday that this is going to be his last election, today DK Shivakumar saying that there should be somebody from his community as the chief ministerial face and that he's not a sannyasi. What does this mean for the Congress party?
Well, there is a sense within the Congress here that Mr. Siddaramaiah is pitching himself as the chief ministerial face, despite the High Command making it very clear that they will fight this election under the collective leadership banner, and having that huge birthday bash planned on August 3rd, and then trying to project it as a show of strength and also show that Siddaramaiah is the leader for the Ahinda community. It's a loose cluster of Dalits, backward classes and minorities, and that's one of the reasons now, Zaka, that you today see that DK Shivakumar is talking about becoming the Vokaliga leader. He hasn't done that before, although he's done it in a very subtle manner. But for the first time, you see, he's saying that I've told my community that after SM Krishna, you will perhaps see another Vokaliga leader from Congress becoming the chief minister. For that to happen, you need to rally behind me and strengthen my hands. So you are seeing DK Shivakumar, who's seen as a party loyalist, never speaking against the party, finally making his ambitions very clear. And also, he makes a comment when he's asked about the birthday bash of Mr. Siddaramaiah. He says, well, I can't be someone's spokesperson. I have my own limitations, making it very clear that he's not happy with the celebrations that are happening on the 3rd of August, but at the same time, he can't speak much. Remember, Congress's own survey says that they might end up with anywhere around 102 to 120 seats. But even for that to happen, the leadership here understands that both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have to work together. But right now, they seem to be not looking eye to eye.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost like a fratricidal war that's going on within the Congress party and within the top two in Karnataka, despite the High Command's best efforts to try and broker some kind of a peace. Both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar having a go at each other, if you will. We leave it at that. Let's now move on to another piece of breaking news that's coming through. This is from Kerala, where now we have word that the National Commission for Women has taken cognizance of the NEET exam controversy in Kerala, where multiple girl students have come forth and complained that they were asked to remove their undergarments if they needed to appear in the exam. The NCW has issued notices to the Kerala DGP. It's also written to the DGNTA, which is the National Testing Agency, for an independent probe in this matter. The NTA has come forth and said that no such controversy has happened and that such a thing was not reported in the immediate aftermath of this said incident. Let me go across first to Neetu Kumar, who's joining us on the phone line. So now it's not just the state government that's intervened. Even the National Commission for Women has taken cognizance of this matter and said that they need a probe.
Yeah, that's correct, Saka. Coming from all corners in the investigation, what we know is that so far 5 people have been taken into custody for questioning. This includes 3 from the agency tasked with this biometric testing and with the frisking, and also 2 from the college. These are basically sweepers in the college who were there at the moment, and the girls have identified their presence there is what we are understanding. So 5 of them have been taken in for questioning, and once that is over, the questioning is being done, once their role is clear, then the further process will go on, and only after that we know how many of them will be accused in this case. Now, Higher Education Minister in Kerala has also written to NTA as well as Union Education Minister stating that such instances should not happen, and NTA should give proper training to these agencies or these staff who are there to take care of these to make sure that these students don't have to face such kinds of humiliating instances in future. So now the National Commission for Women has also taken cognizance of this. The Kerala Women's Commission has also registered a suo motu case in this regard.
All right, Neetu, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story progresses. Yesterday, it was just 1 girl student who came forth. Today, 2 more have. So multiple accounts pointing in the same direction, that the security agency that was in charge of the security at this particular one test center for NEET in Kerala was asking girl students to remove their inner garments if they wanted to go in and take the exam. Meanwhile, more breaking news coming through. This is again political news from Maharashtra. Now 12 members of parliament of the Shiv Sena who have joined the Shinde camp. Remember, they met with the speaker earlier today, Rahul Shewale, who is the leader of that pack. He has been appointed as the Shiv Sena leader in the Lok Sabha. He now replaces Vinayak Raut, while Bhavna Gavli is the chief whip who replaces Rajan Vichare. We're also getting in word that these 12 MPs have said publicly now that they will be backing Jagdeep Dhankar's candidature as the vice president in the vice presidential elections. Let me go across to Siddhant, who has more details on this. So this decision has been taken by the Speaker's office, the Lok Sabha Secretariat, to acknowledge that the Shinde camp is the official Shiv Sena and they will have the powers of the parliamentary party leader and the chief whip.
In fact, going by the procedure, then 51% of the MPs need to be in the faction to get recognized to change the whip and the leader of the house. And with now 12 MPs are with him, and in fact, I have been told that in few days other MPs can also join. So, as majority of MPs are with Eknath Shinde, he has power to change the whip and the leader of the house, and that has been done. And in fact, that has also been acknowledged by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. Now, Zaka, the story that we are getting here is Mr. Shivale has confirmed this in his press conference that the Shinde camp is going to support Jagdeep Dhankar as a vice presidential candidate. You remember last time when it was to support the president's candidate Draupadi Murmu. At that point in time, Mr. Shinde's opinion did not matter because Uddhav Thackeray himself announced his support, his Shiv Sena support to Draupadi Murmu. And this very decision was taken by Uddhav Thackeray in a very calculated manner because he knew that if he'll support the other candidate, then the divide in the party will reflect in media and other places. That's why he supported the NDA candidate. This time around, since as they are the party now, as they say that we are the real Shiv Sena. So also to give out a message, this announcement has been made by Rahul.
What is the political calculation though, Siddhant? Because in the case of Draupadi Murmu, it was a historic candidature. So clearly Uddhav Thackeray or Aditya Thackeray did not want to be seen as on the wrong side of history. Therefore, they went along with the decision to support her. Whereas in the case of Mr. Dhankar, there is no such history that is likely to be achieved. Therefore, what is the compelling political imperative for them to go along with this choice?
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. So basically, Zaka, the first reason behind taking this decision was that they never wanted a divide to be reflected in a party, because if they had supported the other candidate, the opposition candidate, then Shinde would have objected to it and he would have supported the NDA candidate. The first reason was that. And the second reason, Zaka, was Shiv Sena wants, in fact, the Uddhav Thackeray camp wants to go soft on BJP and government. And in fact, trust me, Zaka, this time around, in fact, I'm speaking to MPs in Uddhav Thackeray faction. They are also telling us that they are going to go soft on government in the monsoon session, because honestly speaking, Shiv Sena is an urban party in Maharashtra, Mumbai, Thane, and Konkan. That particular belt doesn't have a much tribal population, or for that matter, tribal population is not Shiv Sena's vote bank. Supporting Draupadi Murmu was out and out a very calculative move. First, a divide should not reflect in the party. That means Eknath Shinde should not object to the decision of supporting the opposition candidate. And B, it was to give out a message that even the Uddhav Thackeray faction is going soft on BJP.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story plays out as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. Right now, though, a bit of a blow for Uddhav Thackeray and his camp, because there's now a new leader of the parliamentary party for the Shiv Sena, as well as a new chief whip that have been appointed as per the Shinde faction's claims. All right, that's a wrap. In a moment, Akanksha will join you with the biggest exclusive tonight. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
very warm welcome. You're watching the biggest exclusive tonight with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, DSP Surendra Singh in Haryana's New district was investigating illegal stone mining. He was brutally murdered when he signaled a dumper truck to stop to a halt to check its documents. But the driver sped on, running over DSP Singh. Is this the cost our country's police official has to pay for doing his job? Illegal mining of stone and sand in the Aravalli Hills of Haryana is no secret. But what explains the government's failure, both at state and centre level, to curb the menace of what can easily be labelled as mining terrorism? Here's a report.
हमारी टीम्स काफ़ी फील्ड में है और वी आर वेरी होपफुल कि हमें सक्सेस जल्दी मिल जानी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल सख्त कार्रवाई करने के मैंने आदेश जारी कर दिए हैं, चाहे जितनी भी पुलिस लगानी पड़े। बिल्कुल किसी को नहीं बख्शा जाएगा, सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
ना विधायक ना पुलिस अपने आप में सुरक्षित हैं तो आम आदमी कैसे सुरक्षित रहेगा? जहाँ कानून है चुस्त दुरुस्त जब तक नहीं होगी उसका बड़ा भारी गहरा प्रभाव प्रदेश के विकास पे ही पड़ता है।
So let's take you through that tragedy that took place in Haryana's New area. We are talking about a very honest police officer. He was mowed down by the sand mafia for standing up to these goons. DSP Surendra Singh was his name. He was brutally murdered during a raid that he was conducting in the Aravalli Hills along with his team. And remember, the Aravalli Hills are notorious for operation of the sand mafia. On an average, there are 50 complaints filed against the sand mining, illegal sand mining, as far as this area is concerned in the area of New. Now, reports say that the driver of the dumper was stopped by the DSP for a check. He panicked and ran the truck over DSP Surendra Singh. DSP Singh's murder today is symptomatic of a far deeper malaise of the sand mining mafia that's running rampage for years, flexing its muscles against the law of the country. And today, its killing adds to this long list of havoc that has been wreaked by the mafia, that is the illegal sand mining mafia, even as the Haryana government assures that strong action will be taken. And with that, let's now also quickly take you through what the sand mafia rampage has been like. Remember, it goes back many years ago, but we'll start with the freshest case of July 2022 in Haryana. That is today's case. The DSP was mowed down by a truck in New. Now, in February of this year itself, on February 4 to be precise, we also had the state of Rajasthan. A string of attacks on policemen were carried on in Alwar. Remember, these are all cases that are taking place by the mafia. On January 30th in this year itself, in the state of Bihar, 10 policemen were injured in attacks in Banka and Vaishali. On July 4th, in 2022 itself, we also had the state of Telangana. Goons attacked forest officials who were trying to save these forests, but they set them ablaze. And on February 26th, in 2022, we are looking at a case in Punjab, 60-year-old killed for opposing illegal sand mining. An average of 50 similar complaints have been filed every year since 2015. Now, this is something that we are all aware of, but nothing, absolutely nothing has been done so far. And with that, let's also quickly take a status update from our correspondent Anshul Singh, who's been live from Tauru in Haryana. If we could quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, what is the latest that you're picking in terms of the suspect who's being nabbed? Also, I'd like you to take our viewers through how Aravali's new area is known to have an average of 50 complaints against illegal sand mining, and yet nothing has been done.
So yes, Nu has been infamous for land mining, especially stone mining, because remember this entire area is surrounded by hills and small hills. So the main occupation that the people, I got a chance to speak to locals over here, and they say that this is the main occupation that people do. They actually mine stones from these hills, and these stones are then transported to the nearby city. In that city, these stones are crushed and hence sent to the market for consumption. So yes, this is something that has been happening in Haryana, especially in this Mewat region, for many years. Now, since the BJP government has been in power, it is being told that there has been a lot of stringent action that has been taken. Special teams have been made just to make sure that land mining does not happen at the same pace that it used to happen. And the land mining that was happening over here definitely tells a lot about that the officials on the ground were actually in cahoots with these miners or with these mafia who have managed to spread their empire over here, massive empire over here. So talking about the case that has happened today, the first person has been nabbed by the police. The police has confirmed to CNN News 18 that there were actually 4 people who were trying to escape from the Mewat region, and one of them, who is known as Ikkar, has now been arrested by the police in an encounter that was carried out. He was shot on the leg, and as he fell down, the police went ahead and arrested him. He has now been taken to the hospital where his MLC is being done, which means that the medical legal certificate is being made in that hospital. Now, once he gets discharged from the hospital, he will be presented in front of the district magistrate court, where the Haryana police is likely to ask for extension of for his judicial police custody. Now, as to how many days will that custody be given to him, that remains to be seen as of now. But what we are also picking up, that the police has not stopped as of now. Now remember, Ikkar, who has been arrested, he is not the only accused in this case. He is one of the accused in this case, and it is still not clear where he was in that dumper, dumper that ran over DSP Surinder Singh. So he is being said to be one of the person of that whole mafia, and he has now been arrested. When the investigation will be carried forward, it remains to be seen what more details will he spell out to the police. However, the police is under a lot of pressure. Just a few minutes ago, we heard the DGP of Haryana speaking to the media. Now the DGP has moved to the location where the incident happened. We saw his cavalcade moving towards the location where the incident happened. Currently at the hospital is what we are being told, that the SP is with Ikkar at the hospital. The police team is at the hospital getting his MLC done, getting him the initial first aid that is required after he was
completely
shot
agree with you.
on the leg.
Much
Also,
is now to be carried on as far as those investigations are concerned. A lot of answering to be done by Haryana police at the moment, but that's the question we are now opening to all our viewers. Cops are unsafe. Does common man even stand a chance? That's the question we are posing to all of you, our viewers. Share your views with us on 0120-434-1895. That's the number on your screens. And with that, let me also open the question to our esteemed panelists. The question is, Haryana cop mowed down, price of long rope to the mafia. Is that the price that the Haryana cop had to pay for that long rope, which is now being released to the mafia? And with that, let me also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Prateek Somu, who's the spokesperson of the JJP. I'm joined in by Ritu Chaudhary, who's the Congress spokesperson. Shashikant, who's the former DGP of Punjab. Hemant Atri, who's a senior journalist as well. Mr. Shashikant, if I may begin with you. In your experience as the former DGP of Punjab, one of those states where illegal sand mining is already a menace, what explains this lack of government action against this menace, and what's causing this kind of failure at the administration level? Is it bribes, intimidation by the mafia, lack of paper trail or FIRs by the cops, or is it that the government is in connivance?
Look, let me tell you that we're talking of sand mafia. We have sand mafia, we have got drug mafia, we have got land mafia, we have got timber mafia, we have got road mafia, we've got education mafia. All our mafias, nothing was a mafia ranch. And the saddest part is that this is all being done under the protection of a certain a section of politicians, as also, like you rightly said, in cahoots with certain police officers and certain other persons belonging to various services. Now, coming to the specific thing of Haryana, okay, what's gonna be there? The one person has been arrested. I say it's all subterfuge. That driver who did it, is he the only person who's responsible? What about the persons who have been protecting?
Right.
In the neighboring, are you talking about Aravali? In neighboring Rajasthan, almost 31 hills have vanished. Hills have vanished out of 128 or something. That is the extent to which it has gone to. What the concerned state governments have done. Yeah, and that too despite the orders of the Supreme Court.
Right.
And yeah, okay, sure, thank you.
No, despite the orders of the Supreme Court, and let's not forget the National Green Tribunal as well. They've been coming down heavy. I'd like to bring in Hemant Athri on that. Hemant, whether it's the states of Haryana, Punjab, MP, UP, Rajasthan, Bihar, or even southern states like Tamil Nadu and Telangana, how do you view the threat and terror of sand mafia now in India?
See, Akanksha, this is a clear-cut, glaring case of the police administration, and the politicians working together for their corrupt means. This DSP has not been murdered. He has been mowed down. He has been crushed. He was to retire on 31st of October. And see, Haryana is a very small state, Akanksha. It has only 22 districts. And you will be amazed to know that there are 16 districts in Haryana wherein mining is done. Part of this where it happened today, it is, it is stone mining. And the Yamuna belt right from Panchkula up to Palwal, there is sand mining. So the thing is, all those politicians in power who are really behind these culprits, what about them? I was just, as Mr. Shashikant was rightly pointing out, I fully agree with him. My point is somewhat different. Last year only, the Dadam stone crusher was completely, it was mined at a 90-degree angle and it collapsed, it gave in. Who has been arrested till date? Who has been arrested? The issue is basically all these politicians in power, they are hand in glove along with the mining mafia, along with this transport mafia. Will you believe in Haryana only, there are 50,000 these dumpers running around. And you know who drives them? These are all untrained drivers, all criminal kind of people driving. And if there is any study, you will be shocked to know hundreds and hundreds of people of Haryana are being killed on the roads by their negligent driving, point number one. Number two, state exchequer is losing hundreds of crores per year.
In fact, that is one issue I'm going to actually come and talk to you about, because the state exchequer also, as you rightly said, is facing huge losses. That in itself is one angle that we are going to discuss at length. I'll come and take that question from you. As far as answering by the political parties is concerned, let me take my first question from Prateek Som of the JJP. Prateek, I spoke with a senior advocate who's fighting against illegal sand mining in Punjab and Haryana High Court. He claims that the highest authorities in the state are involved. Would you agree that's true, especially when it comes to governments in power, and not just the ones that are currently in the ruling dispensation, but even governments of the past as well?
All right, I'll reply to your question. First of all, a deep condolences to the family of DSP Surendra Singh from me, my party, and from Haryana government. Whatever happened is very unfortunate. An upright and brave officer has laid down his life for the service of the state.
Right.
And as a gesture of solidarity, already Haryana government has announced 1 crore of compensation to the family, 1 government job to the family, and also the status of martyr to DSP Surendra Singh. Now, replying to your question,
is that enough?
I also
is that enough for a cop who dedicated his
let
entire life
me please reply.
to the administration of the state?
See, can I please reply?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, yes. See, we have to understand, I also admit this point, that Mewat and Nu districts in Haryana has lot of activities related to sand mafia and mining mafia. But the difference between the previous government and the current government is now the government is taking them head on. And today's example is one of it, wherein, our officer of DSP rank was trying to stop the illegal mining, and that is only on the directions of the Haryana government. So it is a clear evidence that Haryana government is not trying to shield these all activities and trying to take it head on. We are admitting
and that the driver of that dumper truck chose to mow down over the cop.
Yes.
What do you make of that kind of brazenness?
Yes.
Isn't that disregard for the law? What gives him that confidence or that faith to do so? I'm sure he was thinking that he can get away with it, which is why he did it.
Yes. He will face law of the land. Already FIR under 302 and 307 is registered. The police in the encounter has apprehended one person, Ikrar, who has been shot in the leg, and the other person, police enforcement, is already on the ground. The Director General of Police Haryana is already on the spot, and whole machinery of the state government is working towards bringing justice to DSP Surinder Singh. I mentioned it in my beginning remarks that whatever happened is very unfortunate. We offer our condolences. Whatever state government can do, they have done, but we will try our best that these kind of incidents are not reported again and do not occur again.
Ritu Chaudhary, if I may bring you in on this, how do you react to the role that governments are playing? Especially, I'm going to quote the instance as far as state of Punjab is concerned. We all know what happened earlier this year. In fact, sand mining emerged as one of the biggest election issues there, just ahead of the Punjab polls. And I'm talking about what happened because back then Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi was also in the eye of the storm. His nephew Honey was jailed for a case which was related with illegal sand mining as well. What is the kind of role that the government in Punjab has played back then?
First of all, I must say this is not a murder of DSP. This is a murder of constitution machinery in Haryana state. Actually, this is not the first time when this kind of incidents happen. पहले भी जो है इसमें इस तरह के जो है खनन माफिया द्वारा ऑफिसर्स के ऊपर हमले होते रहे हैं. आपको जानकारी हो कि इतनी ज्यादा जो है जब से बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट हरियाणा में आई है तब से खनन माफिया का जो है बहुत ज्यादा ये जिसमें आपको याद होगा कि भिवानी में जो है डाडम गांव में पूरा पहाड़ का पहाड़ जो है मजदूरों पे गिर गया था.
रितु जी, मैंने आपसे पंजाब के बारे में पूछा है, आपने पंजाब के बारे में नहीं बताया, जिसमें चन्नी जी का भी नाम आया था और उनके नेफ्यू का भी नाम आया था. हनी जेल भी हुए थे उनके नेफ्यू. 10 करोड़ रुपए और गोल्ड भी बरामद हुआ था हनी के घर से.
जी, उसमें चन्नी जी ने ऑलरेडी उन्होंने ये चीज बोल दी थी कि जो है अगर इस तरह का कुछ काम हुआ है तो उस पर कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए और कार्रवाई हुई भी थी.
और रितु जी मेरे साथ बने रहिए क्योंकि ये शो कॉलर्स का भी है, उनके भी व्यूज जानना बहुत जरूरी है. आई एम जॉइंड इन बाय अरिंदम फ्रॉम गुरुग्राम. अरिंदम, प्लीज गो अहेड एंड शेयर योर व्यूज. डू यू फील safe considering you're coming from Gurugram? How do you feel about coming from a state which is actually falling victim to illegal sand mining, and that too by the mafia now?
Well, the illegal sand mining, the rock excavations are going on for last quite a few years.
Right.
I stay on the golf course extension road. This road connects with the Faridabad highway and the NH8. Sona Road. Now, throughout night, even during the morning hours, we find dumpers, 16-wheelers, 14-wheelers, which are carrying rocks and racing against each other. They become a dangerous part for the commuters who are generally in small cars. And for sure, I can see from my balcony that they are hand in glove with the local authorities. Whether it is the police, whether it is the enforcement guys, and even I have seen local politicians coming up and releasing the dumpers when they are caught by police.
Absolutely. So it seems like the writing is on the wall, and there just seems to be absolutely no consideration given by administration or even the politicians, as you're rightly pointing out. Let me also move over to my next caller, Dr. Devendra, who's joining us from Delhi. Please go ahead, Dr. Devendra.
First of all, I would like to express my condolences to the killed person, police person. Now, I want to ask another question. Had it been some goon killed by the police, all these people, here we find some spokesperson, second rank spokesperson from the political parties. Then Kejriwal, all chief ministers, everybody would have gone there. Look, police is killing, it's a police thing, and government is not at all concerned with the people. No, look at the scenario. Police killed, nobody is bothered. And goon is killed, everybody is shouting. That's my problem.
It is indeed tragic, because we are looking at a cop who had dedicated his entire life, was all set to retire. In fact, let me also move over to my next caller, Kapil Mishra, who is joining us from Odisha. Kapil, if you could share your views with us. Kapil, can you hear?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my deepest condolence to the family of the TSP who has just lost their great life.
Kapil Mishra, if you could please mute your television set, perhaps that's what's causing an echo of your voice. If you could please mute that television set of yours.
Yes, that was a very, my deepest condolence to the family, but the thing is a great loss, as if it would have been to a goon, it would have been all the party would have came, but for the bereaved family, nobody is there. So this thing is a loss, and a lot of actions must be taken.
Right. Thank you for speaking to us, Kapil. Mr. Shashikant, if I could bring you in on this. We were discussing how the case actually surfaced in Punjab shortly before polls, how the entire issue of illegal sand mining, I mean, whether it's sand mining, stone mining, has also already surfaced in the state of Punjab. We've seen then CM Chani's nephew also being jailed with regards to the same case. Do you not agree that the governments also at the state levels are proving to be partners in crime?
Of course, I've said it, and I've said it loud and clear, that whether you talk of sand mafia, or whether you can talk of other mafias, that will have a protection of a section of politicians and a good section of the cops, good section of the policemen also, no doubt about it. Without protection, nobody can dare to take the law in his hands. And in such cases, like here, what has happened, like I mentioned earlier, what's going to happen? The dumper driver will be caught, prosecuted and everything, but the real persons, they'll go scot-free. And जैसे होता है हिंदी में बोलूं कि ड्राइवर ने मार दिया, ड्राइवर तुम्हारे परिवार का मैं रक्षा करेगा, ये इतना पैसा ले लो, तुम इल्जाम अपने सिर पे ले लो. That's gonna be happen in this case also.
Right.
Let's look at the larger, bigger scenario.
Right.
Not just this case that a guy has been apprehended, one guy has been apprehended. In Punjab, it has also been happening, like you rightly mentioned. A number of politicians have been coming on news off and on. They were involved. You will be surprised. There were regular dumps where they were collecting sand, and from there they were siphoning off and selling off at the market in all those places. It's a massive, massive scandal which has been going on amongst others besides drugs and all those things. Yes.
रितु चौधरी, पंजाब के जो फॉर्मर सीएम हैं अमरिंदर सिंह जी ने भी पहले क्लेम किया था इस साल की शुरुआत में. उन्होंने कहा कि वो जानते हैं कि 40 कांग्रेस एमएलएज इन्वॉल्व थे सैंड माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज में. और मैं उन्हें कोट करना चाहूंगी वर्बेटम रिपोर्ट्स में से, जहां उन्हें कोट किया गया. उन्होंने कहा, वन ऑफ माई एंड्योरिंग रिग्रेट्स इज व्हाई आई डिड नॉट टेक सम ऑफ देम टू टास्क. ही रिग्रेटेड that those 40 MLAs could not be taken to task. How do you react to such a scenario where MLAs, politicians who are supposed to be taking care or other responsibility for the citizens of their country, are partaking in such kind of criminal activities?
Our party never supported such a people. हमारे जो है कभी हमने इस तरह से सपोर्ट नहीं किया है. और इसमें चन्नी जी का जो आपने नाम लिया, उन्होंने भी साफ तौर पे बोला कि इस पूरे मामले से जो है उनका कोई लेना देना था नहीं. और दूसरी बात जो है कि जब एक स्टेट में जो है इतनी बड़ी जो घटना हो जाती है, उसके बाद जो है बजाय कि सरकार को घेरने के, सरकार पे क्वेश्चन करने के, आप जो है दूसरे पुराने जो है गड़े मुर्दे उखाड़ने में लग जाते हैं। चैनल का ये कर्तव्य बनता है कि सरकार को क्वेश्चन किया जाए। जब से बीजेपी सरकार जो है हरियाणा में बनी है, तब से खनन माफिया का जो है एक इंसिडेंट नहीं है।
मैम, उनको तो क्वेश्चन किया ही जा रहा है। अगर उनके स्पोक्स पर्सन आज यहाँ होते तो उन्हें तो क्वेश्चन करते ही।
और हरियाणा सरकार के गृह मंत्री मतलब एक जोकर की तरह जो है व्यवहार करते हैं कि मैंने ये कर दिया, मैंने वो कर दिया। ऑलरेडी पहले ही इतने इंसिडेंट हो चुके हैं। आपने खुद ने भी बोला कि 50 FIR उसमें हो चुकी है, अभी तक क्यों नहीं कार्रवाई करी? क्यों अपराधियों को संरक्षण सरकार जो है वो देती है? क्या कारण है कि अभी तक खनन माफिया जो है, खनन माफिया, रेत माफिया, जितने भी माफिया है वो इतने खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं, उनके अपराधियों के हौसले
रितु जी, ये
कितने सीनियर ऑफिसर, हाई रैंक ऑफिसर, DSP तक
एब्सोल्युटली मैं आपकी बात से पूरी तरह से सहमत हूँ। इसमें बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट को भी बहुत आंसरिंग करनी होगी, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि जो पहले की गवर्नमेंट है वो आंसरेबल नहीं है। आई ऑल्सो हैव अ कॉलर फ्रॉम गाजियाबाद एट द मोमेंट। Let's quickly listen from our caller. Sunil Malik is joining me from Ghaziabad. Sunil, please go ahead and share your views.
गुड इवनिंग आकांक्षा। मैं हर रोज ये शोज देखता हूँ। रूलिंग पार्टी और ओपोजिशन वाले सिर्फ मड स्लिंगिंग के अलावा दे हैव नथिंग टू डू। ये जो आपका सैंड माफिया है, कोई भी आदमी घर से बाहर निकल के रात को देख ले, आसपास आपको कहीं भी रिवर के आसपास यू विल फाइंड नंबर ऑफ ट्रक्स एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द ट्रक्स आर विदाउट नंबर्स। ये सबको पता है क्या होता है। 90% पुलिस वालों को पता है, 100% पॉलिटिशियंस को पता है कौन क्या करता है, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे कुछ भी एक्शन नहीं होता। जो कुछ थोड़े से पुलिस वाले जो थोड़े ईमानदार बचे हैं, इफ दे ट्राई टू डू सम एक्शन, ईदर दे आर ट्रांसफर्ड और दे गेट किल्ड। वी फील सो सॉरी। दिस इज द स्टेट ऑफ एवरीवेयर, बीट पंजाब, हरियाणा। आपको क्या लगता है कि नशे का पंजाब के लोगों को आइडिया नहीं है कौन करता है कौन नहीं करता? इज इट सो डिफिकल्ट टू इन्वेस्टिगेट?
Right, that is something Mr. Shashikant was also pointing out, that it's not just about sand and stone mafia. We are looking at drugs mafia, we are looking at liquor mafia. There are mafia in every aspect. Thank you, Sunil Malik, for speaking to us. Let me take my last question from Mr. Hemant Atri. Mr. Atri, as we were talking about the toll on the exchequer, it's important to refer to the Mines and Minerals Act of 1957, which clearly stipulates that the contractor has to pay royalty to the government. But of course, illegal mining escapes that royalty. And what is the kind of loss that we are looking at the state exchequer? If you could throw some light on that, isn't that something that's also costing the state exchequer?
Akanksha ji, you will be shocked to know that there are particular, everything is written in details in every mining contract, but they are being flouted day in and day out by all the miners. Maybe it is sand mining or it is stone mining. That is point number one. There is no calculation, there is no tax collection, there is all around corruption, there is all around mess. Right. And let me just add one more thing to you. As the BJP spokesperson was saying that one of the person has been arrested. He is only a cleaner of that, this thing, dumper. Only a cleaner has been arrested. I want to know who is the man behind this mafia. If you go in the 16 districts of Haryana, everybody will tell you which ruling party politician is having a head on their hand. Everybody knows in Haryana. If a chief minister wants that this has to be stopped, it cannot take more than 24 hours. It will be stopped right away. But what Qatar government is doing, you will be shocked to know. Earlier, a principal secretary, a very honest principal secretary, came in this transport department, and you know what he was told? There should only be issued one challan per dumper per month. You keep on flouting the overloading weights every day, and you will be giving only one challan. And then a code will be given to that dumper owner, or a slip will be given, and he will be running amok. This is the kind of administration that Haryana is running. Imagine. And these are killing people day in and day out on roads. All these overloaded dumpers, stones keep falling from them. They can hit you, they can hit me, and anybody traveling on the road.
Yeah, that's something which has already been mentioned by our callers who were just calling us. They've shared their first-hand eyewitness accounts. Having said that, many thanks, Mr. Hemant Atri, Ritu Chaudhary, Mr. Shashikant, and also Mr. Prateek Som for joining in this discussion. Needless to say, a multi-pronged effort is going to be needed, not just at the state level, but also by the centre. Having said that, it's a wrap of this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Plain Speak with Ridhima Bhatnagar.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching Plain Speak. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. Now, first it was the scheme itself, and now it's the entry process and the mandate. Politics over the government's new recruitment scheme for the armed forces, the Agnipath scheme, just refuses to die down. Today, Aam Aadmi Party Sanjay Singh created controversy by questioning the need for a caste and religion box on the Agnipath recruitment form, highlighting the section where it asked candidates to furnish caste and religion certificates, asking if the Prime Minister doesn't consider Dalits, backwards and tribal people capable of joining the armed forces. The BJP was quick to respond, fact-checking the wrong claims made by Sanjay Singh, clarifying also that the recruitment is actually done as per the Army Rules 1954 and Defence Services Regulation Act 1987, and that in fact it just has been continued. In fact, it was in 2013 when the army had told the Supreme Court that the need for caste and religion was just for administrative and operational requirements and had no role in the selection process. The clarification also said that religion is required for performing last rites according to religious rituals for recruits who die during training and soldiers who die on duty. Despite the politics, what also needs to focus on is actually the record recruitment that this scheme has already seen. So first, let's begin with the big question. Why is the opposition creating a controversy when there is none? So first, let's break down the essential details in terms of has anything really changed as far as the recruitment process is concerned? The answer is for all of you to see. I'm putting out two notifications here. One notification dates back to 2019 and this is the current recruitment, Agnipath recruitment, which is from 2022. Look at the form that you had in 2019. Look at points E and F. It asks for a caste certificate and it asks for the religion certificate as well. Look at the form of 2022, the exact same language is used, which is as far as a caste certificate is concerned, as well as a religion certificate is concerned. In fact, if you look at closely, not even a single word actually has been changed. So this is where things currently stand. Let's now break down the other details in terms of what was the opposition's controversy and how is it actually being fact-checked by the government and the BJP. Also, the larger question is, do we really need to politicize our forces? But I'll take that question to our guests in just a bit. But first, let's talk about what was the controversy all about today. The opposition is arguing that caste is being asked actually for the first time. The army officials have now fact-checked, saying that this is actually a requirement to submit, is not new. As I put out those two circulars for you, it dates back and nothing really has changed as far as this recruitment process is concerned. The opposition has also argued that the government now is doing recruitment based on religion. Again, there if you look at the fact check that has come from officials on the ground and the government as well, that religion required to perform last rites, and that is why that box needs to have that data for army to collect the data from various soldiers who recruited into the army. So also, the larger issue is that this is not the first time that we're seeing politics erupt as far as the Agnipath scheme itself is concerned. As I said, first it was issues over the scheme, now it is issues as far as the recruitment process is concerned. Let's just recap memory of our viewers of what really has been the opposition's problem as far as this new recruitment scheme is concerned. Now, many of them have come out and said that the scheme is poorly conceived and hastily drawn. Here they felt that not enough people as far as armed forces personnel, they were not considered and it was done in a shabby manner. Also, they've also gone on to raise the question as far as what happens to the future of this youth who will be brought in just for a contractual period. Multiple risks subverted traditions of the armed forces. Does it actually go with the ethos? Because loyalty is one factor that the armed forces take a lot of pride in. These people will be brought in for a period of 4 years. How will you expect them to have the same sense of loyalty? Scheme might compromise security because you train these people for a period of 4 years. Once they go out, can they actually become a potential threat? That's again a question that's being raised. Large part of the youth will actually get excluded since age limit is 17 to 21 years. What actually happens to their future? There is no security liability, there is no pension, so on and so forth. Those issues also have been raised, no job security for the youth. But the larger question also is, just in the last 1 week itself, There have been multiple issues that have been raised by the opposition which actually has fallen flat on them because it's been fact-checked by the government that there was no controversy. So is this really the priority that the opposition wants to focus on? Just look at the last 6 days, 3 fact checks that we're doing for you. The first, 14th of July, ruckus over ban on unparliamentary words, where the opposition was up in arms saying this is a diktat that's come by the government. The government then clarified a list like this actually comes out every single year. It's a tradition that has been followed since 1954. Just the next day after that, 15th of July, there was ruckus over banning dharna inside Parliament. Again, you heard from the Speaker Om Birla saying that this actually is a practice that takes place every single year. It's a circular that's issued every single year. Nothing new has happened. And then you have the opposition up in arms as far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned, that why is the government asking for a caste and religion details? Again, this is nothing new. It's similar to the notification that we've seen in 2019. Thus raising the larger question that I will take to our guests in just a bit, that why is the opposition so hell-bent on creating a controversy when there is none? Thus we are raising the question that today is politics over the Indian Armed Forces.
मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आज़ादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
आर्मी रूल 1956 और डिफेंस सर्विस रेगुलेशन 1987 के अनुसार ही भर्ती होती है। वही प्रक्रिया को अब भी जारी रखा गया है, लेकिन कुछ राजनीतिक दल, जैसा मैंने पहले कहा, आम आदमी पार्टी जैसे, गुमराह करने का प्रयास करते हैं, झूठ बोलते हैं और झूठ के नए आयाम स्थापित करते हैं।
Let me also now introduce our guest joining us this evening. We have the spokesperson of the BJP, RP Singh. We'll shortly be joined by the spokesperson of the Congress party. We also have defense expert, retired Major General Yash Moore. We also have retired, again, Lieutenant Colonel Anil Dhutun, a defense analyst. And we also have from the Aam Aadmi Party, Atishi. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. Before I get to the political spokespersons, I actually want to hear from representatives of the armed forces themselves of whether there has been a change or not. So let me first bring in Major General Yash Moore. Sir, I want to hear from you so that you can set the record straight. Has there actually been any change?
Firstly, thank you for inviting me on this show. And but it's not a good thing that everything that is happening with recruitment is getting a political color. And somehow it's all started with bringing out the scheme, which has so many flaws: ill-conceived, ill-planned, not enough homework done, 2.5 years, no recruitment, lakhs and lakhs of children just left on the streets without any fault of theirs. But anyway, now coming to this controversy of caste certificate, Indian Army surprisingly hasn't changed its recruiting system since probably 1930s, when the British were still ruling us. So there are caste-based units, there are religion-based units, and therefore this is always asked as far as Jawans are concerned. As far as officers are concerned, only your religion is asked when you apply for the armed forces or you apply for NDIMA, any entry. Caste is never asked, we never even discuss it. But for Jawans, if you have to get people into Sikh Light Infantry, into Jat Regiment, into Kumaon, into Garhwal, into Gurkhas, into Rajrif, anywhere, caste is an important factor. Based on that, they are sent to those regimental centers for training and those units. Same thing is there in Armored Corps also, and also in few mechanized infantry units and also artillery. While bulk of the services are all India, all class, but the fighting for forces are still recruited based on caste or religion. So that has always been there. But this controversy has come up. I feel sad why we are discussing this. But If the scheme was for all India, all class, I think there is a case in point that why should we ask caste now? If you're going to recruit people irrespective,
No,
and
but
you're
just
not...
as far as the Jawans are concerned, so this is exactly what the issue is. It has always been asked. Lieutenant Colonel Anil Dhuan, let me bring you in as well. I know a lot of armed forces personnel, I've spoken to a lot of them, feel very unfortunate today and they do not really want to get into something that's become extremely political. But it's also important to set the record straight, essentially because there is no controversy here. So I just want to understand, as Major General Yashmore was pointing out, that as far as Jawans are concerned, it's always been asked whether caste or religion. Could you talk to us about what is the reason? Why is it important to have that data as far as the armed forces are concerned?
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to interact with you on your platform. Good evening to you and good evening to Jal Morsa and all the panelists. I totally agree with what the General has said. This tradition has been continuing since ages, and it has not undergone a change. Undergone a change, when I say, I do not mean 100% change. Yes, it has undergone a change, but that is, say, just about 5 to 7% to 10%. Like, for example, there are regiments which were absolutely pure battalions, and who had a particular community joining them. But as a test case, they were, experimented to have all India, all class basis. And I come from one such regiment. To tell you, I come from Mahar regiment, and my unit has the distinction of having a mandir and a Gurdwara Sahib in my unit. So much so, this Agniveer is concerned. Well, this controversy is, I think, absolutely unfounded. It has got no place, absolutely no place.
Okay.
As the General has mentioned, the caste and religion for the Jawans were asked previously also. However, for officers, it was never a caste. It was always a religion, and that is primarily for the reason that in case circumstances are such that the last rites are done at in situ, then what should be the last rites be?
What should be the protocol that should be followed as far as the ceremonies are concerned?
That is what it was.
Yeah.
And if somebody says that in Agnipath or Agniveer, this has undergone a paradigm shift, no, it has not.
Okay. So that's where the record currently stands, which essentially means that there has been no change. Adishi, let me bring you in then. Then I want to understand, you heard it from veterans as far as the armed forces are concerned. There really is no change. Then why create a controversy, especially for a space that has no space for religion? The armed forces take a lot of pride, considering the fact that they put the duty towards the nation first vis-a-vis everything else.
There are two things. First of all, if any factually incorrect statement was made by any member of parliament, be it from Aam Aadmi Party or be it from any other party, then obviously that is not correct. And I believe that all politicians should check their specific facts and figures before making any statements. That is number one. But number two, I think this fact of caste being asked cannot be wished away by saying that this has always been asked. Because now one very important thing has changed. It is no longer a permanent recruitment. It is a recruitment in which 75% of the Jawans who are being recruited are only going to serve for a 4-year period. So at this point of time, asking what caste are you from definitely raises the concern about caste discrimination happening as and when 75% of these recruits do have to be sent back. Yes, religion, I understand that in the line of duty, if anyone loses their life, their last rites need to be performed. For that specific reason, one may need to know. But definitely a question does arise as to why caste needs to be asked now and whether it can be misused.
But Adishi, the fact is that no recruitment is actually happening based on caste or religion. It's been given a spin by the opposition. And I'm going to give you a fair chance to respond to this. But look at what Sanjay Singh essentially was trying to hint. He was saying and asking the Prime Minister that why are all these certificates being asked? Doesn't the Prime Minister consider Dalit, backwards and tribal people capable of joining the army? And this is where the armed forces personnel are taking offense to, that this is not the mandate as far as recruitment is concerned. You have an issue as far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned. You have the platform to discuss that. But to question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion, that is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could be misleading the youth who would want to join the armed forces as well.
Ridhima, we cannot, number one, separate the current recruitment process from the Agnipath scheme, because right now recruitment is happening for the first time under the Agnipath scheme, right? So when the recruitment is happening under a new process only for a 4-year period, after which 75% of the Jawans are going to be let go, the question does arise, really did we need to ask caste in this particular recruitment? If that is not the basis of this recruitment, if that is not the basis on which people are going to be retained, you can justify the fact that you are asking for religion, but what is the justification for asking for the caste of these recruits when one is bringing about a new scheme? This is definitely a question that needs to be asked. Also because there is definitely questions. The Supreme Court in an order has very clearly said that there is no space for reservation within the army for any caste or any group or any community. The Supreme Court is very clear about this. So when we are starting a new scheme, why?
Atishi, as I said, I would appreciate your points as far as flaws in the scheme itself is concerned. I would appreciate that discussion. But today, don't you think it's a little irresponsible for elected representatives to be making these comments without doing the basics, which is fact-checking?
That is the first thing that I said, that if any representative from any political party, including mine, has made a statement which is factually incorrect, then we do not stand by it. And I believe that all political representatives need to check all facts before making any statements.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Atishi, let me just give a fair chance to the other representatives also. And I'll come back to you. Atishi, I'll just come back to you. Atishi, give me some time. I'll just come back to you. We also have Dr. Onika Mehrotra, the Congress spokesperson, and I want to quickly go across then to RP Singh as well. But Onika Mehrotra, I also want to understand, this is, at a time when, yes, we want to celebrate democracy in the opposition, should be raising issues and should be criticizing on policies and decisions of the government, but the basics should at least be taken into account, which is at least you create a controversy where the facts are in your favor. The reason that I started the show by putting out what just happened just in the last 6 to 7 days, as far as the unparliamentary list was concerned, that was a no controversy. It's a list that comes out every single year. Then the next day we saw a lot of hangama over, the government is not allowing us for dharnas and strike. Again, a circular that comes out every single year. And now, unfortunately, the armed forces are also being dragged into it. Don't you think this becomes very embarrassing for the opposition at large? When you have larger dreams as far as a united opposition for 2024 is concerned, how do you plan to take on the BJP if even basic facts are not being checked today?
Ridhima, I agree on that. The Aam Aadmi has jumped the gun for not doing fact-checking. But they could have phrased in a different manner. We are a worried lot, the entire country, in a progressive democracy like ours. The kind of hate speeches and things which are going on, it's a worrying factor. So as pointed out by others, the Agniveer and Agnipath or whatever scheme they've come up with rectification and clarification, immediately once the scheme was floated, there were 3 to 4 rectifications. So the government has no vision on that. Yes, you're right. Putting up anything on social media and getting away with it, it's not justified. It definitely demeans the army, which should not be done. But having said that, after 2014, you have seen the kind of the turmoil the country is going through. So the point here is that the government should also be sensitive. And if there hasn't been change since 2013, because there was a PIL against this, why the caste and religion? And the answer was given by the Supreme Court that this is for administrative purpose, and the religion is to, as you rightly said, to just in case somebody
dies in the line of duty. Yeah.
So fair enough. But does that not allow you to think that is it relevant in today's time? So that is a bigger, larger picture. Yes, the army and the people should not be drawn into it, but the nation has the right to ask. So the BJP should not really get...
but ask when there is actually something worth asking, or if there is actually some sort of discrepancy. When there is none, Why do you need this? And the last thing the armed forces need is some sort of misleading claims, because we all saw the kind of protests that took place. And RP Singh, this is where I want to bring you in. This is the larger worry, that false claims like these can actually trigger a lot of misleading information into the youth which actually wants to go forward and join the armed forces. And this is what I said when I started the show. Despite all the politics, it's still seen record recruitment as far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned.
Ridhima, can I start with a Punjabi proverb?
Please go ahead, sir.
It says, "Aata gundi hildi kyun hai?" It says, "Aata gundi hildi kyun hai?" शेर के दांत लंबे हैं, ये आपने कुछ चीजें बंद कर दी. These expressions are not allowed in the, although nothing has been closed. Oh, you can't demonstrate in the parliament. There was a demonstration happening today itself. I mean, so whatever there was happening earlier, the same has been repeated. Nothing new has happened. Even in this, what was there in this earlier recruitment process, the same recruitment process has been followed. Nothing has been changed. But yes, we have to create issue out of non-issue. But in this part, earlier it was all political issues, but this time they have dragged army into it. That's the sad part. And I appreciate Atishi when she says that even if it's her member, her party member, he should not have done it so. And I request Sanjay Singh to write tomorrow. He can come and say that I was not well informed about the subject, so I'm withdrawing it back. There's nothing wrong in it. But the sad part is, it's not the first time Mr. Kejriwal has raised question on the surgical strike. He said, give us proof on surgical strikes. So that's the problem. So when you keep raising questions on army, the valor of army, the processes of army, that's the problem. And then Atishi, whether this Agniveer or whether the normal recruitment which used to happen or other recruitment which will happen in coming times, the process will stay the same. And this process has been followed since ages, I mean, before the independence and even after independence. And in September 2021, someone has gone to the court. Sorry, September 2013, sorry, someone has gone to the court. And then it was clearly mentioned that it is for operational objectives. It's nothing to do with the people coming to the army are on caste base. Someone has gone further on it now, one of the from the opposition. They said, no, people who will be chucked out of the army, RSS will decide, and then it will be 75%, all those from the lower caste and upper caste will be kept in the army. I mean, it's so sad that you are trying to demean or trying to drag army into such levels.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually
army,
that really is the unfortunate part. You know, that's why I said, and while I agree with you that I appreciate Atishi today taking a stand and saying that whether it's her party or any other party, if a wrong comment has been made, that is not okay. But the only larger issue is, which is actually making everybody sad today, is that our armed forces are being dragged into this time and again. Major General Yash, I want to bring you back in. The worry today is, as I said, in a democracy, the opposition should be raising issues. But shouldn't the opposition also realize that the armed forces needs to be above politics, because this is matters of national security? When you have a new scheme in place, there could be issues, and a lot of these false claims could mislead the youth who would actually want to end up joining the armed forces. Major General?
Irrespective of everybody respects the army, there is absolutely no doubt, and we draw a lot of inspiration from the love and affection we get from our people across the country. But schemes like this, couldn't they be discussed in a defense parliamentary committee, or before they come out in the open? I'm sure you could have had more deliberations on the pitfalls of this scheme or the things that we are seeing now. We are seeing this because there appears to be lack of communication, even among the leadership, political leadership from various sections of the society. So a scheme like this, now we are saying all India, all class, then there is a moot question. If you are going to recruit all India, all class, what is going to change? How the nature of the regiments, especially infantry, mechanized infantry regiment, which are based on caste or religion basis, what is going to happen to them? How many years it will change for them to change their recruiting pattern? So I belong to all India, all class. I belong to Brigade of the Guards, totally all India, all class. We don't recruit based on caste or religion, and we are one of the finest regiments of the Indian Army. So I am very happy if we recruit all India, all class. But maybe then why should we ask caste? Can we stop this now? Can we take a lesson from this and stop asking caste, even religion. Kyun puch rahe ho religion? After you recruit them, then ask them the religion. You're from which religion? Why should you ask them when they're in the process of recruitment? So that will be a very good thing if children can come without any baggage of caste, creed, religion, or area, and let's get the best 40,000-50,000 that we want, and let's get them from all across the country. That would be the best thing. And I'll be very happy to see that happen.
Okay. Atishi, I want to bring you back in. Two things that I want to understand from you. You know, this controversy has been on since the morning. You had the defense minister come out and put the facts. Then the BJP did a press conference as well. Despite all of that, a couple of hours have passed. We haven't really seen an apology from Sanjay Singh or even an acceptance that I would want to withdraw that comment. I want to understand why that has happened. Has there been a communication within the party? And secondly, the larger issue that I want to understand, considering the fact that the monsoon session of Parliament is now on, this is an opportunity for the opposition to raise issues that have resonance on the ground with the common man. Issues like the economy, the inflation, jobs, those are issues you should be talking about. Does the opposition really want to be seen talking about controversies where there are actually none, like the size of the emblem or the lion, dharna circulars, list circulars? Shouldn't you be focusing on more meatier issues?
Two things. First of all, I think that as both the defense experts have very clearly said, there is definitely a question as to why caste is still being asked when it is an all India, all community recruitment, number one. So yes, while it may not be factually accurate that it was never asked earlier, it is definitely factually accurate that now we are no longer recruiting based on region and caste. Then why are caste details being asked is definitely a question. And it is definitely a question in light of the fact that within 4 years, 75% of those who are being recruited are not going to be retained. So it definitely does raise questions and concerns about any potential caste-based discrimination. Number one, because Ridhima, neither you nor I can deny that this is caste-based discrimination. While maybe illegal, while maybe unconstitutional, is very much a part of the reality of the country that we live in. Number one. Number two, the Agnipath, the Agnipath Yojana is definitely something that the opposition is going to talk about. One cannot say that schemes related to the army or the national security are above discussion, because there is definitely a concern that this particular scheme, where 75% of the army is not going to be retained, is over a 15 to 20 year period going to reduce the size of the army by half. See, at this point of time, what are the biggest defense threats that India faces? So on one side, there is the border with China. On the other side, there's the border with Pakistan. Now, China, on the other hand, I'm not saying that we use
Atishi, I'll take that to the representatives of the armed forces. I just wanted to understand the larger issue from you. Are these the issues that the opposition wants to focus on when it actually becomes a big embarrassment for them when they're fact-checked by the government saying you've got your points completely wrong?
No, so as I said, that definitely the process of recruitment and the nature of the recruitment of the army is a question that the opposition should raise, and I'm sure they will continue to raise, because of the new process by which recruitment is happening might potentially weaken the Indian army. Then it is a job of the opposition to raise that question. And I think that is a very legitimate issue to raise, that have we taken the right decision? Are we strengthening national security or are we weakening national security?
Yeah, but I would have appreciated if that was the issue that was raised by Sanjay Singh. Unfortunately, that really wasn't the issue. I'll let RP Singh respond and then I'll give a final word to the veterans of the armed forces as well. RP Singh.
Very two small things. I mean, Sanjay Singh hails from a background where politics is done on basis of caste, and the problem is that he has brought caste in the. He's trying to bring caste in the caste politics in the army also. That's the sad part, and I'm still hopeful that Sanjay Singh will tomorrow morning go by Atishi's advice and withdraw back his whatever statement he has given. One. Secondly, I mean, you can ask questions, but don't suspect army. And I'm telling you for record that no one is reducing the number of recruitments. It's just a process which has been changed, making the army younger. Atishi, I never interpret. Atishi, I never interpret. Please, I mean, I never interpret you, and I appreciate and I really admire you for your debates also. Please. So, issue is that number is not going to be reduced, but yes, you still have to raise questions, because when you raise such questions, when you create such questions, you create questions in the mind of youngsters who lead to agitation, which happened earlier also. So, but yeah, youth has rejected that, and then has in big number come forward, have participated in the recruitment of Agnipath. So let's be clear. Don't please, for God's sake, don't bring caste politics or the petty politics in army. I mean, we'll request you. You can discuss issues. You can discuss and debate issues. And there are defense committees, there are parliamentary committees where you could discuss all issues. But don't come to bring it to public domain by saying, "मेरे को किसी captain साहब का phone आया, ये पहली बार हो रहा है." I mean, that doesn't look nice.
I'll give the final word to Lieutenant Colonel. Keeping all politics aside, are there genuine concerns as far as the scheme itself is concerned?
Yeah, thank you so much. At the outset from your platform, let me tell you that this scheme is really pathetically bad. It's been very badly planned, and execution had been even worse. And the record of recruitment, which the government is claiming, is not because that it's become so popular among the youngsters. It is absolute due to the high rate of unemployment in the country. The youngsters are going to get themselves recruited for this scheme out of sheer frustration of not getting job anywhere else. Let me also tell you that Atishi has a very valid point which he has raised, but probably she is not able to.
Ex-army man.
Sure.
I'm sorry, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel, quickly finish. Lieutenant
jobs,
Colonel, just quickly finish your point. Jobs. I'll give RP Singh the final word then. Go ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Dhoon.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that Atishi, what she was trying to bring out probably was that at the time of exit, what would be the caste equation, how the government or the units or the defense force are going to ensure that the percentage is, kept.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the details of the exit have not been spelled out by the government, which is again very, very unfortunate. And one of the reasons why I say this scheme is very badly planned.
RP Singh, final word to you. 30 seconds, sir, please.
And one final...
RP Singh, sir, I'm running out of time. RP Singh.
No, I just want to thank you, and I want to request...
RP Singh, 30 seconds.
Sir, thank you so much. But problem is that you from the armed forces, you are saying that people join army because they don't have job. I'm sorry, sir. People join army because they want to serve the nation. They don't just do it for job. For job, there are 10 more areas and 10 more various other scope of work where they can go and work, not the army. So please don't, I mean, you have been in army. It doesn't look nice that you belittle the forces or you belittle the recruitment process or you belittle recruitment process because of whatever reason you have. You might not like the scheme, but don't belittle the process and don't belittle the courage and the valor of the army.
Okay. I have completely run out of time. I'll unfortunately will have to leave the conversation there. I'd like to thank all the representatives of the political parties and veterans from the armed forces as well. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking this evening. The race for the post of UK's Prime Minister is only tightening. Rishi Sunak is still in the lead. Currently, there are only 4 candidates left to go, and in about a couple of weeks' time, there will be a new resident at 10 Downing Street. First, let's really talk about who is leading the race. The former Finance Minister of United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, is still in the lead, followed by Trade Minister Penny, Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, and former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch. Tory leader Tom T was eliminated from the race after he got the least amount of votes. Now, going forward, candidates with the least votes will be eliminated till there are only 2 prospective leaders that are left. The big question also is the road really clear for Rishi Sunak already? Well, the answer is not quite. Rishi Sunak has clear support from Tory lawmakers, but there are still a few hurdles on the way for him to become the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So far, no candidate, Rishi Sunak included, has received 120 votes. So we'll really have to see how this plays out. Boris Johnson continues to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom as of now. Despite announcing his resignation, he's expected to vacate his office once his successor takes over on the 5th of September. But let's first break down the details as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned and who else is in the fray with him, and more importantly, how has he managed to reach this position? What really works for him? Seen as best equipped to counter political crisis, but what could work against him is Partygate scandal, breached lockdown rules, what actually led the downfall of Boris Johnson as well. Let's also break down the other details of whether does Rishi Sunak have it in him to become the next Prime Minister as far as the UK is concerned. Praise for COVID-19 economic rescue package, but what could go against him? Wife Cheetah's non-domicile tax status, we've seen the entire controversy around it as well. Then, of course, what works for him is he gained huge popularity during the COVID-19 pandemic and the work that was done. But what could go against him is held US green card till last year. We also quickly want to break down some ballot numbers of what has ensured Rishi Sunak to reach this position and whether it will be an easy ride for him from here on. If you talk about round one, where the voting took place on the 13th of July, needed 30 votes, secured 88 votes and was ranked in the first position. That was the first round. If you talk about the second round, where the voting took place on the 14th of July, secured over 100 votes, most by any contestant, again was ranked in the first position. Then let's talk about round 3 of voting, which was on the 18th of July, secured 115 votes, only 4 people in fray now, ranked again as far as the first position is concerned. Round 4 is currently underway as we speak. Round 5 will be on the 20th of July. But the question now also is there enough for Rishi Sunak to win this race, or are there still challenges? Round 6, 21st of July to decide for the final 2. So, we'll take all these questions to my colleague and our guests as well. Final decision will be on the 5th of September. As I said, till then, you do have Boris Johnson in place. So, the question that we're actually asking this evening is, has there been enough that has been done as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned? Does it have it in him to become the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? Let me first bring in my colleague Sanjay Suri, who is joining us now on the broadcast. Sanjay, as we said, as of now, it looks all good for Rishi Sunak. But what are you picking up as far as the voting which is currently underway? And most importantly, what could be the challenges for him going forward?
Well, we have the result of the 4th round already.
Oh, okay.
And clearly, Rishi Sunak has consolidated his position as the leader. And the question is, the runoff at the moment for who will contest against him. That is an answer that will follow the round of voting tomorrow, which will be the last in this particular round, where it is the Conservative members of Parliament to vote. Then on, it will be between Sunak and the one who wins the vote tomorrow to stand against him. But clearly, Sunak doesn't just have the numbers, he has the argument. We've had 2 debates so far. Sunak has been head and shoulders above everyone else. He's the only one who appears to know what he's talking about. He's the only one who appears to have credibility and a grip on the economy and on decisions that need to be taken. And he's not making bones about that. He is saying very clearly that there will be some hard decisions that do need to be taken. And people do trust him with the ability to take those decisions. So he carries a lot of credibility. He has the argument and he has the numbers now.
Sanjay, but I also quickly want to understand the ecosystem in which, if Rishi Sunak does win and if he takes over from Boris Johnson, there are multiple challenges in the immediate timeline as well. There is inflation, there is pay drop. Does Rishi Sunak have that acumen to tackle these immediate challenges?
Well, clearly a lot of MPs seem to think so, and more MPs think that than others who will trust someone else with those difficult decisions. There is a huge problem with inflation, and other candidates, well, Liz Truss certainly has been saying that, well, they are going to go for tax cuts, they will be spending. This sounds like superficial populism, or as Rishi Sunak described it, fairy tale stuff. You can't really, in the middle of an inflation and to tackle that inflation, take a decision to spend more and to tax less. So he is clearly prepared to take some hard decisions, and people trust him with that, even if it's going to mean a degree of short-term discomfort. He believes that the nation is ready for that message, and a lot in the nation is prepared to have that message from him and have him take those decisions.
Sanjay, we'll leave the conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let me also now introduce our guest joining us to take this discussion forward. We have Professor David Dunn, Department of Political Science and International Studies and International Politics, Director of Internationalization, University of Birmingham. It's good to have you on the broadcast with us. Thank you for taking our time. Let's begin with the basics first. Is it a matter of time, do you think, before it is all clear as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned to take over from Boris Johnson?
If only it were that simple. It's not clear. It's not clear what the result will be. The result could be realistically any one of the three remaining candidates. And I agree with your previous commentator. Sunak is head and shoulders above the opposition in terms of the quality of the argument he has presented. But unfortunately, politics doesn't always work on a rational basis. And therefore, it's not at all clear and won't be clear possibly for months.
So the same question that I was asking my colleagues as well in terms of the immediate challenges. Inflation is at a record time high. This pay drop that we are seeing. Is Rishi Sunak the man capable of tackling these issues?
I think in terms of the debates we've had so far and the other interactions we've seen, Rishi Sunak has presented himself as head and shoulders above the other candidates in terms of the prudence, the experience, the knowing the details of the debate, particularly in the need to tackle inflation. And he has made that his main campaign position. However, his opponents have criticized him for being too prudent, for taxing too much, for borrowing too much, for spending too much. And they are positioning themselves to the right of him, offering tax cuts, and as a consequence, may prove more popular with the membership of the Conservative Party, who may want to see that sort of stimulus rather than the prudence which Sunak is offering.
Okay, Professor, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We also have Lord Remy Ranger, Member of House of Lords of the United Kingdom, also now joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. Let me also first understand your view. Do you think Rishi Sunak is the man to take forward as far as the reins of the United Kingdom is concerned?
100%. He is the right man for the leadership, and he is picking up all the votes, all the people who are dropping out. Their supporters are joining Rishi Sunak's camp. Rishi Sunak is a very prudent, very wise. He's not going to make promises which he can't deliver, because this man is ethical. He understands what happened when people are not ethical. Boris Johnson lost his leadership because of taking advantage of his overconfidence. So therefore, Rishi, being of Indian origin, will have to be whiter than the white. He will have to promise people what he can deliver. He will never take advantage of the position and he has the experience how to cut tax, when to cut tax. First priority for him will be to tackle inflation. After the inflation has been got under control, then he will go for the tax cut. The British public is very savvy. They understand the country is going through economic turmoil brought about by Russian invasion of Ukraine and also COVID. So therefore, anyone who promises that they can just come in and cut taxes right, left and center are bluffing the people.
And it actually looks that Rishi Sunak is actually now moving one step closer. I'll just request our guest to stay on with us. We're also now getting an update coming in. Rishi Sunak moves one step closer. You now have Kemi Badenoch, who's been knocked out in the latest round of the Conservative leadership contest and raced to be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The latest numbers that we're also now getting in: Rishi Sunak 118, Penny Mordaunt 92, Liz Truss 86, and at 59 you have Kemi Badenoch, who's now no more in the running to be the next Prime Minister. My colleague Sanjay Suri is now back with us. So Sanjay, it now looks like all clear as far as the next round is concerned for Rishi Sunak.
Well, it is all clear, but certainly a lot of Sunak supporters would have hoped for a better result. Overnight, he has added 3 to his tally. Liz Truss has added 15. Penny Mordaunt has added 10. People were hoping that the Sunak momentum would have taken him over the 120 line by the vote today. But clearly, the fact is that he's almost certain to cross that when it comes to the final voting in this round tomorrow. Certainly, he will be one of the two candidates. The fight is on for the other two, though there are indications that support for those two has gained ground faster than it has for Sunak overnight. Also, considering that of the 59 votes that Kemi Badenoch won today, those are votes that are going to go somewhere. There is the question where they go, and that's a substantial number of votes. The margin certainly between Mordaunt and Truss are relatively small, and a lot will depend upon where those Badenoch votes now go tomorrow.
Absolutely. Sanjay, thanks for getting us that quick update. And David, this is where I want to bring you in. While Rishi Sunak still has the lead, I agree with the point that my colleague was making, that the margin should have been much higher. And if you look at the other contenders, the second and third position, they've added quite a bit as far as the last round is concerned. So is some sort of momentum being lost as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned?
I think the figures are really interesting. He has just over a third. He has much less of a clear lead than Boris Johnson did when he became leader, and Theresa May did when she became leader. What that shows you is that the party is split, that the party in Parliament is not necessarily as convinced that the Sunak is the right candidate as the previous rounds of elections in previous years. So what that shows is that this is still to play for. While he has a lead and therefore is likely to end up in that final two runoff, it's theoretically possible that actually the other two could pick up all those votes. It's also possible that what's going on now is that supporters of Sunak will be trying to engineer their choice of the candidate for him to run against. So there's only two names are put forward to the Conservative Party membership in the country in the next stage of this. And so Sunak and his supporters will be trying to engineer those people who are possibly going to defect to him, possibly to lend their support to the candidate that they least think is likely to beat Sunak in the country, in order that Liz Truss, I think, who is the one that he fears most, doesn't get to be in the number as his runoff candidate in the country. So there are all sorts of machinations going on.
So
here,
a lot of issues still
the
remain as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned. One, of course, what happens to this 59 as far as Kemi Badenoch is concerned. And of course, there is an aggressive counter against Sunak by heavyweights like Sajid Javed and others as well. So we really will have to see, is it enough in terms of work that has been done and support that Rishi Sunak has at the moment. Unfortunately, I will have to leave that conversation there. I'd like to thank both our guests. This is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. For now, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we get you a wrap of all the other stories as well.
More than 900 people have been evacuated from flooded houses in Maharashtra's Chandrapur district. With monsoon at its peak, water level in dams in Amravati have reached a danger mark. More than 100 people have died due to rains and floods in Maharashtra so far this month.
After 70 years, India is set to be the home of cheetahs. African cheetahs will find a new home in the Madhya Pradesh National Park. In fact, it's being brought under the Intercontinental Translocation Project. An MOU will be signed with South Africa. For the program, preparations have been on for housing 12 to 15 cheetahs. From August, the fastest animal on earth was declared extinct in India in 1952. A Delhi court upheld the conviction of Sushil and Gopal Ansal for tampering with evidence in the connection with the 1997 Uphaar cinema fire, which claimed 59 lives. The court will hear fresh arguments for the quantum of sentence tomorrow. One co-accused in the case, Anup Singh, has been acquitted. The CBI has registered a case against former IOA President Narinder Batra in an alleged corruption case. The agency also conducted searches at his premises in 5 locations in Delhi and Jammu. Earlier this year, the CBI received a complaint alleging that 35 lakhs of Hockey India money was used for Batra's personal benefits. A damning report and new footage indicates police inaction during the mass shooting that took place at a school in Texas in Uvalde back in May.
an overall lackadaisical approach with egregiously poor decision-making. That's how a new investigation report describes the law enforcement response in the Uvalde school shooting. The report repeatedly notes a lack of clear command during the shooting. It lists 376 members of law enforcement on the scene, including many from federal agencies.
There is multiple opportunities, depending on the relative training and experience of law enforcement officers, to at least ask more questions.
But investigators didn't find any responders acted maliciously. In fact, these officers helped children and teachers escape.
I got another gift.
What are we doing here?
The report gives families more answers, but little comfort.
Meanwhile, in New York, there were long queues of people waiting to get the monkeypox vaccine. With nearly 500 cases, the city has become the epicenter of the outbreak of the disease in the US. But only 9,200 slots became available on a dedicated website this weekend. Within 7 minutes, all slots were full. The race for the next UK PM is heating up. The Conservative Party leadership contest is now headed to its final stage, and former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak looks certain to be one of the top two candidates to replace Boris Johnson. UK's former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch is the wild card in this tightly contested race. So where do things stand right now for Rishi Sunak? Round 1 of voting, it happened on the 13th of July. He secured 88 votes, which was the highest of all the candidates. He was ranked number 1. Round 2 happened on the 14th of July. He secured 101 votes in that as well. Again, he led the pack of Conservative hopefuls. In round 3, the voting for which happens on the 18th of July, Rishi Sunak is among the top 5 candidates in the fray, and we will know later tonight where he stands. There are still more rounds to go. On the 19th of July, which is tomorrow, there will be round 4, and on the 20th, there will be round 5. And finally, the final round that happens later this week on the 21st of July, it will whittle down the field to just the final 2 contenders. And the final decision will be revealed on the 5th of September. Russian forces struck Pokrovsk, a city in Ukraine's Donetsk region. The city was hit twice with Iskander-M ballistic missiles, leaving at least 1 person dead and 14 injured. According to officials on ground, 30 buildings in the city were damaged as a result of the strike. The United States has decided not to impose any sanctions against India for purchasing the S-400 missile systems, the defense systems from Russia. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a legislative amendment which waives off any punitive sanctions on India under CAATSA. The U.S. is supporting India amid China's growing belligerence. India has also signed a $5 billion deal with Russia for 5 units of the S-400 air defense systems. Then, President of the United States, Donald Trump, had warned of sanctions in retaliation to this purchase. Sri Lanka's acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency as citizens struggle to get their hands on basic necessities.
I'm in Colombo at one of the few gas stations that's actually pumping petrol right now. We had to drive around past at least 2 or 3 before we found this one, and we could spot the fact that it was open because the line was stretching not even around the block, but like several blocks down.
In Sri Lanka these days, they say petrol is more precious than gold, which explains the heavily armed guards.
I've never seen.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We are now going to get you a wrap of all the other stories that made news right through the day. Haryana DCP Surinder Singh was mowed down by a truck while he was trying to expose the mining mafia in Haryana's New district. The DSP was accompanied by a gunman, and when he stopped a truck to check for its details, the driver panicked and ran the truck over him. One of the accused has been arrested and taken into custody after an encounter broke out during which the accused was shot at.
हमारे डीएसपी सुरेंद्र सिंह ये पास के नूर जिले में ड्यूटी पर थे और एक किसी खान माफिया के किसी व्यक्ति ने और उनके ऊपर गाड़ी चढ़ाई, उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है। बहुत दुखद घटना हुई है। हमारी सांत्वना है उनके परिवार के साथ भी, और हम वीर सैनिकों को हमेशा ऐसे मामलों में सबका मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए भी अपने आप को भी कोशिश करना चाहिए, और उस परिवार की भी जिसकी क्षति हुई है उसके साथ भी खड़े हैं।
सवाल इस बात का नहीं है कि विधायकों को धमकी मिली, आम आदमी अपने आप को असुरक्षित महसूस करता है। आज ना विधायक ना पुलिस अपने आप में सुरक्षित हैं, तो आम आदमी कैसे सुरक्षित रहेगा? तो ये बड़ा ऐसा विषय है, कानून व्यवस्था बिल्कुल चरमरा गई है। ऐसा प्रतीत होता है हरियाणा में सरकार ही नहीं है कोई।
Just days after she was wrapped by the Supreme Court over her remarks on Prophet Muhammad, former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma today had a sigh of relief, with the same bench staying coercive action against her till the 10th of August over all the FIRs filed in multiple states. The two-judge bench acknowledged threats against Nupur Sharma and assured her protection in order for her to avail all possible remedies. A youth was stabbed in Bihar, Sitamarhi, for watching Nupur Sharma's video. The victim has now been admitted to an ICU in a private hospital where his treatment is currently underway. The family has alleged that the police registered an FIR only after removing mentions of Nupur Sharma, while the cops claim the youth was attacked due to rivalry and the family is intentionally trying to bring Nupur Sharma's anger into this case. A second autopsy of the Kalakuchi Class 12 schoolgirl who allegedly died of suicide was conducted today after the Supreme Court refused the family's plea of choosing doctor for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin chaired a high-level meeting with his ministers over this tragic incident, following which the SP and the district collector of Kalakuchi now have been transferred. After the controversy surrounding NEET aspirants made to unrest came to light from Kerala's Kollam district, 5 people are currently being questioned, of which 3 are from the agency, while the remaining 2 are sweepers of the college who were identified by the girls. Meanwhile, the NCW also has taken cognizance of the matter, issued notice to Kerala DG, while also calling for an independent probe by the NTA DG. Former Congress MLA K.S. Abhinathan was arrested and produced before a court today in connection to Congress workers protesting and heckling Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an aircraft. A conspiracy case was filed against the Congress leader after a WhatsApp chat was leaked in which he, along with other members, spoke about buying ticket on the same flight as the Kerala Chief Minister and protesting against him. Days after a video surfaced showing a group of people offering namaz in a mall in Lucknow, the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath broke his silence over the matter, saying those miscreants who are trying to create nuisance in the society will be dealt strictly with. In connection to the controversy, a total of 4 people have been arrested and their questioning is underway.
लखनऊ में एक मॉल खुला है, वह मॉल अपने व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान को लेकर काम कर रहा है और उसको लेकर के राजनीति का अड्डा बनाना, अनावश्यक बयानबाजी जारी करना और उसके नाम पर फिर सड़कों पे प्रदर्शन करके लोगों के आवागमन को बाधित करना और बार बार लखनऊ के प्रशासन से कहा गया सब के बावजूद भी अराजकता पैदा करने और सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है।
Former Union Minister and senior Congress leader Margaret Alva today filed nomination as the opposition's vice presidential candidate. She was flanked by top leaders including Rahul Gandhi, Sharad Pawar, Sitaram Yechury and others. Alva will be up against NDA's pick and former West Bengal Governor Jagdeep Dhankar. The election will be held on the 6th of August and the winner will succeed Venkaiah Naidu. The rupee today fell to an all-time low against the dollar, breaching the 80 mark for the first time ever. It fell down to low as 80.06 against the dollar before closing for the day on 79.94. Experts cite geopolitical crisis, ongoing Russia-Ukraine war and recovery from COVID as few of the reasons behind this slump. The depreciating rupee is likely to have a direct impact also on spending as oil imports, loans will get pricey. Increasing prices might also accelerate inflation. The present leader of opposition in Sri Lanka Assembly, Sajith Premadasa, has backed out of the presidential race. He will be supporting MP Dulas in the polls instead. The election, remember, is scheduled to be held on the 20th of July to pick who will replace Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who resigned on Friday after months of protests. And in Seen Unseen today, we're getting you visuals from Hawaii, where a wedding had an unusual gate crasher when a huge wave destroyed the celebrations in seconds and guests had to run for cover. Leaving you with these visuals. Thanks a lot for watching.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Trounces, Times Now and Republic TV.
Namaste, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us on this Tuesday edition of The Right Stand. There were 90,000 soldiers who folded in front of the might of the Indian Army. Those that engineered a split in Bharat in 1947 found themselves sliced less than 25 years later. As these POWs went back home, they were mocked and scoffed at. Such was the humiliation that many never wore the uniform again. Those that did could never forget the insult. This pain, this insult is what drives the Pakistan deep state, its military establishment in its agenda to bleed India with 1,000 cuts. No matter what they do, that humiliation of 1971 haunts. The ghosts of those Pakistani generals of the past continue to echo that humiliation into the current line of generals who run the Pak establishment. Point is, barring a few wins here and there, enmity with Bharat has been a loss-making proposition for Pakistan, especially its military and deep state. They, like leeches, sucked American dollars for more than 3 decades, and now when Uncle Sam has existed, Afghanistan, this blinded by hate and still hurting cause of the 1971 insult lot, is firmly in the lap of the CCP and the PLA. Such is the ISI and Pak deep state's obsession with Bharat that they are on the verge of pawning away their sovereignty, and it is this desperation that is making them cling to the only narrative that is available, and that for them they believe works. It is the last straw that they cling on to, the Kashmir narrative. And tonight, straight from the horse's mouth, we bring you details of Pakistan's renewed Mission Kashmir blueprint in this Right Stand and CNN News 18 exclusive. So the ISI has further and once again reactivated Mission Kashmir. Why now? Because there is a fresh offensive amid the string of setbacks. Pre-2008, the ISI operated 80 plus missions in Kashmir and other parts of India. The military very low on funds currently due to A, the sinking economy, B, the FATF blacklist looming and money becoming a huge crunch. Of course, the American dollars drying up, Pakistan losing grip even in Balochistan and also Afghanistan, which they claimed a huge victory, but now it's bleeding them, it's hurting them. ISI for Tehreek-e-Taliban operations in Kashmir, but Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is unwilling. They don't want to get into Indian soil. Also, Pakistan's new Kashmir blueprint says ISI is creating new terror nexus via the Islamic State of Wilaya Hind. So the Wilaya Hind, ISHP is what they are calling it, and in this they are now trying to give, Wilaya Hind has been given a list of targets in Jammu and Kashmir, this grouping. This grouping is what? It's just a clubbing of the Hizbul, the Jaish, the Lashkar cadre, and put them all together and bunch them up rather than having different wings of Hydra, just create one big lump. Now, properties of Jammu and Kashmir, terrorists being sold to raise funds, and this is happening in interior. So, Sopore, Kupwara, some of the other regions where in the villages they are selling off whatever properties they have to liquidate to catch funds. That's what the ISI is telling them. Training of JNK youth to try and fight the Indian forces. So, this is something which they are trying to reactivate. But more importantly, China is keen on operations in Afghanistan and JNK to try and engage India on 2 fronts. So this is a question that rings right loud clear. Is the ISI right now being dictated by China? Let's go across to Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow ORF, joining us, a Strategic Affairs expert, and Major General Dhruv Katoch also joining us. So these details, Sushant Sareen, as I say good namaste and good evening to the two of you gentlemen. Sushant, these details that we have accessed is from a retired ISI officer. A retired ISI officer has told our investigations editor Manoj Gupta these details. Now, obviously, we have seen a lot of this play out in the last 2-3 years since the abrogation of Article 370. But clearly, there seems to be a desperation. And this, somewhere, do you agree if I were to say, is the last straw? They're clutching onto this straw. Ye bhi gaya to khatam.
Anand, I won't say the last straw just yet, because I've been hearing this, that terrorism sponsored by Pakistan has its back broken, it's on its last legs, it's the last desperate lunge of these terrorists, and we've seen it continue for decades. So I wouldn't go to the extent you are going, but yes, it is very visible that they are on the back foot, partly because of the very robust Indian security grid in Jammu and Kashmir and other parts of India, partly because of their own bankruptcy and their own problems, and partly because of what you can call the blowback of terrorism inside Pakistan. So I think it's a combination of factors which has kind of forced them to backtrack a bit. On the China-Pakistan equation, I think that nexus is extremely well established. I don't think there's any doubt about it. In fact, somebody who's often appeared on your shows, David Devdas, who's one of our Kashmir experts, has been warning for more than 10 years now that the Chinese and the Pakistanis are acting in conjunction as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. So again, this particular revelation in your report does not come as a surprise. I don't think the Chinese are giving instructions to the Pakistanis. I suspect that they are both working in collaboration to destabilize India in whichever way they can, to pressurize India. Some of the other revelations are also interesting. They kind of are borne out by what we hear from other sources. For example, the Islamic State Hind province. Now, what has happened is that the Islamic State Khorasan has been limited to Afghanistan and to parts of the tribal belt and the Pashtun belt of Pakistan. Then they have formed an Islamic State Pakistan province, and then there is something called the Islamic State Hind province. And there's one again, another outlet, which is the Kashmir province kind of a thing. But it's basically the Hind province, which is much more worrisome right now. But there are reasons to believe that the Islamic State is essentially an ISI-sponsored, organization. It has very close links with the Haqqani network, who is also part of the Taliban. But, the Pakistanis are notorious for keeping some aces up their sleeve. So even while they were supporting the Taliban, there were very credible reports that the Pakistanis were also deeply in bed with the Islamic State terrorists in Afghanistan, because this was going to be their leverage point. And the moment you see the Taliban take a somewhat stronger stand against Pakistan bullying, you suddenly see a spike in the attacks by the Islamic State fellows inside Afghanistan. So I think that's a game the Pakistanis have been playing. So this Islamic State Hind province gives the Pakistanis a plausible deniability, and yet, keeps the fires of terrorism alive. So again, this kind of adds up. What does not really add up for me is this bit about the nexus between the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the others. I would be a little skeptical on that, partly because the Lashkar is not exactly a favorite group of the Taliban or of the Tehreek-e-Taliban. I know one thing for a fact, Anand, and again you'll find this interesting. The Pakistanis have been trying to reach out to the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan even earlier, many years earlier, to try and divide them between the Punjabi Taliban and the Pashtun Taliban. And the Punjabi Taliban, they have been trying to direct to Kashmir. That included a bulk of the Deobandi fellows who were also attached to the Harkatul Mujahideen, to Jaish-e-Mohammed and some of these other groups. So, and we've seen a spike in attacks by these fellows in Kashmir. The Lashkar attacks have somewhat gone down. The Jaish attacks have been, the Jaish has been far more active. So again, that bit adds up. What does not add up is the Lashkar getting into bed with the Taliban, the Tehreek-e-Taliban and all of that, because the Tehreek-e-Taliban and the Lashkar have had actually have had shooting matches between them. And while the Pakistanis tried to insert the Lashkar-e-Taiba in areas where the TTP was had influence and had sway, the TTP fought back and virtually eliminated the Lashkar-e-Taiba from there. So I don't think there's any love lost between these two guys, but other things in the report are pretty interesting.
Well, but here what happens is the TTP is still not on board. They are wanting to get them on board, that they are not on board, and there is perhaps a certain level of resistance is what the ISI officer has said. But General Katoch, the other aspect is the American dollars have dried up. So they don't have money. Now, is this perhaps a Chinese suggestion that you start combining ranks, pooling in resources rather than maintaining multiple Hydra? The other aspect is that how deeply embedded are the PLA into the Pakistani system now, that they are now calling the shots and dictating terms to the ISI. And the Chinese model is different. China will not throw money to them at the Pakistanis. They will exact their pound of flesh, if not more.
Anand, actually, whatever Sushant has said, I'm practically in agreement with what he has said. I would just like to make a few additional points. Firstly, you spoke about the Chinese. Now, I don't think the Chinese are going to, tell the Pakistanis how to operate. They won't be. They will neither be coordinating the operations, nor will they be taking part in any of those activities. At the best, I think what the Chinese are really trying to do is to fight India using the Pakistanis. So basically, they're using those groups to fight, to what do you call it, destabilize India to the best of their ability. But they are not going to get involved in the fighting. At the maximum, they may do some funding or stuff like that. But even that is drying up. So the Chinese direct interference in this particular part of the area, I would put a real question mark. I would put greater activity of the Chinese actually in India's northeast, where perhaps through Myanmar, they may try to carry out destabilizing activities. This is one. The second point is, as far as the TTP is concerned, it is my view that the TTP basically is fighting against the Pakistani state, which means they are really fighting against for them, the enemy is the Pakistan military, the Pakistan army to be specific.
Right.
So for them to get embroiled in Jammu and Kashmir or other places is a secondary battle for them. They may like to do that once they have finished their initial battle within Pakistan to create an Islamic state within Pakistan. That is what the TTP aims to do. It is very far from achieving their aims, but they will continue to fight the Pakistan military and not concentrate their forces as far as India is concerned. Thirdly, as far as Pakistan is concerned, I think it makes some sense for them to really utilize the limited resources which they have got in consolidating their forces in terms of the Lashkar and the Hizbul, etc., for the time being. But the biggest hit which they have got really is not, of course, the military, the Indian army has been very active along with the other security forces. I think the biggest hit they got was in on 5th August 2019, when 370 became history, when Article 370 became history. Now, what really happened at that point of time was that there was a very strong nexus which existed between the ISI and their own handlers within Pakistan, with the political leadership elements within Jammu and Kashmir, especially through the Hurriyat. Now, those linkages started getting broken with the abrogation of 370, and along with that, what happened was that internally within Kashmir, those linkages also started getting weakened between the terrorist groupings and their overground supporters. Now, I think this has been really the biggest game changer which has happened, because without 370 going, there was no hope of ever establishing peace in this region.
Right.
Even the mainstream political parties like the Abdullahs and the Muftis, even they are soft separatists. And when if the wind blows in a different direction, they will follow that direction.
Correct.
So it is very important for 370 to go. And with that having gone, I think the changes which we are seeing in J&K now is basically a direct result of that initiative. And now we need to consolidate on that point. Of course, the security forces will also have to keep a very strong focus on anti-terrorist operations, and the center will have to keep a very strong focus on the fundings.
Right.
Because the funding is really coming from a combination of drugs and smuggling and other issues. So Pakistan is not, they don't require too much funds to continue with the terrorism within J&K. So I think that is one thing which we still need to be careful about. But I am very hopeful. In my view, I think we are looking at the end game, and this end game will play out within a year or 2 years. And after that, it will be very difficult for Pakistan to revive the movement.
Well, as long as we continue to be in a place or in a way try to exercise severe amount of economic hardship over Pakistan, as they say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the cost of blood or cost of every bullet should become dearer for them there, for them to try and do any activity in our country. So that cost of trying to wage a proxy war, we have to make it so prohibitive that Pakistan will have to look away and have to give up on this. But somewhere so one gets the inkling that this obsession stems from that humiliation. And that humiliation is something which they've never been able to shirk off, and they're always constantly reminded of it. All this hate, all the vitriol, all the venom, all the propaganda using religion as the opiate, perhaps stems from that particular insult in 1971. It also stemmed before that, and that's why this nation was partitioned. But I'm just saying, post-partition, that perhaps is the trigger. General Katoj and Sushant Sareen, thank you very much for joining us on this exclusive news break here on The Right Stand. I have to move on, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of ground to cover. We've got to go across to UK, what's happening with Rishi Sunak, and we're going to have something which is history in the United Kingdom. We'll talk about that. But first, debate number one tonight on The Right Stand, and that is closer home in Bihar, which adds another leaf to the PFI files. PFI, an organization that traces its roots to Simi, an organization that claims to be Muslim mirror image of the RSS. That's what the PFI wants to portray themselves as, and which claims to be a socio-political organization, but in reality has been involved in multiple events of social unrest, violence, murder, vandalism, and most importantly been accused of harboring a pan-Islamist agenda. Until recently, they were nefarious for their activities largely in Kerala and Karnataka, but now they are under the scanner of the NIA for a pan-India disturbance, starting with the CAA protest. From there, they started to manifest pan-India, and every other instance they have somewhere or the other, 8 out of 10, if not 9 on 10 or 10 on 10, there has been an involvement of PFI and its affiliate organizations, be it Campus Front, be it the SDPI or others. Now, the latest entry in the PFI files comes from Bihar, where cops claim that a terror module has been busted that harbored the intent to work towards changing India into an Islamic state in 2047. Now, this is the copy of the document that the cops have recovered. The cops claim they have recovered this document, which was in possession with the 3 accused. Now, we've gone through this document, the pan-Islamist agenda in 2047. Tonight, another aspect of this pan-Islamist design has been unearthed, one that indicates that the intent to fuel further violence and extremism. So let's get in and do a deep dive. Some of the aspects which have come as per the interrogation of one of the accused, Athar Parvez, by the Bihar police, and also what we have been able to understand from the Enforcement Directorate. Athar Parvez and Arman Malik may have made some shocking revelations, ladies and gentlemen. The revelations are that over 15,000 Muslim youth across Bihar have been trained to operate weapons. Unemployed, illiterate youth have been largely targeted and to a certain extent brainwashed. The PFI has camp offices in 15 districts in Bihar. Purnia is the PFI headquarters in Bihar. Now there is more information. As the Enforcement Directorate has taken over the entire cases of funding, because there were nearly 83 lakh rupees that were found in the accounts of Athar Parvez, Arman Malik and Jalaluddin. Jalaluddin is actually a former sub-inspector. PFI is dealing in cash since the Enforcement Directorate raids post the anti-CAA protest. That's when they saw how so much money was coming in. Nearly 120 crores came in and the questions were asked, and they said what of money is being dealt as far as cash is concerned, small amounts, so which can be actually shown as zakat or donation receipts. So rupees 5 to about 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, that has been shown as zakat. So that's how they're trying to break down the money flow. So misusing the concept of donation for charity. Receipts shown as zakat to prove crowdfunding. That's what they are trying to say, that this is all people are sending us money for the organization to function, so that's what we are using. The Hawala route is also being examined. Also under the scanner, ladies and gentlemen, is whether or not this money has come from PFI's Kerala, Karnataka wings and been routed into Bihar. So this module has also busted one more angle, and this angle is the Nupur Sharma angle. Interestingly, Nupur Sharma's address and phone number has been found in the accused Athar's phone. Now, when confronted, Athar has said that someone actually forwarded it to him. If you were to take what he has said at face value, then the question remains, who forwarded and how many people has her number and address been forwarded to? The other aspect is, if he is lying, then what was his intent? Why did he have that number and name? Phones being tested forensically as we speak over this. Now the question is there a specific target or intention to target Nupur Sharma is a question that we are asking. Even as the Supreme Court today has given her some relief against any coercive action till the 10th of August when the hearing is posted. Next. Aarti Agarwal, Abhishek Banerjee and Tausif Ahmed Khan joining us this evening. Namaste. Let me start with Aarti Agarwal. The details are quite startling. How organized are they? And how many people in Bihar right now have been pushed with an agenda of not social upliftment but radicalization?
Right. So, Anand, I want to just say the first things first here, that we have so much evidence already of the kind of activities PFI has been indulging in, the way they're radicalizing the youth, the way they're giving arms training, the way their whole financial dealings are so murky. I mean, I think we should not be losing any time in declaring PFI as a terrorist organization officially. It's not that one
terrorist organization undertaking anti-national activities consistently for so many years. And unless and until we steal their offices, we freeze their financial
Aarti, please hold your
assets.
thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to interrupt this debate and we'll come back to this. There's been a huge development in Mumbai. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. It's breaking right here on the right stand. Big news coming through. Ex-Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey, after interrogation, has been arrested. Now, we are given to understand he's been arrested in the entire NSE phone tapping scam. Sanjay Pandey had created his own enterprise and he was running an operation where anybody and everybody working in the NSA, their phones were being tapped into, and this was being done illegally. And in this scam, despite him going back into getting into politics or coming back into IPS service, this firm continued to operate in his family members' name. Now he's been arrested. Ashish Maharishi joining us with more details. Yes, Ashish.
So, Anand, he has been arrested. He was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate today. But my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me that Sanjay Pandey was evasive during questioning, and that is why he has been arrested under various sections of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, here, the findings of the Enforcement Directorate is that, and in fact, we already know there is a CBI case as well, and only after that the Enforcement Directorate registered a PMLA case. The findings is basically that during the tenure of Chitra Ramakrishnan and you remember there are other people also who are basically being investigated in the phone tapping scam. A company, which was basically operational at that point in time. The company was basically hired for cyber forensics, or you could say, it was basically in disguise. A contract was done basically to look into the cyber functioning of National Stock Exchange. But ultimately, the job that was done was basically of phone tapping. There were various instruments that have been found during searches. They have been able to find servers where recordings have been made. So the Enforcement Directorate is in full evidence. They have full evidence against Sanjay Pandey. We all know there is a political twist to the story. Reason being that Sanjay Pandey, when he came in, if you remember that Sanjay Pandey, when he became the police commissioner of Mumbai, there were various actions that were expected against certain employees of the Enforcement Directorate and other individuals as well. But then again, since the government is no longer there, Sanjay Pandey got retired. And as we see that Sanjay Pandey, the former top cop of Maharashtra, he stands arrested as of now by the Enforcement
Ashish,
Directorate.
what happens next? And has Sanjay Pandey used his abilities of his company beyond the NSE? Has he used this even when he was perhaps the top cop of Mumbai?
So, difficult to say as of now. It is still being investigated. Too early to comment as of now. To whether the equipment that was used has been utilized beyond National Stock Exchange or not. But there is enough evidence to prove that the phone tapping was happening inside National Stock Exchange, which is in violation of the Telegraph Act. The Telegraph Act very clearly says that in case of any phone tapping that needs to be done, you need permission from the Ministry of Home Affairs, whether it is internal or it is external. But here, the services and the equipment of a company which was allegedly owned by Sanjay Pandey, and later when he got back into the IPS, he transferred the assets of that company into the name of his family members, and it continued for a very long time. If you see, even during the remand paper of Cheetah Ramakrishnan, it very clearly says that phone tapping has in National Stock Exchange has been happening for a very long time. So certainly a big news break as of now, because a former top cop of Mumbai, he's arrested as of now by the Enforcement Directorate.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Ashish Maharishi. Big development this. Former Mumbai top cop arrested by the Enforcement Directorate for being evasive in his answers in the entire phone tapping matter. This is the big development that has happened. Let's go back. Let's go back to our debate and focus here on the right stand. We broke away for this big news break. Now, coming back into the debate, Aarti Agarwal was making a point against the PFI as we are unearthing and a fresh page or a fresh chapter in the PFI files in their pan-India Islamist design, as is being alleged, and more importantly, what is it that they were up in Bihar? Yes, Aarti, thank you for your patience to our guests. Now going back to the debate. Yes, Aarti, please make your point.
So thank you, Anand. So I was basically saying that, firstly, we need to officially declare PFI as a terrorist organization, and we need to seal their offices and freeze their financial assets. And let the investigation continue after that. The findings can come out. But my concern is for the lives of innocent people and the threat to Nupur Sharma, which is so clear right now. And, the threat to people who have somewhere spoken or lent support to Nupur Sharma. Because as we can see, we don't know what else is there. We can see they have addresses of people. We can see what they're capable of in the past. We have seen people from PFI already doing very, brutal acts in the past against people who have been perceived as, insulting their religion. So because of all these things, my concern is mainly for the common citizens and the innocent lives of people. We've seen a very murky track record of PFI and all its associated organizations, and I don't understand what is stopping us from declaring them as a terrorist organization, which they have proven themselves to be many times.
What happens is that the PFI was in the past SIMI. SIMI became Indian Mujahideen. Indian Mujahideen then metamorphed into PFI. So you can ban organizations. What do you do with the members? And Tausif is a lawyer right now, and he understands legalese. He will know that you banning an organization is one aspect. Going ahead and nabbing and banning individuals and members, then it becomes individual cases, and it becomes a huge legal challenge to be able to do that. Tausif agree, disagree. But whatever is happening around in Bihar should also concern everybody.
No, Anand, considering the track record of the present regime in Delhi, if the Home Minister today decides to protect anyone, he can give protection. We have seen that in case of Nupur Sharma, now that Nupur Sharma has secured a no arrest order from the Supreme Court. And we have seen if the Home Minister wants to take action against any particular organization or individual, he is very well capable of doing that. We have seen that even in the past. So the question really is, if PFI is a villain, why government is not acting against it? And I have a very simple answer to that. Because the existence of PFI helps BJP. It saves BJP when the government is facing tough time, like today, when dollar is at all-time high, 80 rupees, when curd and milk and other essential commodities are being taxed for the first time 5% GST. So the question, the government, in order to avoid these questions, help the government. If we are engaged in discussing about PFI and their mischievous ways of functioning and all that, as is a very simple, logical conclusion to the PFI story and the way it has been dealing. And government has, in fact, the lawyer of the government to the court had said that they are in the process of banning. Though I really, I mean, some people may wonder why the government has not banned or has not taken action against PFI. I have the answer, because it is BJP's savior.
Well, in 2.5 minutes of uninterrupted your remarks, sir, you have flirted with contempt of court. You have flirted with questioning the integrity of the judges rather than questioning the comment or this, where you have actually flirted with the integrity of the judges. You have also used misinformation, because the decision to raise GST or include these products under GST and as per the slabs was taken collectively by the GST Council, that includes the finance minister of every single state and union territory, and it is done in cohesion together. And that means it's not the women fancy of the finance minister or one individual person again. So that is misinformation. And the fact that you have turned around and said, turned around and said that the activity of the PFI benefits the PFI remaining active benefits the BJP. The fact of the matter is that more RSS workers have been, RSS and BJP workers have been killed by the workers of this one particular organization than anybody else. So if it was to exact
RSS
vengeance,
also killed them
exact. If it has to be exact vengeance, and you are saying that the BJP and its home minister is all powerful, they would have then weeded them out. Abhishek Banerjee. So you managed to do all of this, sir, in a span of 2.5 minutes. So kudos to you for being able to do that. But Abhishek Banerjee.
Yeah. So, Anand, the first thing that I would like to say is contradict the other panelists who says that, debates on PFI helps the BJP, because from what I can see is the PFI, these issues, they are actually hurting the BJP, because it is preventing the government from giving out the correct, rather the correct information from spreading on issues such as the dollar. For instance, does the other panelists know that in the last 1 year, the euro is down 6% against the rupee and the pound is down 7% against the rupee? The difference between 2013 and 2022 is completely clear. In 2013, when Sonia Gandhi was ruling this country, the rupee was falling against all currencies. Whereas in 2022, the rupee is falling only against the dollar. In a class, if one student is failing, if only one student gets 0, then that student has some problem. If all the students are failing, it means that the question paper is impossible. So the difference is not difficult to understand. And because of these issues like PFI, I think that the information on issues such as the dollar rupee conversion and the economics is not coming out. Same thing on the issue of unemployment. Does the other panelists know that the 2011 census, which was published by Sonia Gandhi's government, pegged the unemployment in this country at 9.6%. Whereas right now, even by unofficial data, which is beloved by the liberals, provided by the CMIE, unemployment in India is only 7.1%. So I would ask the panelists to first take, the other panelists to first take back this talking point.
No. So from 1.2, and that too, by 2011, the population was estimated to be 1.2 billion. In 2022, the positive population has crossed 1.4 billion. So it's 7% of 1.4 billion, sir. And it was 9% of 1.2 billion. So there are those parametric, those metrics that will also come in. But we are not debating unemployment right now. We are saying that who are these people who have decided that
that is the point. They want to debate unemployment.
No, sir. We will debate. We will debate unemployment at a time and place when it is opportune. But right now, my biggest challenge right now and the story right now is that who are these organizations who have got access to such funds, who have so brazen enough to say that all that I am doing is something which is perfectly legal, and whose members come out repeatedly in repeated states and different states. Aarti Agarwal. Now look at this. One of the 26 who's been named and accused in the FIR, his name is Sultan Usman Khan. He's a PFI member from Motihari, and he has once again put out. He's the person who's giving them, who's conducting the weapons training in these areas, in these training centers, and he's the one who's again put out an appeal in the form of donations. Give us more money for our activities. So this ED's challenge or ED's argument that they are using this entire aspect of donations and they are using cash because anything else is now traceable, everything else is now questionable. So use cash and let's do small amounts and try and show it as crowdfunding. Now Atar Parvez also says money has come from Pakistan, money has come from Bangladesh, money has come from Turkey also in his account. 3 people nondescript in a place like Fulwari Sharif have 83 lakh rupees and they claim to have spent 90 lakh rupees already. And we should not be worried.
So this these figures are not trivial. And, when we see so many riots and such violent riots erupting for very trivial reasons across the country, it's not very difficult to put two and two together. We're looking at, we're zeroing in on Bihar PFI right now, but, like you said, many of these people are history cheaters, and this organization itself has its tentacles all over the country. We are slowly unraveling we're investigating and unraveling more and more, how deep these roots run. But it's very clear that there is illegal, illegitimate funding coming into India and supporting anti-national activities all across India, and they're working in a very orchestrated way. This is not some sporadic violence somewhere erupting. It is very planned, and these type of people working with all these organizations, SIMI, NSDPI, and PFI, all of them are basically just, different faces, different masks put on the same group of people, essentially. So we need to target these individuals, also dig up all their history, their biometrics, all their data. And but I like I said, the personal assets, the assets of these organizations, they need to be frozen before they funnel it somewhere else, because these people are fully capable of doing that. Before they funnel it somewhere else, or before they pass it around, and they are again used to create some other ruckus somewhere else, and then again the attention gets deflected somewhere else. They're literally running around like headless chickens half the time, because again there is some violence in some part of the country, and then the focus goes there. And we are not zeroing in on the root of the problem, which is organizations like this which want to make India an Islamist state by 2047, which is what they have very clearly stated in their vision for India. That even if they have
that is the agenda of these organizations. But I have to wind up this debate on one very, very heartening note. That in this note, also purported note that's been found from them, they say they need to get at least the support of 10% Muslims across the country. They don't have that. They don't have that. And that is a testament to what we stand for as our nation and how we reject radicalism. The government has also come out and put out a statement that it's a very, very small, minuscule number in terms of base of population which is involved in this. But the larger aspect is, ladies and gentlemen, that 20 crores and 1% of 20 crores or 0.01% of 20 crores also runs into a few thousands, and that is a cause for worry. A handful are enough to create a huge amount of mayhem and put an entire nation into tizzy, and also change the narrative and story for India globally. So we don't need even a few thousand. We've got to ensure that they're all weeded out, and especially organizations which have an intent like this need to be weeded out faster. Tausif, Abhishek, and also Aarti, thank you very, very much. I have got to wind up, and we're going to set up debate number 2 or story number 3 tonight on the right stand, and we're going to go across the borders. Go into the United Kingdom, where history is all set to be written, but with it, is there a twist in the story, as Rishi Sunak has got his nose ahead yet again, ladies and gentlemen. 4 rounds of voting. It's down to 3 people now, as one more of the challengers or the aspirants has gotten knocked off. In 2 days, it's come down from 5 to 3. So it's not about whether Rishi Sunak is in the fray. The question now that's being asked is, who is going to challenge Rishi Sunak? And if you see the progression of the numbers and the votes, Rishi Sunak's challenge or Rishi Sunak's rise remains steady, but there are others who are quickly playing catch up. So let's quickly look at the numbers. The race to 10 Downing Street, the 4th round, that's today. It happened just earlier this evening, and look at the numbers. You have Rishi Sunak consolidating his lead from yesterday. That was about 115. He has moved he's got 3 more votes, and it's gone up to 118. But it's Penny Mordaunt who's now climbed up. She's climbed up from the 80s into the 90s. The biggest jump has happened for Liz Truss. Liz Truss had just about 71 votes yesterday after round 3, and in round 4 she's jumped about 15 votes to 86 votes. So she's closing in the gap for number 2 fight, and these two will breathe down hard here. So it will boil down to 2, and we'll talk about that in just a bit. But Kemi Badenoch, she's out, the Conservative MP. She's out with 59 votes. She bows out. So that's the story right now after 4 rounds. Now let's try and look at Overrath. Even as he gets more popular, there are those who are trying to counter his rise. So the offensives have come in by heavyweights, Sajid Javid, Sir Ian, Duncan, and also Lord Agnew. All three of them have mounted campaigns. He's been attacked over his economic policy as Chancellor. Boris Johnson reportedly has supported and endorsed his support for Liz Truss. Daily Mail has become very, very aggressive in its counter-campaign. Even the Sunday Telegraph has branded Rishi Sunak as a schoolboy, a liar and untrustworthy all around Partygate. It's down to three. It's down to three. Sunak still with his nose ahead is a question that we are asking. Is there a twist in this story, or are we all set for history in the making in the race for 10 Downing Street, ladies and gentlemen? Joining us this evening, Sanjay Suri, our own family, CNN News 18, but joining us in London, from London, PA Pandey Satish Sharma ji, Chair of the British Board of Dharmic Scholars with us, and Nicholas Nugent, Senior Journalist. Namaste, thank you very much for joining us this evening. And there's so much drama, it's history. What's going to happen? Pandit Satish Sharma ji, let me ask you. Among the Tories, is Rishi Sunak going to win the vote? Because when it comes down slowly from now it's down to 3, then it's going to be who's going to transfer whose votes to whom.
Jai Shri Ram, and thanks for the chance to speak on this. This story is changing moment by moment, isn't it? But in answer to your question, the first hurdle is for Rishi ji to get onto the ticket, the final 2. And that rests in the hands of the parliamentarians, the political party there, and it is the most vicious, it is the most aggressive, the most cunning, the most devious group of people you can possibly imagine. Inside of Parliament, all sorts of deals will be being made. There'll be people thinking, well, if we support Rishi, will we get a job? If we don't support Rishi, will I lose the chance of being a minister? So the personal dimension is going to have an influence. In addition to that, there are the old voting blocks. Within Parliament, the Tories have, it's sad to say, but the Tories still have a relatively racist core. There are still people there who find it very difficult to stomach the idea of a coolie as the Prime Minister of this country. And I think that's something Rishi ji is going to have to be very wary of. It's easy sometimes to get into a position, but if you're not in charge of the framework, then the framework can consume you. And so it's not all wonderful and the sun is shining and it will forever shine. There are many, many issues. The real choice, though, is going to be made when the parliamentarians have had their say, when the final ticket is established, who's on that ticket. And I will stick my sort of head above the parapet. A few weeks ago, when I thought about who would we see on this final ticket, in my mind it was Rishi Sunak ji and Liz Truss. In a time when there is a great deal of uncertainty, and we have never seen such uncertainty in the United Kingdom, not for many, many decades, you need a safe pair of hands. You don't want somebody coming into the ministerial and prime ministerial chair and the first roles who has no experience of working at that level. So that would automatically suggest Liz Truss and Rishi ji would be the choice of the 180,000 members of the Conservative Party. But there is a really important development which I think it would be good not to overlook. For the first time, we now have the chance of a candidate, and in fact a Prime Minister, who will definitely not be pale, male and stale, as they say. So this is history in the making. This could be the Obama moment for the Conservatives, where a ceiling is broken. For that reason alone, I think the Hindu community and the Indian community here in the United Kingdom are rooting for Rishi ji.
Well, who's Britain going to root for? And are they going to shake off these ethnic aspects? Nicholas, where's your thought? What's going to happen? Because Liz Truss has already played the ethnicity card. Does Rishi Sunak have a story strong enough to actually win the support that he needs? And of course, Liz Truss playing catch-up with Penny. So what do you see happening in the next round? Sanjay Suri, coming to you after this.
I wish I could predict. It really gets more exciting by the day. Certainly Rishi Sunak is in with a good chance. But look at the arithmetic. One more candidate needs to go out tomorrow. And when that happens, the votes for that candidate get transferred, and it could easily give the final 2, the numbers could look rather different. And as your previous speaker said, then it goes to the country at large. For them to judge, not the country at large, but the Conservative membership at large, so members up and down the country, and they have the final say. Now, until now, members of Parliament have been voting, and if I may be a little bit cynical about their motives, they have been voting for who is most likely to get the Conservatives back in at the next election. In other words, they don't want to lose their seats. And that's a lot of what it's about. Once it goes to the country, yes, electing the Conservatives back into power in 2 years' time or so, that's an important part of it. But I think the ordinary members will judge according to different things. As your previous speaker said, it could raise the race card, but I rather doubt it myself. I think the fact that Rishi Sunak is in Parliament already, representing a fairly rural constituency, shows that he's already, if you like to use the term, accepted as a good British citizen, which is really the only thing that matters here. So I don't know. I really don't know. I'm pretty sure that Rishi will be one of the two candidates put to the party at large. And we're waiting to see which of the two ladies will be on the ballot for the next round. That'll take a month or more. So we'll have quite some time to wait before we know whether Britain has its first Indian origin prime minister, if you want to put it like that.
Yeah, but well, he is a British citizen, but the point is that the aspect of ethnicity does come in. It shouldn't come in, like you said. But let's turn this question around and ask Sanjay, my friend. Sanjay, who's the Labour rooting for? Who are the Labour Party members rooting for? So then you know who they eye their prospects against 2 years down the line.
Well, certainly Labour would fear Rishi Sunak more than others. The question now, of course, is what the Tories do, the MPs in the first instance and the Tory membership in the follow-up to this round of the voting. Before we quite get to the race card, I think we are up here against the Boris Johnson card. Boris Johnson has clearly taken a view that he wants to oppose Rishi Sunak, that it should be anyone but Sunak. Clearly, there is a hidden Boris campaign. Of course, we could very readily believe that anyone Boris Johnson supports would have received the kiss of death. But clearly, some of the campaigning that we are seeing in the media and some in the social media as well, a bit of a racist overtone, to put it mildly, if not in so many words, but effectively to counter Rishi and prop up Liz Truss primarily. This is going to be one hell of a night for campaigning and for whispering campaigning. Clearly, there's going to be a very strong move now to stop Rishi. Very, very unlikely that he can be stopped from being in the final, though theoretically that is possible.
True, theoretically, because the split of votes from Penny. Yeah, because how many votes is Liz able to steal from those who are rooting for Penny, and how many votes is Rishi Sunak able to try and woo from those who are, let's say, voting for Penny? Just in a scenario where you're seeing a Rishi Sunak versus Liz Truss, because right now Penny and Liz Truss, they are getting closer. It's a big jump that Liz Truss has made between round 3 and round 4. Sanjay.
So, well, for Rishi Sunak to be stopped from being one of the two finalists, a couple of things would have to happen. One, that all the 59 votes, or at least the 59 votes released by Kemi Banadok, would go to the other candidates and not to Sunak at all. And secondly, that some who have voted for Sunak decide not to vote for him. And neither of those scenarios appears likely. He is very, very close to the finishing line, 1 or 2 votes and he's done. He reaches that figure of 120. It really is between the other two. But the fact is that in this last round, Sunak gained only 3 votes of the 31 that were released. It represents a slackening of momentum that we were not expecting.
So, or is that like, let me take it easy in round 4 and I'll go the whole hog in round 5 and then try and play catch up, Pandit Satish Sharma? How do you see this panning out? Because he needs 2 or 3 votes to get to that safe number of 120, as Sanjay Suri says. But then Liz Truss will be aggressively rallying because she's got 6 votes to try and catch up and try and get more than go ahead of Penny.
I think your previous caller's remark about Kemi's votes, that's very important and very significant. Kemi obviously appealed to a particular demographic and a particular constituency. And that constituency is very much more aligned to Rishiji. And I'm not talking about race, I'm not talking about tribalism either. Rishiji and Kemi have worked together. They have worked together in very high office in the Treasury, ministerial posts. So they have a track record of working together. And I can even see a scenario where if Rishiji is successful as Prime Minister, he would be thinking about who am I going to put together in my team. I'm sure Kemi would be also thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful for Britain to have an Indian origin Hindu Prime Minister and an African origin woman Deputy Prime Minister. So many of these calculations will be being done. And I think that these are the factors that will ensure Rishiji gets onto that final ticket. And then he has a month. He has a month and a half at the most within which to manage and handle the actual constituency who are going to vote for him, the membership.
Okay.
And I think in that month and a half, he's got a really good story to tell. His story is exactly what the Conservatives have always touted. From a very humble beginnings in a poor part of Southampton, average class, working class, middle class parents, aspirational, success story when he joined the Infosys family. Infosys were not a massive global entity. The shares were not worth what they are worth at this moment in time. And in that time, since then, he has now become a success. Who would want a prime minister who was on the verge of bankruptcy, who was financially irresponsible? So I think the story he will be able to tell will get him the votes in the constituencies as well.
Well, is he going to say the right story for Britain? That's what's important. He may have a great story going, but does he have a great story or a great script ready for Britain? That's going to be perhaps the most important aspect, where he's got to convince the Conservatives, if I may say that. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Always a pleasure speaking with you, and we're going to continue this conversation and track Rishi Sunak's rise here on The Right Stand and on CNN News 18. For the moment, taking a very short break. When we are back, it's The Real Report. Stay with us.
So where do things stand right now for Rishi Sunak? Round 1 of voting, it happened on the 13th of July. He secured 88 votes, which was the highest of all the candidates. He was ranked number 1. Round 2 happened on the 14th of July. He secured 101 votes in that as well. Again, he led the pack of Conservative hopefuls. In round 3, the voting for which happens on the 18th of July, Rishi Sunak is among the top 5 candidates in the fray, and we will know later tonight where he stands. There are still more rounds to go. On the 19th of July, which is tomorrow, there will be round 4, and on the 20th, there will be round 5. And finally, the final round that happens later this week on the 21st of July, it will whittle down the field to just the final 2 contenders. And the final decision will be revealed on the 5th of September. Russian forces struck Pokrovsk, a city in Ukraine's Donetsk region. The city was hit twice with Iskander-M ballistic missiles, leaving at least 1 person dead and 14 injured. According to officials on ground, 30 buildings in the city were damaged as a result of the strike. The United States has decided not to impose any sanctions against India for purchasing the S-400 missile systems, the defense systems from Russia. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a legislative amendment which waives off any punitive sanctions on India under CAATSA. The U.S. is supporting India amid China's growing belligerence. India has also signed a $5 billion deal with Russia for 5 units of the S-400 air defense systems. Then, President of the United States, Donald Trump, had warned of sanctions in retaliation to this purchase. Sri Lanka's acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency as citizens struggle to get their hands on basic necessities.
I'm in Colombo at one of the few gas stations that's actually pumping petrol right now. We had to drive around past at least 2 or 3 before we found this one, and we could spot the fact that it was open because the line was stretching not even around the block, but like several blocks down.
In Sri Lanka these days, they say petrol is more precious than gold, which explains the heavily armed guards.
I've never seen anything quite like this. We've been talking to people waiting in these lines, some of them waiting as long as 6 days.
Long queues at fuel stations in Sri Lanka is the new normal.
How long have you been waiting here?
Since Monday, like 6 days.
6 days?
Yeah.
The situation is so dire that many people are ditching their cars and motorcycles for bicycles for their daily commute.
Star England all-rounder and 2019 World Cup final hero Ben Stokes made a surprise announcement that he's retiring from one-day cricket. The 31-year-old said that playing all three formats has become unsustainable for him. He will play his last one-dayer against South Africa at his home ground in Durham tomorrow. 20 years after they first began dating, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married this weekend in Las Vegas. Lopez took to a website to confirm the news and also shared pictures from the intimate ceremony. The pair called off their first engagement in January of 2004 and then went on to marry and have children with other people. They rekindled their romance last year. Meanwhile, this seaside wedding in Hawaii was interrupted by a series of giant waves crashing into the ceremony. The now viral video shows the guests running in the opposite direction while a big wall-like wave crashes through the wedding reception. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. At least 13 people were killed after a bus plunged into the Narmada River in Dhar district in Madhya Pradesh.
The bus was heading towards Pune from Indore when it lost control. It fell off the Kalghat Sanjay Setu after crashing into a railing of the bridge in Dhar. The bus fell more than 100 feet into the river, sinking to the bottom of Narmada. Locals and officials struggled to rescue the people on board.
तमाम प्रशासनिक अधिकारी जो है मौके पर हैं, साथ ही रेस्क्यू टीम एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी यहाँ पे मौके पर है और गोताखोर की टीम भी है और जो है अभी प्रारंभिक तौर पर जो है कुल 13 लोगों के शव जो है वो बाहर निकालने की बात कही जा रही है, हालांकि अभी इसकी किसी ने पुष्टि नहीं की है.
At least 40 people were on board the ill-fated bus. A crane was used to pull it out of the fierce waters.
In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, 12 party MPs are now reportedly in touch with Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and they are likely to switch sides to his camp. These 12 MPs are expected to fly to Delhi. Shinde himself will be in the capital later tonight. Meanwhile, the Uddhav camp MPs Sanjay Raut, Priyanka Chaturvedi and Vinayak Raut met with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla before a possible division in the party. After Karnataka, the hijab storm has reached Maharashtra. Some Muslim girls in Washim claim that they were asked to remove their hijab at the examination center for the NEET. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has cited the Supreme Court's order and said that the uniform rule should be strictly followed. The Supreme Court has directed the Uttar
Back on the right stand with the real report. Ladies and gentlemen, let us focus on the radicalization threat in our country. This has come to light in the wake of the Udaipur and Amravati murders that continue to reverberate across the country. Just for their support for Nupur Sharma, for expressing their opinion in favor of her statement, the Aam Aadmi has been identified, hunted and executed by terrorists. The Ministry of Home Affairs has stated in Parliament that foreign agencies and global terrorist organizations have been making efforts to radicalize Indian citizens, but has added that the inclination to radical ideologies is minuscule as compared to the population of the country. Owing to various factors, namely the social welfare efforts by the government, the Ministry of Home Affairs has also said that it has pushed schemes in unserved and underserved communities and has actively promoted a composite culture of peaceful coexistence between communities. It has created a counter-terrorism and counter-radicalization division to help coordinate with various security and law enforcement agencies and have even proscribed a number of outfits as terror and unlawful organizations under UAPA. However, as the Udaipur case has shown, radicalization is not an overnight phenomenon. The Udaipur butchers were radicalized by Pakistan-based Dawat-e-Islami since 2013. That is almost 10 years of brainwashing that turned Indian citizens into terror sleepers, waiting for the right time to strike. Beyond that, we told you here on the right stand how the roots of the Dawat-e-Islami in India were set in 2004. Top sources have told your channel that in 2004, Ilyas Qadri, one of the key founders of the outfit, came to Mumbai and established a branch to collect funds and radicalize youth. Moreover, Qadri revisited India and toured Mumbai, Nagpur, Delhi, Kanpur, Ahmedabad and Bareilly to establish the roots of this organization. The Dawat-e-Islami has been able to do this under the watch of the police and security agencies, and they realize that one does not need an army to spread terror. Just a few operatives can do that and raise communal tensions. Let us just look at the cases over the last 2 months. Ankit Jha of Sitamarhi, Bihar, stabbed 6 times. 6 times for watching Nupur Sharma's video. That's what the family alleges. 2 attackers are in custody. Kanhaiya Lal, murdered for pro-Nupur post. 2 terrorists continue to be in custody. Umesh Kolhe, murdered over a pro-Nupur post. 4 murderers are in custody. YouTuber Faisal Wani of Jammu and Kashmir arrested for enacting the beheading of Nupur Sharma. Cleric Adil Ganai of Jammu and Kashmir arrested after threatening to behead Nupur Sharma. Cleric Nadeem of Bundi in Rajasthan threatening to mutilate Nupur Sharma for blasphemy. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a cancer in our country. This aspect of rising above the law and trying to be the law yourself, beyond the iron fist of the law. We as a people have to tackle this threat head on. In our everyday lives, the plans may be made in Pakistan, but such weapons are nurtured and unleashed from within our society, and we must strive for a higher sense of unity. The Upanishads say, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vatanti. This was what Swami Vivekananda's favorite phrase was about spirituality, which means that what exists is one. There is only one truth, just that there is one God. The sages, the prophets call it by different names, and the path to one are many. This is the spiritual ethos that is central to the Atma of Bharat and what separates and elevates us from the rest of the world. As a nation, we must strive to preserve it. We must strive to preserve Bharatiyata.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. There was big relief today for expelled BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. The Supreme Court today ruled that no coercive action can be taken against her till the 10th of August. The court also accepted her counsel's argument that she is now facing ever more increasing rape and death threats post the last hearing when the court gave her a tongue lashing. The court, in fact, specifically named Salman Chishti, one of the many who's put out videos threatening to behead Nupur Sharma for the comments that she made about Prophet Muhammad. The question now is, with the court acknowledging the threat posed by the likes of Salman Chishti to Nupur Sharma, is it also time for the court to uphold its own judicial principle that for one offence and for the same offence, only one FIR can be filed?
Nearly a month after her controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad sparked a firestorm within and outside the country. Former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma was granted relief by the Supreme Court. She cannot be arrested in the multiple cases filed against her in different states. The court has asked various states to respond to her request to club multiple FIRs against her. It will now take up Nupur Sharma's request to club all 9 FIRs against her on the 10th of August. The respite comes after Nupur Sharma's lawyer told the Supreme Court that she was facing increasing threats to her life and had been unable to seek any other legal recourse. In fact, she claims that the threats had increased after the top court's scathing observations against her earlier this month. The very same bench had said Nupur Sharma's comments were responsible for the murder of Kanhaiya Lal, a tailor in Udaipur, who had put up social media posts in support of her. The judges had also accused Nupur Sharma of being single-handedly responsible for the unrest in India and demanded that she apologize to the nation. Those observations hold little meaning now, with the court granting Nupur Sharma interim relief. So were the threats to Nupur Sharma from the likes of Ajmer Dargah Khadim Gohar Chishti a turning point in the case?
All right, joining us on the talking point this evening here on Brass Tacks, Aishwarya Mahadev is spokesperson of the Congress Party, Lieutenant General retired Sanjay Kulkarni, former DG Infantry, also one of the many people, over 100 diplomats, bureaucrats, former generals who's written to the Supreme Court because the comments last time around by the same bench were rather excessive. Abha Singh, lawyer, also joining us, and Namit Saxena, lawyer with the Supreme Court. Let me start with Aishwarya Mahadev. The court today explicitly talking about the threats that Nupur Sharma faced in the aftermath of the July 1 hearing, where the court said that After its order of July 1, various incidents, including one Salman Chishti claiming to be the Khadim of Ajmer Dargah, has circulated a video calling for the killing of the petitioner. This must stop. Has the court implicitly also acknowledged that, maybe without intention, but certainly its own comments about Nupur Sharma also perhaps played a role in the increased rape and death threats that she's facing?
Good evening, Zaka. I think first and foremost, a threat against anybody's life is not something that should be condoned. However, none of this will take away from the fact that all of this arose from a statement that was made, which created such a furor nationally and internationally, and it opened up a can of worms that is so nasty. And the hate that spread in society is something that has to be looked at. Secondly, I do not think whether they said no coercive action should be taken, that is part of the legal procedure. I'm sure there are lawyers here who will also tell me if I'm on the right track when I say this is that an anticipatory bail or bail is sought because an arrest has not happened in this case yet, even though FIRs have been filed. It is the due course or the natural course for people to say no coercive action until the next hearing or until both parties have been brought together to have a hearing. To presuppose that the court saying don't take coercive action against her is a manner of saying that taking back what they said on July 1st is not a logical explanation or not an equivalent.
I'm not talking about the comments the court made. In fact, one of her pleas in this petition today was to expunge those comments. The court has not taken a view on that. Maybe it might on the 10th of August, but today they haven't taken a view. I'm asking a larger question which the court raised today, and the court has also explicitly admitted that between the 1st of July, when it said what it said in the previous hearing, and today, the number of threats that Nupur Sharma is facing has metastasized. And therefore, that has become a factor for the view it took today.
Zaka, I think to be very honest, a crime is a crime is a crime, and unless you're strong on the causes of crime and crime in itself, and unless you have an appropriate response through the criminal justice system, you're always going to see these fringe and vigilante elements coming out and asking for retribution for what has happened. If you look at it, if you look at the certain case of somebody else who was accused of having heard religious sentiments and the sort of quick, swift arrest and action and police detention that has happened in that case and the lack thereof here, you realize that there is also far more scope for extra, like these vigilante justice so-called, however wrong they are, to come out and want.
No, I think there's a fair point on, is the law being applied selectively in selective cases? But I'll come to that debate in 1 second. I want to go across to General Kulkarni. You are among the dozens of people, eminent citizens of civil society who wrote to the Supreme Court. And today, the court has also, in a sense, acknowledged that there is ever-increasing threat to her safety. No amount of security could help her. Whatever may have happened in the Supreme Court last time may have happened, but there is a real and genuine threat now. Were the comments that you had written in the letter along with other signatories also reflective of these new threats, or were they independent of the comments that the Supreme Court made, which you felt was unwarranted at that stage?
Zaka, first and foremost, let me be honest. From day one, we've been saying that, well, whatever someone's views may be on any subject for that matter, when they're it must be very clearly stated that both the sides, I still maintain, both the sides are equally responsible for what happened. Just, sort of telling or taking a side of one or the other would be incorrect. And I think it was in that context that we probably felt that, well, whatever has happened, somebody instigated and somebody was responsible for the instigation. And if that be so, both are wrong and both should be said so. Having said that, I think today's order which has come, that 10th of August, and they have referred the matter to the center, the state, the High Court for the 9 FIRs in Delhi, Maharashtra, Bengal, Telangana, all. So notwithstanding that, at least there is relief till the 10th of August, and one is hopeful that, of course, now at this point of time, whatever it be so, it is wrong. And people who are there responsible, people who are there in the public space, must be careful of what they say, all the sides, everybody. And I would even say that is very important for the media also to take a cognizance of it, not for any other reason. If supposing, for instance, I'm saying something wrong, it will be so much better that if my mic is switched off. Because whatever it be, whether it was heat of the moment, instigated, whatever it be so, it is much, much better because we all are intelligent. I'm sure everybody understands that what is to be said and what is not to be said.
So I want to come to the point which I think Aishwarya also referred to earlier in the program, and I want to ask Abba saying this. Abba saying, there could also be criticism that the law and certain judicial standards are being applied selectively, just as the Nupur Sharma saga we've all been witness to over the last month or so. There's also been what Mohammed Zubair's case. And many would argue that Mohammed Zubair is not getting the same kind of interim relief or protection from coercive action that Nupur Sharma has got today from the Supreme Court. There have also been multiple other instances. Ketki Chitale in Maharashtra is another example I can think of. There have been multiple FIRs filed against Leena Mani Mekale, the filmmaker in Canada who put an obscene poster of Goddess Kali. So if the principle of no coercive action until both sides are heard and until a cognizable offence is registered, and more importantly the cops feel that the said person is not cooperating, there can't be fear of arrest or arrest being used as a weapon, then it should apply equally in all cases.
You know, Zaka, once an FIR is registered, then the police is free to arrest you anywhere, anytime, and that is why that concept of anticipatory bail is there, and that is why people rush to the High Court for protection. But as far as clubbing of FIRs is concerned, that much right Nupur Sharma had, because it would be violating Article 20, subsection 2, because no person can be punished for the same offence twice. And if you see Arnab Goswami's case, his FIRs from different states for the same issue was clubbed, and here also those multiple FIRs. But now coming to Zubair, that he was arrested for 153A for hurting the sentiments, where Nupur Sharma has not been arrested. So I would blame the Delhi police, because we've seen the Delhi police seldom acts as per law, and I would use the dictum that as of now it is not a rule of law, but it has become rule by law. So these policemen have their own sets of standards and they are becoming politicized. So it is necessary that if we go back again to Prakash Singh's judgment, where Supreme Court said there should be police boards, we have to stop politicization of the police, be it Maharashtra, where Navneet Rana was arrested for reciting Chalisa, Hanuman Chalisa. Why was she arrested? So that is true. There are different parameters for
no, but
different
ma'am,
people's sense of
isn't
justice.
that precisely the point, that the threat of arrest or the fear of arrest is now being used as a legitimate weapon to intimidate perhaps critics or intimidate people you may not agree with? That is not the intention. Like you said at the start of the sentence, just merely registering an FIR does not warrant arrest in every case. I mean, the fear of arrest should not be a weapon in the hands of the state.
Supreme Court has again and again said that bail, not jail, and they've already said that follow the 41 CRPC procedure, give a notice, call them, record their statement. Nowhere does Supreme Court say that you arrest immediately, but as of late it has become more like a police state, and the police has lost its independence. It is dancing to the tunes of politicians, and I think that is the reason that at the drop of the hat people are being arrested, and not one FIR. There are multiple FIRs. In fact, if you see the wrong thing, when Sushant Singh Rajput matter happened, what right did Bihar police have to come and interrogate in Maharashtra when there is a set procedure, the offence or whatever suicide had taken place in Mumbai? So I think I would blame the police system, the institutions of this country who are succumbing to political pressure.
Let me ask Namit Saxena, over the weekend at a law conference, we had no less than the Chief Justice of India say that the process is the punishment. And I can't think of more examples than whether it is Nupur Sharma, some would even say Mohammed Zubair, where the process seems to be turning into a punishment. But on a larger question, I think there are about 5.5 crore cases that are pending across the country. The idea of having multiple FIRs for the same offence, that defeats the purpose of trying to, bring down the number of pending litigations across the country. And this will only contribute to the number of pending litigations across the country. So at least on that, and perhaps, and also because the court itself has said in the past that on principle in the TT Anthony case and other cases, that for one offence, the same offence, there should only be one FIR, there can't be multiple FIRs.
See, you're right. TT Anthony says that in one set of circumstances, in one set of facts, where the cause of action is the same, if they arise out of the same incident, there should ideally be one FIR. But see, the times which we live in, where information gets circulated or viral, gets viral in movements, it is not possible to contain, that only one FIR will be lodged. Separate FIRs, because they are different states, eventually they get lodged differently. But see, Nupur Sharma's case is a unique case where a petitioner is before the Supreme Court, where highest court of the country is saying that I'm invoking Constitution before you, saying that I can't go to all these places because there have been open threats of rape, and murder being issued against me. So kindly protect me. I'm not shying away from investigation. I'm not shying away from, subjecting myself to trial. But please protect me. So the purport of the order which has been passed today is that they have not issued notice in the writ petition filed by Nupur Sharma, but in the MA filed by her, the application filed by her to the states on the limited issue that whether these can be clubbed together and they can be transferred to one particular high court's jurisdiction where due process of law will take course. Now, as an interim measure, if they don't provide her, because the state of West Bengal, for example, in two FIRs, NBWs have been issued against her. So if they don't protect her, the multiplicity of litigations, or it comes into picture much later. But prima facie, not keeping pendency of litigation into mind, the Supreme Court is duty bound in Article 32 petition to protect the interests of a citizen before it. So
No, but the protection of interest should apply to all citizens. No, why should it apply only to one set of citizens?
Yes, no, it should apply to everyone, all citizens of this country equally. Now, that is why I said that Nupur Sharma's case stands on a slightly different footing. See, Zubair's case is on a different footing. We can't compare apples and oranges. Zubair had already been, taken into custody by police of one particular state. So his case is slightly different. Nupur Sharma was not arrested by any of the state police, and she was apprehending arrest, and NBWs were issued against her. And she alleged, or rather she complained to the court that if I go there, I may be, butchered like anything. So, the level of the level of protection which I am demanding from the court is at a much higher pedestal.
What
So
has changed? What has changed between July 1 and today, July the 19th? On July 1, the court, in fact, admonished her, saying that she has a loose tongue. She is single-handedly responsible for what is happening in this country, including in Udaipur, where a tailor was hacked. The question that's being asked, Aishwarya Mahadev, has something changed? The court says yes, the level of threats that she's facing has increased dramatically in the last 19 days. But other than that, is there anything on merit that has changed for the same petitioner who withdrew the petition before the court to approach the same court and the same bench, asking for two things: one, expunging of the remarks, and two, clubbing of all the FIRs?
Zaka, if I'm not wrong, I think, she did have the privilege of having a different bench, one. The second thing also, Zaka, the thing that you look at when the judiciary talks there about the hate and her being single-handedly responsible, I think she's symptomatic of the larger problem. But also when the judiciary did make that remark, if you look at the entire machinery that went against him, I'm sure a lot has changed. In terms of how they were spoken to or what orders came in where. I'm not going to presuppose that. But Zaka, one single point, there's a lot of talk about double jeopardy. There's a lot of talk about these several FIRs being infructuous. They're causing frustration. They're causing, this protracted legal battle and whatnot. If she wants to have it clubbed, because previously the court said you go back to the original, high court to get them to be clubbed, but forget that. If the Supreme Court allows her to club these FIRs, well and good. But at the end of the day, the point needs to be that a crime has been committed and action needs to be taken. You want to club FIR?
But here's the thing, Aishwarya. I mean, you can extend this to other cases as well. We've seen cases of journalists where supposedly something was said on a show, a particular show, one telecast, right? But multiple FIRs have been filed in multiple states, or multiple FIRs have been filed in different districts in the same state, where the said offense was not even committed there. The problem is that when comments are made either on electronic media or on social media, FIRs get lodged dime a dozen across the length and breadth of this country. For example, in Nupur's case itself, she said one comment on one show in one particular place. But look at the FIRs that have been filed from all the way from Kashmir to Karnataka. There are cases registered against her.
Zaka, we've seen this happening to my leadership also, where you see our leaders having to travel across for cases also. Irrespective, if you want to club that together, well and good. If you want to make it more convenient for it to be tried at one place well and good. And she has that privilege that even Mr. Stan Swami did not, to even have an emergency hearing, because the man languished for however long in custody, and that is what's the most unfortunate. But today, if she has that privilege, yes, you want to club it, give her that, but also give her the trial that has to happen, because a crime has been committed according to the law of the land. And as much as we condone the threats against her, action must be taken, because when you do not,
Let me ask Abba Singh this. I keep coming back to this point. Nobody is justifying what Nupur said. Obviously, what she said was reprehensible, it was condemnable. But it was one comment in one TV show said at one place. But look at the cases that have been filed. Again, I can go back to numerous examples of journalists, television journalists, against whom, for a said comment on one particular show, there have been multiple FIRs across multiple states. This is why I keep going back to this whole fear of arrest is being weaponized by the state, or by, in this case, multiple states.
Absolutely. The fear of arrest is something which is making people shudder to speak anything, even if they feel that it is right. And particularly for the journalists, that you had Sukesh Ranjan's matter, you see, he had to rush to the Supreme Court. You had people, and what is tragic, that different states, because of the ideology or of the party in the position, that they are registering FIRs, and now FIR has become a tool either to make you shut up or not to make a comment, or where, if I go again to 153 and 295, it's being used. Earlier it was 124A sedition, which was being slapped on everyone, and now it is 153 and 295. I think the courts need to say that, as we said in 498A, when false cases were being made, they said arrest will not be done without following the due process of law, without following the investigation under 41 of the CRPC. I think for this also some check needs to come in. Otherwise, you will have 10 state police coming and are chasing one person, that you have said this, you've said that, and put him. And in fact, if you see Zubair, after one jail, he's going to other jail till the time the Supreme Court stepped in and said no coercive action. So what I am trying to say is that it is very important that some remedies, I would request the Prime Minister of this country, please get some law which checks these police officers, because if you have a different party in Uttar Pradesh and another party in Madhya Pradesh and then in Rajasthan, everybody is at loggerheads, because it is a political fight. It is
one of the primary
law,
contentions.
It is a fight by politics.
Yeah, one of the primary contentions was there as part of your letter and Nupur Sharma's petition today before the court, was to expunge the remarks against her, which she felt and you felt too, was uncharitable, was uncalled for. The court has not taken a view on that as of today. Are you still hopeful that the next hearing or the hearings after that, the court may decide to either whittle down those comments or maybe even expunge them totally?
But those comments were
General Kulkarni, please. Thank you.
Well, Zaka, it's very difficult to comment, because it's entirely up to them. Because I'm sure, since they are the judges of the Supreme Court, they would have said what they've said, knowing fully well what it means. And therefore, well, even if they do not expunge, the very fact that they've given relief to Nupur Sharma is indicative that, well, they do accept that, if there is a threat to her, and if the FIRs can be clubbed, so be it. And then, obviously, she's asking for protection because she feels her life is threatened. And moreover, after all these threats have increased, I think, sincerely hope that things settle down. And again, I say that it would be so much better that everybody, nobody is above the law. Anybody and everybody who says something against anyone, he must be punished. There is no denying the fact. No. But then it must be across the board for everybody.
Navid Saxena, the point is, again, it goes back to what the CJI said, that in our country, the process, unfortunately, happens to be the punishment. Again, for want of a better example, I'm taking the case of Zubair. He was brought to Delhi for questioning in a particular case that was pending for some time. While in Delhi, he got arrested for a tweet that he had put out back in 2018. And then subsequent to that, there have been multiple FIRs, all ranging from serious charges like money laundering and FCRA violations to, of course, promoting enmity among communities, etc. Multiple cases in multiple districts in different states. Again, it comes back to the point that I'm trying to make, that we need a new framework for a said offence against a said accused at a given point of time with the same cause of action, as it were. You cannot have different states and different agencies filing multiple FIRs. You need to have a new framework to look at this.
Yeah, right. See, we need some, a comprehensive look at, what has been happening. So, because as Ms. Ava Singh also pointed out, subject to the ruling establishment at this state, FIRs are being lodged, favoring a particular, political ideology, etc. So this needs a look. But again, as I don't think Justice Ramana, is right in saying, is completely right in saying that the process is the punishment. Because rather the Supreme Court in the Katina judgment has said if something is to be done in a particular manner, it should be done in that particular manner alone or not done at all. So in the CRPC, the scheme, given to us in criminal justice administration, there is a particular process which is to be followed. If that is not followed, it gets vitiated. Like Arnesh Kumar, as Ms. Abha Singh again pointed out, in 498A or offences which are below 7 years of punishment, there is a particular scheme which is to be followed. Similarly, in such offences, where including 153 or 295A, etc., we need a comprehensive relook at how to stop this, because in the digital era, a particular speech which is made viral across the country, people tend to lodge FIR subject to how the ruling establishment may favor them. So this is something which looks which demands a comprehensive relook.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
So
Namit Saxena, Abba Singh, Jen Kulkarni, and of course Aishwarya Mahadev. Many thanks for joining us. So yes, interim relief for Nupur Sharma. No coercive action to be taken against her till the 10th of August. Something maybe the court should have done in the first hearing itself. But we'll see how the story plays out. Meanwhile, our second debate tonight here on Brass Tacks, the growing rift in the Karnataka Congress, a day after Siddaramaiah hinted that 2023, next year, is going to be his last election. DK Shivkumar, his arch rival within the party, has made a fierce pitch to be the party's chief ministerial face. And this comes just weeks after both leaders met with Rahul Gandhi here in Delhi and were told to focus on collective leadership.
I'm making it very, 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 very clear. But this is going to be my last election. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯದವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದವರೆಗೂ ತಲುಪಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸಿಎಂ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು.
All right, so here's the interesting thing about this story. A few weeks ago, both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar had come to Delhi. They were ostensibly summoned by the High Command. They had a meeting with Rahul Gandhi, and the one thing they were told explicitly, in no uncertain terms, was focus on defeating the BJP come next year's election. That is going to be your single point of focus for both the leaders. Unfortunately, what has happened over the last couple of days, first, you had Siddaramaiah's supporters wanting to have a lavish bash for his birthday and using the pretext of the birthday, have a massive outreach campaign to the so-called Ahinda vote bank, which is backwards, minorities, Dalits, etc. And of course, Siddaramaiah represents the Ahinda. In response to that, today, DK Shivkumar says that if Vocaligas want to see a chief minister, then that candidate has to be me. I am not a sannyasi. Dr. Sameer Kagalkar is Karnataka BJP spokesperson, Nagaraju Yadav, Karnataka Congress spokesperson, and Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist, will be joining us. Dr. Sameer Kagalkar, the question that I asked at the top of the show, what then happens if these two gentlemen, Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. DK Shivkumar, are continuing to fight this shadowboxing fight for leadership and who will become chief minister? Then what happens to all the truce that the leadership was trying to instill between these two gentlemen?
Good evening, and thanks for having me on the show. And before I start, hearty congratulations to my fellow panelist, Nagaraju Yadavji, on becoming an MLC. We haven't met since it's become one. And yeah, coming back to the point, it is nothing unexpected that you get to sort of see the kind of a fight that you're seeing between Mr. DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah ji. For once, if you take a step back and try to understand their leadership style, their achievements, their political journey, you get to see it's a massive difference between a very tall leader like Siddaramaiah. I mean, irrespective of whichever party he is in, give it to him that he has come from absolute humble background, studied on his own, become a lawyer, got into the political movement through the anti-emergency Janata Parivar mode, hardcore anti-Congressy. He would abuse the entire Congress leadership, left, right, and center. He took pangas with the Janata Dal and came out of it and went into Congress after abusing them and still had the guts to say that I'll become the chief minister and became so he did. Compare him with someone like D.K. Shivkumar, who's no match for him. He could not even become a cabinet minister in Siddaramaiah's government. He had to literally cry and shuttle between Delhi and Bangalore to become a cabinet minister at some point in time. So between the two, if you were to sort of look at it, it's very evident that one person who's a self-made political leader, irrespective of whatever his Hublot watch or some other corruption scandals might be against him, it never stuck to him in a way. I mean, that's his persona, right?
Okay.
Congress being a very corrupt government, it never stuck to Siddaramaiah per se. But that's not the case with, let's say, D.K. Shivkumar. Someone who spent 50 long days in Tihar. You just can't take it away from him.
Okay, Rashid,
You put his face on the Congress.
can we at least admit, one second, let me get the others also, please. Rashid Kidwai, can we at least admit that Siddaramaiah, by virtue of being former chief minister and perhaps having greater connect with the voters, I hate to use this phrase in politics, but perhaps has first rights over the chief minister's post, certainly in terms of stature, as our BJP guest was just saying a moment ago. In terms of stature, he doesn't seem to be much of a match to Siddaramaiah.
Yes, Zaka, I think this is a real problem, perennial problem with the Congress, that they are not able to project a face, and in most states where Congress has a reasonable good chance to perform well, it always ends up with being, a tussle between two factions or three contenders, etc. And that's where I think Delhi, that being central leadership, is extremely weak. It just wants to work, very kind of loosely knit some kind of peace formula where it says that it will accommodate concerns of both parties. But the stakeholders are very keen. They want to have a decisive, mandate, and they want to go to the people. There is a saying in Hindi that "Gaon basa nahi, lutere aa gaye, ya bhikari aa gaye," all kind of things are said. The fact of the matter is Congress has to get its act together and win elections and then decide who should be the chief minister.
No, so what then happens to this so-called truce, which the High Command had supposedly brokered over the last few weeks or so? Apparently both leaders came, met Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi told them focus on collective leadership, focus on one thing, and that is how to remove the BJP from power in Karnataka. That truce seems to have been rather short-lived.
Yes, Zaka, because it doesn't satisfy. It's a kind of what Congress people say lollipop culture. So the both sides think that they have, they have a claim to the post in case the Congress wins, and eventually that's what we are seeing in whether it's in Chhattisgarh or in Rajasthan or what happened in Madhya Pradesh. So the fact of the matter is that Rahul Gandhi, because he is himself not taken, technically speaking, the mantle of leadership. So therefore, he is not in a position to be that assertive that normal Congress president would be, or for that matter, Sonia Gandhi. So everything is in the realm of some kind of assurance or a promise, and there is no clarity. And I think that is something Congress needs to address itself on top priority.
Nagaraju Yadav of the Congress is also joining us. Mr. Yadav, yesterday you had former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, one of your tall leaders, saying that this is going to be his last election. Today, your party president in the state, in a way referring by saying that if a Vokaliga has to be chief minister, it has to be me. I'm no sannyasi in politics. So fact of the matter is, these two tall leaders of your party are still continuing to fight. And the bigger fight that you should be waging is against the BJP.
No. Entire thing is misunderstood by the people, even by the media. It's so unfortunate to tell you frankly this thing. The Siddaramaiah's birthday, nothing to do with the party forum at all. Siddaramaiah's birthday, it's 75th birthday, where his well-wishers are doing it. Where D.K. Shivkumar Sahib is talking about, he is also contended, nothing wrong with it. Nobody is saying that he is not interested in being a chief minister. They're all leaders. You know very well the KPCC is an important portfolio. party president, and CLP also important portfolio. There is no difference of opinion at all. All that Congress party is definitely fighting against the corrupt government in Karnataka. I am so surprised why the entire media have seen that they are taking up saying that there is a fight between the two candidates for chief ministership. Actually, Karnataka is suffering with corruption and 40% commission has been going on. The Bangalore has become Silicon
it's
Valley.
not the media that came and asked these. No,
so many things.
With
100% I'm telling you today the important Congress is fighting.
Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
With due respect, I'm telling you, sir. Today I'm telling you, people are
you can go after the media. You can go after the media, but the media did not, force these leaders to say what they said.
No,
Mr.
no
Siddaramaiya,
leader,
no, 1 second, hear me out, 10 seconds.
No.
Yesterday, Mr. Siddaramaiya says, this is my last election. I don't want any Rajya Sabha seat. I'm not going to fight
What
from
is wrong?
Chamundeshwari. Media did
No,
not ask him to say that. Same way Mr. DK Shivkumar today says, I'm not a sannyasi in politics. If Vocaligas want to see a chief minister, then it has to be me. Media did not go and tell him to say this.
Let me clarify. No, let me clarify it very clearly. What is wrong in he is saying it's my last election. It doesn't mean that he has declared himself as the candidate of Karnataka State Chief Ministership. Shivkumar never said he is the only candidate of Chief Minister of Karnataka State. We all working together. 1 minute, let me finish it. We are the leaders working together. We believe in collective leadership of Karnataka politics. Today, Karnataka politics, we are doing Congress is trying to expose the BJP because the misrule in the name of religion or in the name of corruption.
This is precisely what I'm saying. That when a senior leader says this is my last election, is he not trying to invoke sympathy so that he becomes the top man? When another leader says if Vocaligas want to see a chief minister in the state after SM Krishna, it has to be me. He's saying in as many words.
It is... No. It is these two people have said in a different context by trying to say that we have to bring Congress to power in Karnataka state. That is the idea of telling it. Saying that the last election doesn't mean that it is claiming only for chief ministership. He is only claiming to say that I want to bring Congress back to power.
No.
Let me.
You can give whatever spin you want to on that. Dr. Kagalkar, please respond to Nagaraj
You are not
Yadav.
understood
He says media is not understood.
Give me 10 seconds,
Mr. Siddaramaiya does not want to be chief minister. Mr. DKS does not want to be chief minister. The priority of Congress is only to remove BJP from power. Dr. Samir Kagalkar, please. Thank you.
Shall I tell you, BJP...
Dr. Samir Kagalkar, that question is to him, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Samir Kagalkar.
Can I come in? Allow me. Yeah. One should, in my strong opinion, look at this from a game theoretic perspective. Siddaramaiya has already become a chief minister, ruled the state for 5 full years, and ruled fairly strongly in a way, in his own style and leadership featuring. Now, if there is a way wherein he says it's either my way or highway, and don't forget that he commands a massively big vote bank in the form of a Ahinda, right? That being the case, without Ahinda, there is no way that the Congress can today come out and say, we can capture the state. Now, if Siddaramaiya ji were to say, it's my way or highway, either I'm going to be the chief minister or I'm okay, Congress doesn't get to become the ruling party, right? He can afford to say that. Can Mr. DK Shivkumar afford to say that? No, he doesn't command that kind of a voter base. He doesn't command that kind of a leadership style, skill, and a stature as well. So that being the case, as of now, the negotiating part between the two is abundantly clear. Siddaramaiya is 10x above DK Shivkumar. So that being the case, now Siddaramaiya is positioning himself so strongly, very clearly and unambiguously. This is my last election. I have a massive vote bank backing me. I have been a CM earlier and I shall rule the roost. You don't get to sort of see a counter from DK Shivkumar except saying that I belong to a particular community and I should be. Why should he represent or be the only representative of Vocaligas? Why can't it be R. Ashok from BJP or Dr. Ashwat Narayan from BJP or Kumar Swamy from JDS? It can be anyone, right?
Mr. Nagaraj Yadav, please respond. Please respond, sir.
Yeah, I can definitely respond. I can only say I don't understand what is happening in Karnataka politics when BJP has got so much of difference of opinions. There are so many candidates for chief ministership. Yediyurappa has been sidelined. Corruption is an issue. Development is an issue. We are trying to do that. We are believing in collective leadership. Siddaramaiya or DK Shivkumar or Kharge Sahab or Parmeshwar Sahab, there are plenty of leaders who can be ability to be a chief minister of Karnataka. Nobody has said that we want to be a chief minister. Everybody working in one voice to say that party has to come back to power. But definitely Ahinda votes or it's upper class votes. Definitely all are connected to us, and we want every section of society to accept Congress, because Congress is the only party which can get developmental politics. But these people are doing caste and religious
spending
politics.
your time and energy as you are doing on this show, Nagaraju Yadav sir, instead of spending your time and energy in attacking the BJP as you are doing on this show, your leaders seem to be attacking themselves.
I'm asking the media. Why media can't
seem to be
expose
spending
the BJP
more time attacking themselves,
in
sir.
Karnataka state? Why media is not focusing on that? Why the commission issues become a serious matter in Karnataka
media
state?
did not
go
and force Sidramaiah to say what he said, or media did not force DK Shivkumar to say what he said. Point is, as much energy as you are spending attacking the BJP on this show, that is what they need to be doing, spending time and energy on, attacking the BJP, not attacking themselves.
No. Very clearly said, please give me 10 seconds of time. Mr. Sidramaiah or DK Shivkumar or Karge Saab or Parameshwar or IHK Patil, all are having contender to become the chief minister. No doubt about it. They are not sannyasis, as we said, is very right. But nobody is claiming to say that I only want to be there. And I'm telling you, Shivkumar's statement should not be read out of the context. But he said that all the sections of society should support us. As and when the chief minister
in Congress state units. Sir, once again, I'm giving the final word to Rashid Kidwai. Whether it is in Rajasthan between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot, whether it is in Chhattisgarh between Mr. Baghel and Mr. Dio, and of course now in Karnataka between Mr. Sidramaiah and Mr. DK Shivkumar. Either the Congress party is happy promoting this dual leadership as Indira Gandhi used to do at one point of time, or they simply have no way of fixing these regional satraps from avoiding, playing these power games, at least publicly, which is what seems to be happening in all of these states.
Yes, Saka, the Congress needs to ponder over the simple fact that since August 2020, there have been 11 state elections and they have lost in all. And in most places, whether it was Punjab or Uttarakhand, the whole thing was about who should be the face, and that's where there is a perception that Congress leadership messed it up. And this also tell you a very telling commentary about the AICC General Secretary in charge, the person who's tasked to bring all factions together and strategize before elections actually take place. So the Congress does not have any standard operating procedure for selection of chief ministerial nominee. It's high time they put something in place. Let it be, if they feel that the state Congress president should lead the party, let that be a norm.
They will take the opinion of all the elected MLAs.
No, sir, that is after the election. Who are you going to project as the face? Do you have an SOP for that? You don't. That is the fact of the matter.
We don't have a practice of in Karnataka. No, we don't have a practice of projecting a person as a
because elections have changed so much across India that people are voting for a face. I'm sorry to break this news to you, Yadav Saab, that elections have so changed in India that people are today voting for a face, and a face matters. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much to all our guests, Dr. Kagalkar, Mr. Yadav, and of course, Rashid Kidwai for joining us. I'm going to take a quick break here on the program. When we come back, a massive heat wave is taking over Europe as the United Kingdom records its highest temperature ever in history. Details when Brass Tack Superfast returns. With Russia for 5 units of the S-400 air defense systems. Then President of the United States, Donald Trump, had warned of sanctions in retaliation to this purchase. Sri Lanka's acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has declared a state of emergency as citizens struggle to get their hands on basic necessities.
I'm in Colombo at one of the few gas stations that's actually pumping petrol right now. We had to drive around past at least 2 or 3 before we found this one, and we could spot the fact that it was open because the line was stretching not even around the block, but like several blocks down.
In Sri Lanka these days, they say petrol is more precious than gold, which explains the heavily armed guards.
I've never seen anything quite like this. We've been talking to people waiting in these lines, some of them waiting as long as 6 days.
Long queues at fuel stations in Sri Lanka is the new normal.
How long have you been waiting here?
Since Monday, like 6 days.
6 days?
Yeah.
The situation is so dire that many people are ditching their cars and motorcycles for bicycles for their daily commute.
Star England all-rounder and 2019 World Cup final hero Ben Stokes made a surprise announcement that he's retiring from one-day cricket. The 31-year-old said that playing all three formats has become unsustainable for him. He will play his last one-dayer against South Africa at his home ground in Durham tomorrow. 20 years after they first began dating, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married this weekend in Las Vegas. Lopez took to a website to confirm the news and also shared pictures from the intimate ceremony. The pair called off their first engagement in January of 2004 and then went on to marry and have children with other people. They rekindled their romance last year. Meanwhile, this seaside wedding in Hawaii was interrupted by a series of giant waves crashing into the ceremony. The now viral video shows the guests running in the opposite direction while a big wall-like wave crashes through the wedding reception. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. At least 13 people were killed after a bus plunged into the Narmada River in Dhar district in Madhya Pradesh.
The bus was heading towards Pune from Indore when it lost control. It fell off the Kalghat Sanjay Setu after crashing into a railing of the bridge in Dhar. The bus fell more than 100 feet into the river, sinking to the bottom of Narmada. Locals and officials struggled to rescue the people on board.
तमाम प्रशासनिक अधिकारी जो है मौके पर हैं, साथ ही रेस्क्यू टीम एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी यहाँ पे मौके पर है और गोताखोर की टीम भी है और जो है अभी प्रारंभिक तौर पर जो है कुल 13 लोगों के शव जो है वो बाहर निकालने की बात कही जा रही है, हालांकि अभी इसकी किसी ने पुष्टि नहीं की है.
At least 40 people were on board the ill-fated bus. A crane was used to pull it out of the fierce waters.
In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, 12 party MPs are now reportedly in touch with Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and they are likely to switch sides to his camp. These 12 MPs are expected to fly to Delhi. Shinde himself will be in the capital later tonight. Meanwhile, the Uddhav camp MPs Sanjay Raut, Priyanka Chaturvedi and Vinayak Raut met with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla before a possible division in the party. After Karnataka, the hijab storm has reached Maharashtra. Some Muslim girls in Washim claim that they were asked to remove their hijab at the examination center for the NEET. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has cited the Supreme Court's order and said that the uniform rule should be strictly followed. The Supreme Court has directed the Uttar Pradesh police to not file or take any precipitative action against Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair in connection with the 5 FIRs that have been. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across the state of Uttarakhand.
In Champavat district, this school bus was washed away as it tried to move across a flooded road. Thankfully, there were no students in the bus and the driver and conductor were safely evacuated. The situation was equally grim along the Kotdwar Pauri route. Heavy rains wreaked havoc on the hilly terrain and stopped vehicular movement. Commuters were left stranded in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, in Ramnagar, the national highway was closed after a tree fell on the road after heavy rains. This caused a massive pile-up for hours on end.
Most students have come forward and complained that they were forced to take off their bra before writing the NEET exam in a centre in Kannur in Kerala. 5 people have been arrested in connection with the incident. The National Commission of Women too has taken cognizance and issued a notice to the Kerala DGP. Former Kerala legislator and Youth Congress State Vice President K.S. Shabarinathan has been arrested in connection with a conspiracy to protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight back in June. This after a WhatsApp message by Shabarinathan called for a protest against Vijayan inside an airline. The second autopsy of a 17-year-old student who was found dead in a hostel in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurchi has been completed. The Supreme Court had turned down a request from the girl's parents to give them a doctor of their choice for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Kallakurchi SP has been transferred just days after violent protests over the girl's death. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that the recruitment application form for the Indian Army asks for caste and religion certificates. The party stated that this was being done for the first time in history, but the centre pointed out that this system has always existed since the British times.
मैं यह स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह अफवाह है. जो पहले व्यवस्था थी
माने आज़ादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
The Indian Air Force is all set to get a big boost. 6 squadrons of the light combat aircraft will be inducted very soon. In fact, the order is for 4 squadrons of the LCA, the Mark 1A, which have already been placed. 7 squadrons of the advanced medium combat aircraft will soon be out as well. 114 multi-role fighter aircraft will be inducted as well. Inducting the aircraft only under Make in India program, which of course will be a boost for local manufacturing. Rescue and relief work is on in full swing in flood-hit Maharashtra.
In Chandrapur, teams of the NDRF and SDRF waded through waist-deep water to try and reach stranded residents. Boats were also brought out for the rescue operations as Chandrapur remained inundated. In order to evacuate people safely, NDRF and SDRF personnel used loudspeakers to try and give residents a heads up. That's when people came out of their flooded homes and gathered in one designated place. With rivers in Wardha and Spate, several dam gates were opened to release excess water. But several people ended up getting trapped in the fast-flowing water. That's when SDRF personnel jumped in and carried out a dramatic rescue operation.
That's another setback for Uddhav Thackeray after Shiv Sena's 12 MPs joined the Eknath Shinde camp. Rahul Shivale has been appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena in the Lok Sabha. A new chief whip has also been appointed. These MPs have decided to back the NDA's vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in the upcoming elections. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the phone tapping case. The arrest comes after he was grilled by the agency for over 3 hours on the illegal phone tapping of NSC personnel. This was allegedly done between 2009 and 2017. Several countries in Europe are in the grip of a severe heat wave, with Britain touching its record temperatures today.
One of the worst hit is United Kingdom. For the first time in the country's history, temperatures touched 40 degrees Celsius. Roads are melting and power cuts are rising as UK swelters in the heat. Even runways were impacted by the heat, forcing several aircrafts to divert. An 8-day-long heat wave in Spain has triggered massive wildfires. Passengers in a train watched in horror as a wildfire tore through vegetation near the track in the northwestern province of Zamora. The train was traveling between Madrid and Ferrol but was forced to halt due to the wildfire. Paris is also sweltering in unusually high temperatures. For the second day in a row, temperatures soared above 37 degrees Celsius. Experts say the early heat wave is a sign of what's to come as climate change takes a toll.
Former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the latest round of voting to replace British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Sunak has increased his tally from yesterday, bringing him even closer to being one of the top 2 candidates who will go head-to-head to be elected as the new Conservative Party leader and the Prime Minister of Britain. So let's take a look at where things stand today after the 4th round of voting. Rishi Sunak has got 118 votes. Remember, you need 120 to go through into the final 2 face-off. Penny Mordaunt, who used to be also a minister in the Boris Johnson cabinet, she got 92 votes. She's consistently been coming number 2. But the big surprise and the big climber has been Liz Truss, who was the foreign secretary in Boris Johnson's government. She's jumped up to 86 votes. Kemi Badenoch, who also used to be the Equalities Minister, she has now opted out of this contest after she finished number 4. So the contest tomorrow is going to be between these 3, between Sunak, Mordaunt and Liz Truss, and one of them, in fact 2 of them, will remain standing, who will go into the final clash that's going to happen later on. Meanwhile, let's move on here on Brass Tack Superfast to Sri Lanka, where the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. Premadasa announced the decision on Twitter. He said that he was withdrawing his candidacy for the greater good of the country and supporting rival candidate Dallas Alaperuma. In fact, the Sri Lankan Parliament will tomorrow meet and elect a new president, and the fight seems to be between Ranil Wickremesinghe, the interim president right now, and Dallas Alaperuma. Now, let's take a look at the three men who are in the race to be the next president of Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, is the current acting president. He's backed by the ruling SLPP, which is the party of the Rajapakshas. Dallas Alaperama is a senior leader, again from the SLPP. He's been a multiple-time legislator. He's a lawmaker from Matara in the southern part of the country. He's considered to be a dark horse in this race. Also, the final one is the JVP leader, Aruna Kumara Dissanayaka. In fact, he is from the left-wing Janata Vimukti Peramuna. He's a strong critic of Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as well as the Rajapakshas, but he's thought of to be as too radical a candidate to be leading the country at a critical time such as this. Meanwhile, back home, day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament was rocked by opposition-led protests.
Despite no protests or demonstrations being allowed inside the Parliament complex, opposition MPs gathered in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Congress's Rahul Gandhi, NCP MP Supriya Sule and Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena stood side by side and protested over price rise. They held placards on inflation and raised slogans against the government. The protest comes a day after the goods and services tax on packaged food items came into force.
जो टैक्स जीएसटी टैक्स उन्होंने लगाया है उसके बारे में हम अंदर जाकर अपनी बात भी रखेंगे और लड़ेंगे.
The drama continued inside the house, with opposition MPs interrupting proceedings.
सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है.
Opposition MPs are also demanding a discussion on price rise and GST.
Well, after a viral video of some men offering namaz at a mall in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has warned of strict action over unnecessary remarks and staging demonstrations to obstruct the movement of people. 4 of the 8 men seen offering namaz have been arrested.
सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए.
A day after upholding their conviction, a Delhi court has released Sushil and Gopal Ansal for the period that they had already undergone for tampering with evidence in the 1997 Upar cinema fire. The court took note of the old age of the convicts while deciding on the quantum of punishment. Israel is reportedly preparing to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, and here's what the trigger is. Khamenei's top aide claims that Iran can make nuclear bombs. In fact, this aide went on to claim that Iran has not decided whether to build one. Iran already has enriched up to 60% of uranium under the 2015 nuclear deal. In fact, Israel claims it may have to act against this nuclear threat. US President Joe Biden was in the region just a few days ago. He's vowed to stop Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon at all costs. A Haryana police officer was run over by a truck while he was conducting a check on illegal mining.
This image sums up the terror of the mining mafia in Haryana. Deputy Superintendent of Police Surinder Singh was run over by a truck in the Noor district. His crime? He was on a mission to stop illegal mining. Singh had reached the spot after he got information about illegal mining being carried out. The police officer saw a truck in the vicinity and signaled the driver to stop. He then asked the truck driver for his license and papers. The stone-laden truck driver panicked, sped up the truck and ran over the cop. Singh was rushed to the hospital where doctors declared him dead.
बहुत दुखद ये घटना हुई है. हमारी सांत्वना हम परिवार के साथ भी और उस परिवार की भी जिसकी क्षति हुई है उसके साथ भी खड़े हैं.
Despite a Supreme Court ban dating back to 2009, mining has continued unabated at several places in the Aravallis.
Well, at least 20 people have died and another 30 are missing after a boat capsized in the river in central Pakistan. The boat carrying more than 100 people was heading to a wedding when it capsized in the Indus River. In Sadiqabad, the passengers were mostly women and children. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Iran. It's his only second foreign trip since he invaded Ukraine back in February. He met with Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi in Tehran. The visit is essential in a bid to try and deepen ties with Iran, which is one of the few remaining international allies that Russia still has. The Nord Stream 1 pipeline has been closed for maintenance and it's making Germany squirm. In fact, gas deliveries from Russia to Germany have dropped to zero right now. Germany depends very heavily on natural gas from Russia to power its industry. German industry would be forced to cut its energy use. Possible ripple effects can be felt throughout the German economy. In fact, a complete shut-off to flows to Germany may even trigger a Europe-wide recession. French footballer Timuyi Bakayoko, who plays for AC Milan, was stopped by Italian police at gunpoint during a search operation. The video shows a police officer searching the footballer, who is leaning against a car. Police later realized that it's a case of mistaken identity and then apologized to him. National award-winning filmmaker Mani Ratnam has been admitted to hospital in Chennai after testing positive for COVID. The 66-year-old has been hospitalized at a time when post-production work for his upcoming magnum opus Punniyin Selvan is going on. The historical drama will hit screens on the 30th of September. This shocking video of a beach in Mumbai shows garbage littered for as long as the eye can see. Despite several warnings and awareness campaigns, it seems that people in Mumbai simply can't seem to stop throwing garbage into the sea, and that in turn is getting washed up on shore. After the video went viral, authorities conducted cleanup drives to clear the filth accumulated on the beach. With that, it's a wrap. In a moment, Maria Shakil will join you with News Epicenter.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Trounces, Times Now and Republic TV.
You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. A ghastly crime has been committed in Haryana that has sent shockwaves across the country. In Haryana's New area, an honest police officer was mowed down by the sand mafia. DSP Surendra Singh was murdered during a raid in the Aravali Hills, an area notorious for sand mafia operations, where he was mowed down by a truck. He arrived at the spot around 11:50 a.m. accompanied by 2 policemen who served as his bodyguards after receiving information that illegal mining was taking place. He signaled a stone-laden truck to slow down, but the driver instead accelerated and ran him over. One suspect has been taken into custody after he was shot at by the Haryana police during an encounter in the town of Toru. No other arrest has been made so far. But DSP Singh's murder is symptomatic of a far deeper malaise, namely the sand mining mafia's rampage that has been on for years, flexing its muscle against the law of the land. Even as the Haryana government has assured strong action, the big question remains: if a DSP is murdered for standing up to corruption, how safe is the Aam Aadmi? The Haryana government has some big questions to answer, but first, here's how the story unfolded.
This image sums up the terror of the mining mafia in Haryana. Deputy Superintendent of Police Surinder Singh was run over by a truck in the Noor district. His crime? He was on a mission to stop illegal mining.
हमारे पास जो अभी पुलिस के वहाँ पे जो मेरी जानकारी में है, वहाँ पे 4 हमारे मुलाजिम थे, जिसमें डीएसपी साहब का पर्सनल स्टाफ था।
Singh had reached the spot after he got information about illegal mining being carried out. The police officer saw a truck in the vicinity and signaled the driver to stop. He then asked the truck driver for his license and papers. The stone-laden truck driver panicked, sped up the truck and ran over the cop. Singh was rushed to the hospital where doctors declared him dead.
बहुत दुखद ये घटना हुई है हमारी सांत्वना है उनके परिवार के साथ भी, और उस परिवार की भी जिसकी क्षति हुई है उसके साथ भी खड़े हैं।
While Chief Minister Khattar has promised strict action against those involved, the Congress is raising questions.
माइनिंग माफिया यमुनानगर से लेकर नूह और मेवात तक सर चढ़कर हरियाणा के खजाने को लूट रहा है, हरियाणा के खनिजों को लूट रहा है। खट्टर सरकार आंख बंद करे क्यों बैठी है?
Despite a Supreme Court ban dating back to 2009, mining has continued unabated at several places in the Aravallis. But how many more deaths before the system wakes up to the menace?
This cold-blooded murder has raised a number of questions. Let's look at them. Was there a larger conspiracy to kill the DSP? What were his bodyguards? Remember, there was a gunman who was accompanying him. What were they doing when the dumper sped away? Was any effort made to nab culprits on the spot? Remember, Singh and his team were acting on a tip and looking to conduct a raid. He stepped out of his police vehicle when he saw the truck. He signaled the driver to stop, but the truck ran over the officer. Another question is, did the DSP go for an inspection without backup? Surendra Singh had earlier impounded several dumpers who were carrying illegal mining sand, dust and stone, and a crackdown was on. So he was someone who was seen as anti-corruption officer who was on a mission. Why has there been no crackdown on illegal sand mining in South Haryana is the bigger question as well. Let me take all those questions to the guests who are joining me on the show. Swati Malik, spokesperson of the Congress. Ajay Singh Gulia is a JJP spokesperson. Varun Singh is a political analyst. Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer. Mr. Azad, the cold-blooded murder, first of Sidhu Moosewala, which happens in Punjab, and now DSP Surendra Singh, in which he is mowed down by impunity. Are we seeing the rise of criminal gangs who have been so far perhaps in hibernation? What is it that is forcing them to shed all fear and take out their targets so ruthlessly?
Maria, the mining mafia is entrenched deep all over the country. From the Son River in Bihar to the Chambal ravines in Madhya Pradesh and the Chambal River, to even Bellary in Karnataka and to the Aravali, the eco-fragile Aravali. It's really entrenched deep. Mind you, in 2012, an IPS officer was killed in Morena. That was again the mining mafia. And will you believe it that 6 years later at the same place, another forest officer, deputy ranger, was killed. And any honest officer who wants to be there, like this gentleman who died, are moved out or transferred. Therefore, the malice is very deep, as you have pointed out. This is not the rise of any criminal gangs. Mining mafia is indulging in organized crime and needs a very, very strong political will to crush the mafia. But in this case, as you rightly pointed out, the entire sequence needs to be seen very, very closely. There were some lapses. It's unfortunate that a life was lost. There was no backup. Suddenly he came on the scene. But I think it's a matter of great shame and tragedy for any state to lose officers like this. When it is very clear, the locals were complaining about this mining going on.
Yes.
And this was going on for quite some time. And yet if the response is like this, it's absolutely unfortunate.
What is evident here is also police, politician, and also criminal. Perhaps there is some kind of nexus that exists. And that brings me to a question that will be raised to the government that is running Haryana. Mr. Gulia, सवाल आपसे उठेगा. Since 2015, about 50 complaints of illegal mining are registered every year in Nuh alone. When we look at the larger sand mining menace that is there in Haryana, this entire Aravali Hill, as Yashwardhan Azad was pointing out, Mewat, Faridabad, there has been a lot of questions that have been raised. And since 2002, because this entire region, the mining is banned, but it is continuing. What has your government done to ensure that there is crackdown? Because had there been that fear that they cannot continue with impunity, then perhaps this officer would have been alive today.
Listen, first of all, we are shocked and saddened by the news, devastating news, and my deepest sympathies to the family. But as a part of that, you can see that the strictness is on these illegal land mining mafias. That's why this young dynamic officer,
Kya
Mr.
strictness hai? What is the strictness that you're talking about?
The strictness is that that's why these land mafias were under pressure, and the police was having regular checks and raids on them on regular basis. And I can assure you, police will take strict action against all these criminals.
No, but all this is fine after the death of an officer who was there on duty, and he is killed. I mean, he has been killed in the most shocking way when a truck runs over him only because he was trying to tell the truck driver to slow down. So the questions are being raised at multiple levels, Gulia ji. आप लोगों का बस ये कहना कि हम उनके साथ हैं बहुत दुख की बात है, दुख की बात तो सही है, लेकिन ये हुआ क्यों, ये घटना हुई क्यों, ये सवाल है.
नहीं, मैं आपको एक चीज स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहता हूँ, ये घटना क्यों हुई, क्या कारण हुए. It can all be revealed after the investigation, but I can assure you, like, the people of Haryana gave us the responsibility to drive the state, so it's our responsibility to look into the matter. And I can assure you on your national TV that nobody will be spared after the investigation. And as you can see, one of the accused, Ikrar is being engaged in an encounter by the Haryana police.
Swati Malik, this has happened not just in under a particular regime. The larger question is that the governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace, and they continue to happen. The larger sense is that a criminal can kill a cop in a cold-blooded, it's in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him. And even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
Absolutely, Maya. And it's very shocking, the obnoxious manner, the vulgarity by which this act of, killing this police officer who was on duty was carried out, the confidence with which the truck driver just drove over him. Now, what we have to see is what is the reason behind this confidence that the truck driver had? Who is the one protecting him? And even if one is arrested, who is the main person behind this? Yes. Who is the mastermind behind this? Just arresting one person and who will hear no end of, whether he's sentenced or he's given a punishment, what is the result of this arrest? We never get to know of that. Also, reason being for that is, Maria, that by NCRB survey and records, Haryana is the third worst in terms of filing charge sheet, right? So if you see the average of the entire country, it is 82.5% where charge sheets are filed, whereas in Haryana, it is down to 39.7. And this laxity on the behalf of Haryana government, Haryana police, is working as an enabler for these people, for these criminals out there, for these mafias out there. So there is this organized mafia, organized crime which has entered Haryana, and not just about the sand mafia, even the ones who, these gangs who claim, say, protection money for that matter, that has also increased multifold in last 7 years, 8 years. If you remember, there's a businessman who got shot in jeans because he did not fulfill the demand.
Okay, Mr. Gulia, point being made by Swati of the overall illegal sand mining, violence. I do not have, state-specific data, but from December 2020 to March 2022, violence and accidents have killed 418 people. That is the fact. If it is happening in your state, and you run an alliance government with the BJP, you will be held accountable. Who are people in your government who are protecting these sand mafias? And what has the state government done to ensure that the cops who are doing this kind of crackdown, they get some kind of safety and protection?
Listen, 2 bodyguards were with the DSP, but the thing is, it can only revealed by the after the investigation that what had happened in the incident. But the thing is, it's shocking, and it's all the crackdowns were made by the government and the police officials on these land mafias. I guess that's the outcome of these crackdowns from police and other departments, that all these land mafias are...
But when the entire mining has been banned in Aravalli Hills, in Gurgaon, Faridabad, Mewat, because of the Supreme Court order, why is it still continuing? Why hasn't quarrying in Bhango stopped? Or you know, because close to 31 of 128 hills have vanished because of illegal mining. What are you doing because of that? आप कर क्या रहे हैं? बस ये बड़े-बड़े जुमले और बड़े-बड़े promises.
As you revealed in your report that the DSP asked for the papers, and the truck driver rushed over him. He rushed over him. So it means like police is having a crackdown on these criminals. Police is having a regular check on these illegal mafias. That's why the police is on raid, and they crack down the truck and they ask for the papers.
Why hasn't illegal mining stopped?
Not every truck in Haryana is illegal. That's why the police. That's why the cop asked for the papers. That's why the cop asked for the papers. Some of.
Mr. Gulia, go ahead. Why are you stopping while speaking? Go ahead.
No, on your TV channel, on your national channel, I can assure you that police will take a strict action so that law will prevail in Haryana. So that
Warren Singh, you know, when politicians who are asked questions say law will take its own course, it essentially means that there is no law and order, and if anything, law will not take its course because law has become a mockery of in some way or the other. If cops are killed, the manner in which Surendra Singh was killed.
You know, let me tell you, Maria, one small thing. The IPS officer on the show reminded you of Morena, where an IPS officer named Narendra Singh was killed in 2012. In 2013 in Maharashtra,
yes.
You know, first of all, let me tell you, all political parties are involved in it. None of the political parties can come out and say ki they have taken any strict action, because I can give you multiple examples. In 2013 in Hingoli in Maharashtra, a Tehsildar tractor almost ran over him. He was saved at the nick of the hour. In Himachal Pradesh, and SDM Yunus Khan in 2013, there were 3 attempts in 6 months to kill him. And all these people were attacked only and only because they acted against sand mafia. In 2013 in Uttar Pradesh, Durga Shakti Nagpal and SDM was transferred because she acted against sand mafia. In Tuticorin in 2013, again,
the list is long.
You know,
I have this entire list of how the sand mafia terror has been unfolding. I agree with you. The larger focus is
none of these political parties which govern want to act. Had these political parties had the will to act, I don't think there would have been ever any killing, or any officer who acts against them would have been transferred.
Yes,
but these political parties do not have
political
the will to act, because
yes,
absolutely, they do not have the political will to act, and this is clearly visible, and that is the reason we have a Surendra Singh dying, because he's doing his job, and these political parties would generally come, you know, crocodile tears, and then they would run away saying that there would be law and order in the state. That is the sad state of affair in this country right now.
Yes, Yashwardhan Azad, as Varun was pointing out, there is a long list. Morena district of Madhya Pradesh, Chitrakoot district of UP, Chhatrapur district of Madhya Pradesh again, there is incident of Tamil Nadu, Karur, Telangana. The list is long, where cops have been killed whenever they have stood up against corruption. We have been talking about the larger nexus here between cops, criminals, politicians. But here it is the cops who are facing the brunt. They are on the chopping line. They are the ones who are losing their lives. unfortunately.
You see, Maria, in this entire nexus which we are talking about, some of the police officers are complicit. Some of the police officers who are facing it bravely face the brunt by either getting transferred or being killed in the process. The problem is very, very deep. There are three departments which are very, very lucrative in any state: transport, excise, and mining. And the entire funding, the entire money which is filling the coffers is coming from the departments. It is very, very well known. Everyone knows. Why is it that even today, after Supreme Court has banned, the NGT, the National Green Tribunal, is also putting a committee to see why illegal mining is going on in Ravali. If there is a political will, it can be crushed. Now, there were some 21,000 cases that somebody had pointed about. You know, if you really look at it, make proper arrests and get the right culprits. For example, in this case, you know, the accused you are talking about who has been caught after an encounter is a cleaner. The question is, the people behind this are well known. They provide the muscle to the various political parties. They provide the funds to the various political parties. You know, in Bihar, the situation was so serious that a chief minister had to go because he had launched an all-round attack on various 18 mafia. So this is a deep-rooted problem. And unless the political will is there, it will remain, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, Yashwardhan Azad, we are not seeing that political will. And to expect a sudden change, that may not happen. The question is, will the DSP get justice? And what will be the nature of that justice, and how soon will that justice be delivered? Yashwardhan Azad, really appreciate your time. Varun Singh, Ajay Singh Gulia and Swati Malik, thank you so much. There's a piece of breaking news that is coming in on this story. The cops in Haryana have recovered the dumper that was used to murder the DSP. So the dumper has been recovered that killed DSP Surendra Singh. Anshul is joining me live from Toru in Haryana. Anshul, go ahead. Where exactly are you?
So yes, Maria, I am in Toru, the exact district in which DSP Surendra Singh was murdered this morning at around 12 a.m. The incident has shook the conscience of not only the people of Haryana but also the people of the entire country. Now the police has taken into custody this dumper that I am standing with. This is the dumper that has been mentioned in the FIR. If I could just show you the number of this dumper as to how illegal is this dumper. It just says HR74A, and this is what has been mentioned in the FIR, that HR74A was the number of the dumper and the number in front of it had been rubbed down. So I'll just try and show you in the visuals and try to explain the sequence of events that transpired. If you could see the condition of the dumper, the windscreen is broken, and the police got it in custody just a few minutes ago, and they have brought it here in the police station. I'll just try and tell you what actually happened. So Itar and Mitar, the two people who were are said to be inside this dumper when DSP Surendra Singh actually tried to stop them. And as DSP Surendra Singh tried to stop them, they brought out their country-made guns and tried to threaten him to move out of the way, or something untoward is going to happen to him. And but as DSP Surendra Singh and with his team of a gunner did not actually move out of the place and actually asked them for the papers and license so that they could prove that this dumper is legal, they actually got panicked and ran over the dumper over DSP Surendra Singh. Now, as DSP Surendra Singh was being run over by this dumper, since this dumper had a lot of rocks, the accused made sure that the rocks had to be pulled down so that the weight of the dumper could be reduced. Hence, they pulled up the jack of this dumper, which meant that once the jack got inclined, the stones started falling from behind the dumper. As you can, as I'll just try and show you in the visuals from behind the dumper as well, stones started falling from behind. And if you could see the number plate as well in the back of the dumper as well, there is no number on this number plate as well.
Anshul,
so
tell
yes,
me how will the cops then find out this vehicle or the dumper is registered in whose name? Because the number has been rubbed off. So how will they find that out?
So yes, this is the biggest challenge in front of the cops as of now, but what we are picking up is that mining incidents have been happening in that entire area day in and day out. Locals have also told us that whenever someone builds a house, they pull down the rocks from the Aravalli hills over here as well. So these are the dumpers that are being used very regularly in that area. So yes, it is going to be a tough job for the police to make sure that they could actually find the name of the person on whose behalf this has been registered. But yes, they could actually get an idea as to who was the person who was operating this dumper, because actually there were 2 people inside this who have been named in the FIR, and the FIR has also been filed against 3 to 4 unknown people. So yes, police today has said that they will take this custody for further. The DGP himself was on the ground today. He made sure that he went on the spot at least twice, where he talked to the locals as well, and he has constituted a team where he has given specific duty to each and every senior officers, because what the police has been telling us, Maria, is that they do not only want to nab the 2 killers who were inside this dumper, but they actually want to take out the whole syndicate that is actually involved in illegal land mining over here in Tarur in Haryana. So yes, a big task ahead for the Haryana police to make sure that these culprits are nabbed at the earliest, because remember, they are under a lot of pressure, be it political pressure. We have heard reactions coming in from Congress as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, or be it the pressure of the local people, because the locals are now afraid as well if something like this could happen to a police officer, a senior police officer of the rank of the DSP. If something could happen to him in broad daylight, what are the chances that they are safe in this area? So yes, a lot of questions on the Haryana government. They are under a lot of pressure. They are on the back foot. Now the ball is in their court. They have now taken control of the dumper, as well as they have got control of one of the accused. Now it remains to be seen as to how long will the Haryana government and the police and the local administration will take to finally nab all the 6 accused against whom the FIR has been launched. So yes, a big uphill task ahead for the administration.
Anshul, thank you so much. So will the conspiracy, the larger conspiracy behind this killing be unfolding, or will it be revealed, and who is really the mastermind? All those questions have to be answered. Thank you so much for joining us, Anshul. Shifting focus to our second debate. There is interim relief for Nupur Sharma after the Supreme Court stated that no coercive action can be taken against her, taking cognizance of the rising death threats against Nupur Sharma, even mentioning Salman Chishti's threat video in its order. Nupur Sharma has once again asked for all the FIRs against her to be clubbed. The court has issued notices to multiple states and has asked for a response after the scathing observations from the top court 3 weeks back, where she was accused of setting the nation on fire and even held responsible for the Udaipur murder. The former BJP spokesperson also sought the expunging of those remarks, but the top court did not entertain that plea. The next hearing in the case is on the 10th of August, so a wrap from the top court to a reprieve in 3 weeks from the same bench. Were the death threats and the rising political noise surrounding this case central to this order? We will pose those questions to our panelists, but first, the story.
Nearly a month after her controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad sparked a firestorm within and outside the country. Former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma was granted relief by the Supreme Court. She cannot be arrested in the multiple cases filed against her in different states. The court has asked various states to respond to her request to club multiple FIRs against her. It will now take up Nupur Sharma's request to club all 9 FIRs against her on the 10th of August. The respite comes after Nupur Sharma's lawyer told the Supreme Court that she was facing increasing threats to her life and had been unable to seek any other legal recourse. In fact, she claims that the threats had increased after the top court's scathing observations against her earlier this month. The very same bench had said Nupur Sharma's comments were responsible for the murder of Kanhaiya Lal, a tailor in Udaipur, who had put up social media posts in support of her. The judges had also accused Nupur Sharma of being single-handedly responsible for the unrest in India and demanded that she apologize to the nation. Those observations hold little meaning now, with the court granting Nupur Sharma interim relief. So were the threats to Nupur Sharma from the likes of Ajmer Dargah Khadim Gohar Chishti a turning point in the case?
Joining me now, Arshpreet Kardial. He is the spokesperson of the Congress. Kapil Sankla, senior advocate of the Apex Court. Ratan Sharda is an RSS researcher. Maulana Masood Kazmi is a Muslim scholar. And we also have Nirmal Kaur, former IPS officer, someone who signed that open letter supporting Nupur Sharma. Kapil Sankla, first oral observations which were quoted repeatedly by all those who were opposing Nupur Sharma, and then this order which is a reprieve. When those observations were made, one concern that was raised was that has she been held guilty without trial, and had her case been prejudged and prejudiced, then how do you read today's order?
But two important things. One, it is very, it's very exciting and interesting to have an open court and everybody getting to hear what the court is saying, what the counsels are saying, what's happening in court. But to quote something out of context when there is a verbal argument or discussion going on is a dangerous trend. Now what happens is a disjointed statement can cause a ruckus, which is exactly what had happened. And the Honorable Supreme Court today very rightly clarified that issue itself. Quoting it to be a misunderstanding or a misquoting, and I'm paraphrasing it, and saying that to that extent we are clarifying that we do not want your client to run here and there. The responsibility is both ways. And when I say this, it basically means that we, people who are there inside the court, who are basically messaging, tweeting, etc., and us when we are understanding it. So either we understand the entire gamut of what was argued. And if you're taking a disjointed statement, it can actually cause a lot of confusion, whatever the court stated that day. I am glad that this order came that clarifies the issue, because dehorse whatever Ms. Sharma would have said. I don't think it would merit the kind of threats that she's getting, that she will be raped, molested, murdered, beheaded, and the Honorable Supreme Court rightly protected a citizen of India. As I said, whatever she said, rightly or wrongly, is a matter of trial or to be taken later. Whether it was taken out of context,
it because of the
way.
subsequent events, which included Salman Chishti's video and several others? Do you think that was, and the nature of threats, which increased, in the last few weeks, and the nature of, again, the FIRs, the lookout notices, all that added to the verdict today?
See, 10 FIRs have already been lodged that were pointed out today. 3-4 had been added on since July 1. So you can understand that the threat is increasing. In West Bengal, there's a lookout notice. There is a Chishti fellow who has made a video asking that she be murdered, beheaded. There have been other cases as well. So all of those did weigh very heavy on the Honorable Supreme Court, because just to explain this very importantly, Article 32 protects your fundamental rights before the Honorable Supreme Court, but the powers of the Honorable Supreme Court are very limited, because they are only limited to the fundamental rights and cannot go beyond it. But the powers of the High Court are much larger, and this is what the Honorable Supreme Court had observed in July 1st. The powers of the Honorable High Court under 482 are inherent to do substantive justice. Under Article 226, which is again the power of writ, which protects your fundamental rights, also includes the right to do substantive justice, and Article 227, which is power of superintendence of the High Court over all the courts and tribunals below it. So the powers of the High Court are much larger as more than Supreme Court when it comes to protection of a person to do substantive justice. The Honorable Supreme Court in July 1st has stated that, there are FIRs, go there. Do not come to us. But now it realized, with the ever increasing cases and FIRs, it merits that all of them be clubbed at one place, and substantive justice is done by the Honorable High Court.
Yes.
So
it's the
therefore
question
it
of
issued notices
substantive
to 8-10 different states.
Yes, substantive justice. And yes, I am looking at the list of FIRs that is part of the Supreme Court's order. Arshpreet Kardial, it is also here of a citizen's right, and many are seeing this, that those observations that were made were against judicial ethos. But again, at the same time, it is not for the first time that court has made oral observations. But the consequences that are entailed by observations of this nature, they aren't really binding on subordinate courts if they do not really form part of an order.
See, number one,
for the people saying it was against the judicial ethos, number one, are they judge, jury, or executioner that they get to decide? Who are they? This is the Honorable Supreme Court that we are talking about. Number two, the relief, the interim relief, which is basically temporary for the people who do not understand law. This is temporary, and the basis is not merit or the analysis of the facts and circumstances of the case. The reason behind the relief is that she had a threat to her life, and in order to safeguard her, the Honorable Supreme Court has granted interim relief that we'll seek the status report from the states if they are willing to club multiple FIRs. Now the question here is, can there be multiple FIRs? The answer to that is yes, 100%, crystal clear, because what is, whatever Nupur Sharma said could be hurting your religious sentiments, but for me, it could be breaching the peace of my state and provoking. So there can be multiple FIRs, there can be different offenses, because it's the SHO that registers the FIR, it's the complainant that decides which right of his has been, violated, or he feels is an offense. Number two, Justice Suryakant was on that bench as well, that had passed the remarks,
and it is the
was on
same
this
bench
as well.
that gave her relief today.
Yes, yes. But I hope the BJP spokesperson can tell us this, because Nupur Sharma would also be represented. Why did you withdraw it in the first place if you had to come again in order to revive that same, writ? Why did you have to withdraw it in the first place? You wasted the time of the court. You wasted your own time.
Ratan Sharda,
and let's not forget one
Yes, the
thing,
oral observations had led to a lot of political churning. There were a lot of statements, counter statements that came from the opposition largely, not as much from the BJP. And Nirmal Kaul and others had also written an open letter that there should be a rethink on the oral observations. Then how do you view the developments of the court today? She hasn't really got that relief that she had petitioned, in which she wanted those observations to be withdrawn.
Exactly.
Ratan Sharda.
Observations will stay intact. They are the observations of the Supreme Court. But what is to be noticed here is that Nupur Sharma
That's a question
did
to
jump
Ratan Sharda, please. Yes.
See, first of all, I would actually feel good about the courts that they have realized what kind of comments are made, and we resulted in exploiting the comments by the critics of Nupur Sharma also, the people who instigated all the violence, to use those observations. So whether they're part of order or not is immaterial, but they were used. She was under threat at that time also. It is not that threats have come now. Threats were there also at that time, but still the observations were really very adverse. That is point one. So they needed to anyway come out of it, and I think that's a good gesture, and it's very gentlemanly on the part of lawyer or Nupur Sharma not to press on the point too much. So let's say from here on we will see more objective observations and not very highly, kind of observations which I should not name. And secondly, we keep on saying that these are she created all the ruckus, but we always forget that there are people on the debate who actually instigated. There was a person who actually picked up a part of the debate and created ruckus around the world by using only a partial clip, and then translated in various languages and created ruckus across the world. So that was more serious crime than the heat of the moment comment.
Not really, Ratan Sharda. Not really, Ratan Sharda, because no matter what the nature of instigation, as you allege, nobody can make the comments that she did. She cannot get away with the comments that she did. So she should have apologized, which she did. But again, Mr. Sharda, with all due respect to you, I do not see that clipping or whatever you may argue and her statement being justified the way you're doing, sir.
I am not justifying, actually asserting that what she said has been said by many scholars time and again. They are part of the hadith. So we should not create the ruckus around it. There was heated debate. There was the way she spoke on the heat of the moment was different. But to claim that she made a hateful comment, etc., that surpasses all the comments that was made against Gyanvapi, by none of the secular crowd, none of the so-called secular flag bearers, even the court didn't take cognizance of the kind of
Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kasmi. Yes,
so
we'll try and get him. We'll try and get him, because I think the argument being made by Ratan Sharda of trying to justify the comment that was made by Nupur Sharma is completely.
I am saying don't. No, Myra. I am saying don't underline that again and again. I am saying today's debate is more about Supreme Court.
Yes, so I'm just trying to focus on that rather than the direction that you're trying to take. So let me go back to the topic of discussion and bring in Nirmal Kaur now. Nirmal Kaur, you know, that statement which was signed by 15 former High Court judges, 77 former civil servants and 25 retired officers, including you, all of you had made certain points which had to do with that she sought access to justice system before the highest court, as that court alone could consider grant of relief being sought. The observations that have no connect were made. That is the argument that was put forth by you, because the apex court had said that she had loose tongue and it was that she was single-handedly responsible for what is happening. Do you think then what has happened today with the relief being granted to her and the FIRs being clubbed purely on the basis of the nature of the threat and the circumstances which have changed, is this more of the apex court sticking to the nature of the petition?
See, this has been all the precedents is like that. Whenever there are multiple FIRs on a singular event, they always club together. We saw in Arnab Goswami's case, we saw in there are many decided cases, one or two very prominent ones on the subject. So this is more in line with the judicial precedents and law, law as it says. And also, I think earlier the petition which he talks of, I think the whole country was upset over the overreach kind of a thing, because it was as opposed to outreach also, one would say is like, court is, Supreme Court is the highest court of the land. And with more power comes more responsibility. No institution is as powerful as the Supreme Court. And when you're that powerful, you have to draw a line around yourself, which you only can draw. And the courts, I mean, it is an established maxim, formally, informally, every which way, that the court is not supposed to speak except through its orders. And if the court order says something, maybe that is open to challenge, that is open to, this kind of asides, that is what, and that too, the umbrage was taken because they were very extreme in nature and put her life in jeopardy. So it's a very welcome decision that she has got some breathing space till 10th of August, and also comments have been invited from all the 9 states on what they think of transferring of her FIRs.
Okay.
So I suppose law will take its course and she will get relief, which she's entitled to as per law and as per precedents in the cases decided by the very Supreme Court
Maulana
itself.
Kasmi, all the activists and people like you had, quoted what the apex court had said, but today the apex court, by giving this reprieve, has said, has signaled clearly that this is the real issue before it, rather than what has happened in the past or their nature of observation of the past. Maulana Kasmi.
Yes, as we cannot comment on the Honorable Supreme Court today's verdict. But the point is, Supreme Court has not said anything again. Supreme Court, the Nupur Sharma has made a plea for clubbing all the cases against her on the same issue, and the Supreme Court didn't look into that. Also, the same batch when made the observations against the Nupur Sharma, that last in the beginning of this month. So these all the charges.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपने ऑर्डर में साफ तौर पे कहा है कि सलमान चिश्ती का जो खादिम है अजमेर दरगाह के, उनका जो वीडियो है वो बहुत डिस्टर्बिंग है। एक नासिर हैं जो रेसिडेंट उत्तर प्रदेश के, उनका भी वायरल वीडियो है जो अब्यूसिव है, जो थ्रेटन कर रहा है उनको बिहेड करने के लिए। ये सब तरह का जो बयान आया है वो भी जो डिस्टर्ब करता है, जो गलत बयान है, तो ये सब भी आप क्या कम्युनिटी इसको देखेगी? उनको नहीं लगता कि जो इस तरह के जो एक्सट्रीम व्यूज हैं, क्या उन लोगों को कौन हक देता है कि लॉ ऑफ द लैंड को वो हाथ में ले लें, वो जज जूरी एग्जीक्यूशनर बन जाएं? अगर उनको तकलीफ है तो कोर्ट अप्रोच करें, पुलिस को अप्रोच करें। इस तरह का कॉल देने की क्या जरूरत है कि बिहेड कर देंगे, ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे?
आप बिल्कुल सही कह रही हैं, उदयपुर वाले जो दरिंदे हैं, they are not lesser darinde than that Udaipur darindes, and not a single Maulana in India has come in their support. Not a single Mufti condone their act. All condemn them and term that their act is a terror act. And also entire Muslim community demanded harshest punishment be rewarded, be given to these
लेकिन सलमान
darinde.
चिश्ती के खिलाफ क्या किया है? अजमेर दरगाह ने क्या एक्शन लिया है? बस ये बोला है कि वो उनसे एसोसिएटेड नहीं है। क्या बोलने से ही सब एक्शन हो जाएगा?
Law is taking course. Law should take course against such people.
Then
law
if you
should take
Maulana Sahab, if you are saying that law will take its course, then then the members of the Muslim community should also have faith in the law of the land rather than giving these calls of beheading, जो इन्होंने दिया था, जो खादिम ने दिया था।
beheading को जो भी कह रहा है उसको हम टेरर बताते हैं. This is terror. There is no provision of beheading in Islam. People, they are maligning Islamic image. Those who are calling for beheading, and in the life of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was abused during his lifetime, but he didn't reacted back in aggression. Also didn't abuse back.
Okay.
Allah said them, when the people ridiculed you,
ये जो स्लोगन निकला सर तन से जुदा, ये कहाँ से आ रहा है? कहाँ पे इस्लाम में लिखा हुआ है?
ये सर तन से जुदा है और ये 30-40 साल से पाकिस्तान में चल रहा है. Because of
ये वहाबिज्म इंडियन इस्लाम में कहाँ से आ गया? रतन शारदा, quick word from you, and then I'll start wrapping the discussion.
Because of the cyber, because of the internet, this is also infiltrating
Ratan
in our
Sharda.
country.
Ratan Sharda, the sane voices from both the communities, be it from the Hindu community or from the Muslim community, have to speak out and have to talk about resilience. They have to talk about a society that we believed in and that we believe in.
If you remember, in the initial days when the government had come heavily against the hate seekers, every person on your panel, other panels used to be very sober and take back very sober stand, saying that these things should stop. But after some days, we have again gone back to shouting at each other, again quoting each other. So what Maulana says is right, but to say it's not part of Islam, then other people have, when they quote this part of Islam, they should also be punished. Even they should be punished for blasphemy, because they are quoting from various hadiths and Sharia for this kind of violence, justifying this kind of violence. We have such people in our own seminaries, and then this got transported to ISIS, and then the same ISIS pattern is brought back to India. So these people need to stand up firmly, saying whether it's part of Islam or not, we don't accept it at all, and we will not tolerate it. And these people should be boycotted, thrown out of the community. When you can do so many things against such people, why not take action against them? By just saying that it is not part of Islam, only half truth is there. They should say we will not accept even as part of Islam. I would have quoted hadith. I don't want to, because I want to get over it. I want to move to the new world where we can say, okay, we will sit together, we will talk, we will not claim that we are above law. Only then solution can be found.
Yes, the rule of law applies on one and all. The country will be run through the constitution and not some random understanding that is coming.
Let me come in for one minute. Maria
30 seconds. बोलिए
yes, जी ये हमारे जो रतन शारदा जी कह रहे हैं, हम देखिए यहाँ पर ये भी एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं रतन शारदा जी जैसे लोगों से, the धर्म संसद which called for the genocide of a specific community, मिर्ची बाबा and बजरंग मनी, इन लोगों के लिए भी हमें उन लोगों को भी कंडेम करना चाहिए. मैं अपनी कम्युनिटी के लोगों को कंडेम कर रहा हूं and
उनको
but you also should have courage to condemn your community's people.
आप गलत कह रहे हैं. उनके ऊपर केस चले, किसी ने उनको डिफेंड नहीं किया. मुझे देखा हाल तक आपने.
Okay, let me go back to the topic of discussion, that is on what the Supreme Court has said, and let me give the final words to Kapil Sankla. Kapil Sankla, the question that I had asked when the observations were made, what was the purpose of the observations then? Because those observations were quoted a lot by activists to make an argument, to build an argument, and also in many ways to charge up emotions and sentiments against Nupur Sharma.
At the risk of not sounding like a lawyer, although I have been a lawyer for the last 25 years.
So you'll always sound like a lawyer.
The judges are, how kind of you, but judges are human beings as well, that's one. And secondly, the judges are testing your arguments at times by pointed comments. Those might not be very palatable, but at the end of the day, that brings out the best argument in any lawyer and any circumstance. As I said, it is very nice that we can hear everything that's happening in the Honorable Supreme Court and in courts all over. But now we should be responsible like lawyers are. Ki wo baat gayi the moment you get out of the court. Because at times the court is testing you and testing your argument or testing the premise of your argument. So rightly or wrongly, whatever has been said was also said to test an argument. And at that time it was so decided that you go under 482, do not come under 32 before the Honorable Supreme Court. Because there is an alternate equally efficacious remedy. And that is exactly what the Honorable Supreme Court had said, and rightly so, because that's what the law is. And today they say something else because they realized in terms of those orders or those observations, unfortunately, there have been death threats and it's impossible for the petitioner to go to various high courts all over India. So as far as that statement is concerned, rightly or wrongly, as I said, is also done day in and day out in various matters when the court is testing your argument, testing the counsel or testing the premise of the argument. And what has been done today is in terms of what the law of the land is to protect the citizen of India. This is what is also correct.
But then Kapil Sankla, the nature of the petition in the first place itself was about clubbing of FIRs. When she approached the court, that was what she had asked for.
In the first instance, it was about quashing of all the FIRs, and the court said that the quashing is under section 482, where the inherent powers of the High Court are to come into play. And also stated that you could have also moved under Article 226 and 227. 226 is the writ jurisdiction to be read with 482, and 227 is the power of superintendence of the High Court. Okay. So the court said that you have an equally efficacious remedy. Why have you come before us? Withdraw it and go before the court where everybody else goes. You're not a special citizen. Today they are protected, saying that okay, we'll club everything together, so you can still go to the Honorable High Court under 482, but instead of going to 12 different High Courts, go to one High Court.
All right.
And the law is that the law in CRPC is that the matters can be clubbed together.
Yes.
That's
all
also
right.
the law.
Kapil Sankla, thank you so much for your time. Nirmal Kaur, Maulana Kasmi, Ratan Sharda and Ashpreet Kardial, thank you so much. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be getting details of the race for 10 Downing Street.
Times such as this. Meanwhile, back home, day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament was rocked by opposition-led protests.
Despite no protests or demonstrations being allowed inside the Parliament complex, opposition MPs gathered in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Congress's Rahul Gandhi, NCP MP Supriya Sule and Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena stood side by side and protested over price rise. They held placards on inflation and raised slogans against the government. The protest comes a day after the goods and services tax on packaged food items came into force.
जो टैक्स जीएसटी टैक्स उन्होंने लगाया है उसके बारे में हम अंदर जाकर अपनी बात भी रखेंगे और लड़ेंगे.
The drama continued inside the House, with opposition MPs interrupting proceedings.
सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है.
Opposition MPs are also demanding a discussion on price rise and GST.
Well, after a viral video of some men offering namaz at a mall in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has warned of strict action over unnecessary remarks and staging demonstrations to obstruct the movement of people. 4 of the 8 men seen offering namaz have been arrested.
सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए.
A day after upholding their conviction, a Delhi court has released Sushil and Gopal Ansal for the period that they had already undergone for tampering with evidence in the 1997 Nupur Sharma fire. The court took note of the old age of the convicts while deciding on the quantum of punishment. Israel is reportedly preparing to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, and here's what the trigger is. Khamenei's top aide claims that Iran can make nuclear bombs. In fact, this aide went on to claim that Iran has not decided whether to build one. Iran already has enriched up to 60% of uranium. Under the 2015 nuclear deal, in fact, Israel claims it may have to act against this nuclear threat. US President Joe Biden was in the region just a few days ago. He's vowed to stop Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon at all costs. A Haryana police officer was run over by a truck while he was conducting a check on illegal mining.
This image sums up the terror of the mining mafia in Haryana. Deputy Superintendent of Police Surinder Singh was run over by a truck in the Noor district. His crime? He was on a mission to stop illegal mining. Singh had reached the spot after he got information about illegal mining being carried out. The police officer saw a truck in the vicinity and signaled the driver to stop. He then asked the truck driver for his license and papers. The stone-laden truck driver panicked, sped up the truck and ran over the cop. Singh was rushed to the hospital where doctors declared him dead.
बहुत दुखद ये घटना हुई है। हमारी सांत्वना है उनके परिवार के साथ भी और उस परिवार की भी जिसकी क्षति हुई है उसके साथ भी खड़े हैं।
Despite a Supreme Court ban dating back to 2009, mining has continued unabated at several places in the Aravallis.
Well, at least 20 people have died and another 30 are missing after a boat capsized in the river in central Pakistan. The boat carrying more than 100 people was heading to a wedding when it capsized in the Indus River. In Sadikabad, the passengers were mostly women and children. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Iran. It's his only second foreign trip since he invaded Ukraine back in February. He met with Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi in Tehran. The visit is essential in a bid to try and deepen ties with Iran, which is one of the few remaining international allies that Russia still has. The Nord Stream 1 pipeline has been closed for maintenance and it's making Germany squirm. In fact, gas deliveries from Russia to Germany have dropped to zero right now. Germany depends very heavily on natural gas from Russia to power its industry. German industry would be forced to cut its energy use. Possible ripple effects can be felt throughout the German economy. In fact, a complete shutoff to flows to Germany may even trigger a Europe-wide recession. French footballer Timuyi Bakayoko, who plays for AC Milan, was stopped by Italian police at gunpoint during a search operation. The video shows a police officer searching the footballer who is leaning against a car. Police later realized that it's a case of mistaken identity and then apologized to him. National award-winning filmmaker Mani Ratnam has been admitted to hospital in Chennai after testing positive for COVID. The 66-year-old has been hospitalized at a time when post-production work for his upcoming magnum opus Punniyin Selvan is going on. The historical drama will hit screens on the 30th of September. This shocking video of a beach in Mumbai shows garbage littered for as long as the eye can see. Despite several warnings and awareness campaigns, it seems that people in Mumbai simply can't seem to stop throwing garbage into the sea, and that in turn is getting washed up on shore. After the video went viral, authorities conducted clean-up drives to clear the filth accumulated on the beach. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across the state of Uttarakhand.
In Champawat district, this school bus was washed away as it tried to move across a flooded road. Thankfully, there were no students in the bus and the driver and conductor were safely evacuated. The situation was equally grim along the Kotdwar-Pauri route. Heavy rains wreaked havoc on the hilly terrain and stopped vehicular movement. Commuters were left stranded in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, in Ramnagar, the national highway was closed after a tree fell on the road after heavy rains. This caused a massive pile-up for hours on end.
Most students have come forward and complained that they were forced to take off their bra before writing the NEET exam in a centre in Kannur in Kerala. 5 people have been arrested in connection with the incident. The National Commission of Women too has taken cognizance and issued a notice to the Kerala DGP. Former Kerala legislator and Youth Congress State Vice President K.S. Shabarinathan has been arrested in connection with a conspiracy to protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight back in June. This after a WhatsApp message by Shabarinathan called for a protest against Vijayan inside an airline. The second autopsy of a 17-year-old student who was found dead in a hostel in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurchi has been
Welcome back. Shifting focus to the race for 10 Downing Street as the fight within the Conservative Party heats up. Rishi Sunak expanded his lead in the race as the contest now narrows to 3 after 4 rounds of voting. The former finance minister has secured 118 votes, followed by Conservative MP Penny Mordaunt, who has clinched 92 votes, followed by Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, who has gathered 86, and a big jump from 71 in the previous round. With this, the race to become the next Prime Minister of Britain will enter a decisive round when the Conservative Party will vote to pick the final 2 candidates who will then face a final vote from party members. So let's get you an overview of what works for Rishi Sunak and the factors against him. After steering UK through the COVID crisis as Finance Minister, he is seen as the best equipped to counter the political crisis after Boris Johnson's resignation. However, he is also a part of the Partygate scandal where he breached COVID rules even as the nation was under lockdown. Remember, Partygate was one of the final nails in the coffin of Boris Johnson's political career. On one side, while Sunak received global praise for his COVID economic rescue package, his wife Akshata's non-domicile tax status has stung his political image, where he is in fact dubbed as an elitist whose family is able to dodge the British tax regime while he is aiming for the top post in the country. Meanwhile, his track record as finance minister elevated him to the leadership race and his growing popularity among Conservative voters. But the opposition's biggest attack against him is that till last year, Sunak was a US green card holder. So he has not really accepted, it was very late that he accepted the UK residency. Meanwhile, there are a series of counter campaigns from within the Conservative camp and the Conservative media ecosystem. There are offensives by Conservative heavyweights like Sajid Khan, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith and Lord Agnew as well. Sunak has been attacked over his economic policy as Chancellor, where he has been accused of fueling inflation during the pandemic. Boris Johnson, in fact, supported Liz Truss as his replacement, who has gained significant ground after 4 rounds of voting. And one of Britain's biggest and most influential tabloids, the Daily Mail, is running an aggressive counter-campaign against Rishi Sunak. The same is being pushed by the Sunday Telegraph as well, another newspaper in Britain that has branded Sunak as a schoolboy, a liar and untrustworthy. But for now, Sunak enjoys a big lead in the race to 10 Downing Street and is poised to make history as the first British Prime Minister of Indian origin. That's all from me. Thanks for watching.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Trounces, Times Now and Republic TV.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the state investigative agency has unearthed a Pakistani plot to fund fake journalists in Kashmir using money from the narco trade. The motive of the plot, as per sources, was aimed to create an anti-India narrative and glorify terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. The SIA raided terror financiers in Baramulla. Around over 6 lakhs in cash has already been recovered by the police as those raids continue in Jammu and Kashmir. That's the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast, who's getting us the latest details amid this crackdown on the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir. Tejinder, over to you.
Yes, you see, Ayushman, these raids were conducted by the State Investigation Agency in multiple locations across Baramulla, Nambla, Uri. And this is a case which the SIA had registered on 31st of March this year under FIR number 73/2022. So this case pertains to the funding of fake journalists in Kashmir by the money generated through narco trade. The journalists were funded so as to create an anti-India narrative and to glorify terrorism in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This case was registered after the security forces, they got the inputs that narcotics which are smuggled from the Pakistan side are being sold in various parts of the country, and the money generated is used to finance terror modules, separatists, OGWs, and also the money was given to those skins of those terrorists who used to get killed in the encounters with the security forces. During the course of investigation, the SIA also found that this money was also being given to fake journalists across Kashmir Valley so as to create a fake narrative about the situation in Kashmir and to present a fake picture to the globe, to the world after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A that all was not well in Kashmir Valley. So a large amount of money was given to those fake journalists so as to spread an anti-India propaganda and make an anti-India narrative across the globe. So a huge amount of money has also been recovered during the raids. Around 7 lakh rupees has been recovered, and several, what we are told by the sources within the SIA, that several arrests have also been made. This was a team of SIA from Jammu, which with the help of local police and with the help of local administration carried out these raids at multiple locations in North Kashmir's Baramulla. What is more important, that raids were also conducted near the frontier town of Uri, where in several places which are adjacent to the line of control, like Nambla, those places were also raided, and a large quantity of documents, electronic devices have been recovered by the SIA, which will further help in the investigation. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. And Tejinder, can you tell us more about these financiers who have been raided in Baramulla? Are they linked to the big newspapers of Jammu and Kashmir?
Ayushman, as far the sources within the SIA, they have not disclosed the names of those fake journalists who are involved in creating these fake narrative, anti-India narrative, because sources within the SIA say that the investigation is still on, and disclosing the names of those fake journalists who are involved in spreading this anti-India narrative would weaken the case. So far the identity has not been revealed, but yes, we are told that several arrests have been made, and in the coming days more arrests are likely to be made. You see, Ayushman, ever since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A did take place on 5th of August 2019, there has been a flood of fake news that has been coming out from the Kashmir Valley, showing a narrative which goes against the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, a narrative which goes against the Union of India, wherein they are saying that people are not happy. So they are towing the line of the separatists and Pakistan. So there has been a flood of those such type of news stories. So given the fact that now SIA has found out during its course of investigation that such type of stories, such type of narrative is being made after these so-called journalists, they are getting huge amount of money, and that money is generated by these terror sympathizers through the narco trade. You see, in the recent past, if you remember, large quantity of narcotics, especially high-grade heroin, is being smuggled from the Pakistan side, either using drones or through other means, through the line of control or the international border, and that the money generated out of that narco trade is now, it has been established that it is not only being given to the terror outfits to fund terrorism into the Kashmir Valley, but also given to separatists, given to OGWs, so as to keep the network of those OGWs and separatists going on. Also, what the SI has revealed that during its course of investigation, it has found out that a huge amount of money is also given to the next of kins of those terrorists who get killed during the encounters. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Tejinder, please stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Jammu police has busted 3 terror modules and have arrested 7 terrorists, as well as recovering a large cache of arms and ammunition. The module is linked to the Lashkar-e-Taiba and has been involved in attacks on minorities in Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Tejinder was speaking to ADGP Jammu Mukesh Singh. Listen in.
Sir, you have been able to bust 3 terror modules who were trying to revive terrorism in Jammu region. Could you please share more details with us?
We have arrested 3 people so far, and the head of this group in Jammu was Faisal Munir, who is a resident of Jammu city. This Faisal Munir had 3-4 more operatives with him. 2 of them have been arrested. Few more arrests are likely in this case. With the arrest of these people, all these cases have been solved. This group of Talib Hussain used to receive weapons through drones. They have admitted that they got 5 drone sorties full of weapons across Lamberi and Nowshera sector in Rajouri.
Right, so that was my colleague Tejinder Singh Sodhi in conversation with ADGP Jammu Mukesh Singh, and he's joining us on the phone line as well. Tejinder, how significant is this crackdown on the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir?
You see, Ashwin, this is a big success for the Jammu police, which has been relentlessly working to curb the menace of terrorism from Jammu region. There were inputs that the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror outfit based out in Pakistan is trying to revive terrorism in Jammu region, and the Jammu and Kashmir police, especially the Jammu police, on specific inputs they were carrying out. They carried out several raids, and in those raids, a total of 7 terrorists have been arrested. These terrorists mostly belong to the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror outfit, and they were tasked to carry out multiple attacks across Jammu region, especially to target political workers, leaders of various political parties, and to carry out selected assassination of the minority community. So this is a major success for the security forces, and the sources are telling us that Pakistan-based commanders of the terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba, who have been identified as Qasim, Bashir Shizan and Albert. They were running, Albert seems to be a code name of some Pakistani army officer who is helping the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror outfit. So his code name is Albert. So these terror modules based out in Jammu region, they were in touch with these Pakistani handlers, and several drone sorties were used to send in large quantity of arms, ammunition and narcotics into the Indian side. What is baffling is that these sorties with the quantity of arms and ammunition that were recovered in Jammu region, they were being sent to Kashmir Valley. This was also disclosed by the ADGP Jammu Mukesh Singh when he was speaking to CNN News 18 that these arms and ammunition, they were being sent to Kashmir Valley from Jammu region, and some of these arms were kept in Jammu so as to carry out terror strikes in Jammu region. With the busting of these 3 terror modules, the security forces in Jammu region, they have also cracked the case of attacks on minority community members, the grenade attack in Rajouri, 2 IED attacks in Rajouri, and also the drone dropping case which happened in the month of in the month of May in the Kathua sector, wherein the Kathua police, they shot down a hexacopter and recovered 6 sticky bombs and also recovered 6 under-barrel grenade launching grenades. So clearly, yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for getting us those details of the major victory for the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir. And as Tejinder was pointing out, those involved in those minority killings, that terror cell has now been busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We're shifting focus. A fresh controversy has erupted over the Agnipath scheme after Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh attacked the Modi government regarding the requirement of caste and religion certificates from the applicants. Now, Singh claimed that it is the first time in the history of India that caste is being sought for army recruitment. However, army officials have refuted the charge and said that religion is required for performing the last rites as per religious rituals. Meanwhile, the centre has hit back at the opposition, saying that the process has been in place since pre-independence and was formalized only post-independence.
मैं यह स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
भारत की सेना को लेकर के जिस प्रकार का वातावरण बनाया है, इट बिलिटल्स द इंडियन आर्मी. द इंडियन आर्मी डज नॉट रिक्रूट एज पर द कास्ट और द रिलीजन ऑफ द एप्लीकेंट. इंडिया की आर्मी में रिक्रूटमेंट का एक प्रोसीजर है, और ये जो रिक्रूटमेंट का प्रोसीजर है, यह कोई आज का बना हुआ प्रोसीजर नहीं है. ये प्री इंडिपेंडेंस के समय, भारत स्वाधीन हो, भारत को स्वतंत्रता मिले, उससे पहले का ये प्रोसीजर चला आ रहा है. और ये जो पूरा प्रोसीजर है, एक स्पेशल आर्मी ऑर्डर के अंतर्गत पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस के समय में इसे फॉर्मलाइज किया गया था, और वही प्रक्रिया अभी भी चल रही है.
Shifting focus to some breaking news coming in from Kerala, where 5 people have been arrested in the NEET center controversy case, where students were ordered to remove their innerwear to prevent cheating. Now, the arrested include 2 staff of the Marthoma College, which was the exam center, and 3 from the agency that was entrusted with the security of the center. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in, where 3 from the agency and 2 from the staff of the college have been arrested in connection to what happened to students during the NEET exam, where they were told to remove their innerwear to ensure that there is no cheating during the exam. I'm joined by Neetu Kumar on the broadcast. Neetu, give us the details.
Connection with this case, that's the latest that we have as far as this issue is concerned. 3 are from the agency and 2 are the staff of this college at the exam center where this happened. So 5 students have already come forward and given a complaint that 1 FIR has been registered, and it's in this first case that this arrest has been made, where these students have to undergo such trauma before writing their exam.
Right. Thank you, Neetu, for joining us on the broadcast. Now, shifting focus to our top international story, which is the race for 10 Downing Street, as the fight within the Conservative Party is now heating up. Now, Rishi Sunak expanded his lead in the race as the contest now narrows to 3 after 4 rounds of voting. The former finance minister has secured 118 votes, followed by Conservative MP Penny Mordaunt, who has clinched 92 votes, followed by Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, who has gathered 86 votes, a big jump from the 71 she gained in the previous round. Now, with this, the race to become the next Prime Minister of Britain will enter a decisive round when the Conservative Party will vote to pick the final 2 candidates, who will then face a final vote from the party members. So, Rishi Sunak in the lead with 118 votes, followed by Penny Mordaunt with 92. Liz Truss closing in the gap with 86 votes. Remember, she got 71 votes in the previous round, and that's a huge boost for Liz Truss. I'm joined by Sanjay Suri on the broadcast, who's reporting from London. So, Sanjay, Liz Truss was the person who Boris Johnson picked as his replacement. Now, do you sense that with the rounds ahead, it's going to be Rishi Sunak versus Liz Truss, and Penny Mordaunt could pull out of the race as Liz Truss gains more ground ahead of that final round of voting?
Well, Penny Mordaunt will not pull out of the race, but one of the 3 will have to drop out at the end of the voting tomorrow. It's certainly not going to be Rishi Sunak. He's almost through into the last 2, though there has been some loss of momentum in the Rishi campaign in the last round that was counted today. He added only 3 to his tally. We were expecting him to have crossed that line of 120 that would officially see him through into the last 2. But very clearly, he will be in the final race. The question is between Mordaunt and Liz Truss. You're quite right to say that Boris is backing Liz Truss. She has been very loyal to him all through, even though in the debates she has not gone out and declared him an honest man when asked, or even said that she would offer him a place in her cabinet if she were to be Prime Minister. But clearly, Boris is out to get Sunak, and Liz is his promised means to attempt to do so.
Right.
Now the question is between Rishi Sunak and either Mordaunt or Liz Truss.
Right. And Sanjay, at the same time, we've always seen that within the conservative ecosystem, there's always a lot of rivalry. Who are the heavyweights who are taking on Rishi Sunak as he is gunning for the top post? Also, we also see when it comes to British politics, the tabloids play a huge role in swaying public opinion. What is the tabloid ecosystem like in Britain as we speak, as the race to 10 Downing Street heats up?
Well, you're talking about the race to 10 Downing Street. The tabloid scene, the tabloid ecosystem is about race, and a race of the wrong kind. Very clearly, a lot of the campaigning in the tabloids is a thinly disguised a racist thrust at Rishi Sunak. This was always inevitable. We have seen this limited so far because this round, this stage of the contest is limited to voting by the MPs. At the next stage, when you have 160,000 Conservative members who will cast their vote, you can certainly expect this kind of campaigning to pick up, and the tabloids provide rather dramatic evidence of this, subtle as they like to think they are. So this is something that certainly is going to play a role, and there is good reason to fear that this will come increasingly to the fore now.
Right. Thank you, Sanjay Suri, for joining us on the broadcast. But so Rishi Sunak remains in the lead in that race to 10 Downing Street. But the other contenders, the other two, one Conservative MP and one Foreign Secretary, they are closing in the gap. But Rishi Sunak has a comfortable lead for now. Now, getting you a wrap of all the other news, Haryana DSP Surendra Singh was mowed down by a truck while he was trying to expose the mining mafia in Haryana's new district. The DSP was accompanied by a gunman. When he stopped a truck to check for its details, the driver panicked and ran the truck over him. One of the accused has been arrested and taken into custody after an encounter broke out during which the accused was shot at.
In which DSP Sundar Singh was murdered this morning at around 12 a.m. The incident has shook the conscience of not only the people of Haryana but also the people of the entire country. Now the police has taken into custody this dumper that I am standing with. This is the dumper that has been mentioned in the FIR. If I could just show you the number of this dumper as to how illegal is this dumper. It just says HR74A, and this is what has been mentioned in the FIR, that HR74A was the number of the dumper and the number in front of it had been rubbed down.
हमारे डीएसपी सुरेंद्र सिंह यही पास के नूर जिले में ड्यूटी पर थे और एक किसी खान माफिया के किसी व्यक्ति ने और उनके ऊपर गाड़ी चढ़ाई, उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है। बहुत दुखद घटना हुई है। हमारी सांत्वना है उनके परिवार के साथ भी, और हम वीर सैनिकों को हमेशा ऐसे मामलों में सबका मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए भी अपने आप को भी प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए, और उस परिवार की भी जिसकी क्षति हुई है उसके साथ भी खड़े हैं।
सवाल इस बात का नहीं कि विधायकों को धमकी मिली, आम आदमी अपने आप को असुरक्षित महसूस कर रहा है। आज ना विधायक ना पुलिस अपने आप में सुरक्षित हैं, तो आम आदमी कैसे सुरक्षित रहेगा? तो ये बड़ा ऐसा विषय है। कानून व्यवस्था बिल्कुल चरमरा गई है। ऐसा प्रतीत होता है हरियाणा में सरकार ही नहीं है कोई।
Now, youth was stabbed in Bihar Sitamarhi for watching Nupur Sharma's video. The victim has been admitted to ICU in a private hospital where his treatment is underway. The family has alleged that the police registered an FIR only after removing mentions of Nupur Sharma, while the cops claim the youth was attacked due to a rivalry and the family is intentionally trying to bring Nupur Sharma's angle into the case. A second autopsy in the Kala Kurichi Class 12 student's death, who allegedly died of suicide, was conducted after the Supreme Court refused the family's plea to choose their own doctor for the post-mortem. Meanwhile, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin chaired a high-level meeting with his ministers over this tragic incident, following which the SP and the District Collector of Kalakuruchi have been transferred. And Margaret Alva, the opposition candidate for the vice presidential polls, filed her nomination today. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, along with a slew of other Congress leaders, accompanied her. She will be up against the NDA's candidate Jagdeep Dhankar. The vice presidential elections are scheduled to be held on the 6th of August. We'll take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
In a bid to try and deepen ties with Iran, which is one of the few remaining international allies that Russia still has. The Nord Stream 1 pipeline has been closed for maintenance, and it's making Germany squirm. In fact, gas deliveries from Russia to Germany have dropped to zero right now. Germany depends very heavily on natural gas from Russia to power its industry. German industry would be forced to cut its energy use. Possible ripple effects can be felt throughout the German economy. In fact, a complete shutoff to flows to Germany may even trigger a Europe-wide recession. French footballer Timuyi Bakayoko, who plays for AC Milan, was stopped by Italian police at gunpoint during a search operation. The video shows a police officer searching the footballer, who is leaning against a car. Police later realized that it's a case of mistaken identity.